Book 3, Chapter 1, Louisiana, of the Crossing, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, The Rights of Man. Were these things which follow to my thinking not extraordinary, I should not write them down here, nor should I have presumed to skip nearly 5 years of time. For indeed almost 5 years had gone by since the warm summer night when I rode into New Orleans with Mrs. Temple, and in all that time I had not so much as laid eyes on my cousin and dearest friend, her son. I searched New Orleans for him in vain, and learned too late that he had taken passage on a packet which had dropped down the river the next morning, bound for Charleston and New York. I have an instinct that this is not the place to relate in detail what occurred to me before leaving New Orleans. Suffice it to say that I made my way back through the swamps, the forests, the cane brakes of the Indian country, along the Natchez Trail to Nashville, across the barrens to Harrodstown in Kentucky, where I spent a week in that cabin which had so long been for me a haven of refuge. Dear Polly Ann! She hugged me as though I were still the waif whom she had mothered, and wept over the little presents which I had brought the children. Harrodstown was changed. New cabins and new faces met me at every turn, and Tom, more disgruntled than ever, had gone a-hunting with Mr. Boone far into the wilderness. I went back to Louisville to take up once more the struggle for practice, and I do not intend to charge so much as a page with what may be called the even tenor of my life. I was not a man to get into trouble on my own account. Louisville grew amazingly. White frame houses were built, and even brick ones. And ere Kentucky became a State in 1792, I had gone as delegate to more than one of the Danville conventions. Among the nations, as you know, a storm raged, and the great swells from that conflict threatened to set adrift and wreck the little republic but newly launched. The noise of the trampling of great armies across the old world shook the new, and men in whom the love of fierce fighting was born were stirred to quarrel among themselves. The rights of man! How many wrongs have been done under that clause! The Bastille stormed, the Swiss Guard slaughtered, the Reign of Terror with its daily procession of tumbrils through the streets of Paris, the murder of that amiable and well-meaning gentleman who did his best to atone for the sins of his ancestors, the fearful months of waiting suffered by his queen before she, too, went to her death. Often, as I lighted my candle of an evening in my little room to read of these things so far away, I would drop my Kentucky Gazette to think of a woman whose face I remembered, to wonder sadly whether Hélène de St. Gré were among the lists. In her, I was sure, was personified that courage for which her order will go down eternally through the pages of history, and in my darker moments I pictured her standing beside the guillotine with a smile that haunted me. The hideous image of that strife was reflected amongst our own people. Budget after budget was hurried by the winds across the sea. The swift couriers carried the news over the blue wall by the Wilderness Trail, widened now, and thundered through the little villages of the bluegrass country to the falls. What interest, you will say, could the pioneer lawyers and storekeepers and planters have in the French Revolution? The rights of man! Down with kings! General Washington and Mr. Adams and Mr. Hamilton might sigh for them, but they were not for the freeborn pioneers of the West. Citizen was the proper term now. Citizen General Wilkinson, when that magnate came to town, resplendent in his brigadier's uniform. It was thought that Mr. Wilkinson would plot less were he in the army under the watchful eye of his superiors. Little they knew him. Thus the Republic had a reward for adroitness, for treachery and treason. But what reward had it for the lonely, embittered, stricken man whose genius and courage had gained for it the great Northwest Territory? What reward had the Republic for him who sat brooding in his house above the falls, for Citizen General Clark? In those days you were not a Federalist or a Democrat. You were an aristocrat or a Jacobin. The French parties were our parties, the French issue our issue. Under the patronage of the saint of American Jacobinism, Thomas Jefferson, a Jacobin society was organized in Philadelphia, Special Guardians of Liberty. And, flying on the March winds over the mountains, the seed fell on the black soil of Kentucky. Lexington had its Jacobin society, Danville and Louisville likewise their patrons and protectors of the rights of mankind. Federalists were not guillotined in Kentucky in the summer of 1793, but I might mention more than one who was shot. In spite of the Federalists, Louisville prospered, and, incidentally, I prospered in a mild way. Mr. Creede, behind whose store I still lived, was getting rich, and happened to have an affair of some importance in Philadelphia. Mr. Wharton was kind enough to recommend a young lawyer who had the following virtues. He was neither handsome nor brilliant, and he wore snuff-colored clothes. Mr. Wharton also did me the honor to say that I was cautious and painstaking, and had a habit of tiring out my adversary. Therefore, in the early summer of 1793, I went to Philadelphia. At that time, travelers embarking on such a journey were prayed over as though they were going to Tartary. I was absent from Louisville near a year, and there is a diary of what I saw and felt and heard on this trip, for the omission of which I will be thanked. The great news of that day which concerns the world, and incidentally this story, was that Citizen Genet had landed in Charleston. Citizen Genet, ambassador of the great Republic of France to the little Republic of America, landed at Charleston, acclaimed by thousands, and lost no time. Scarcely had he left that city ere American privateers had slipped out of Charleston harbor to prey upon the commerce of the hated Mistress of the Sea. Was there ever such a march of triumph as that of the citizen ambassador northward to the capital? Everywhere toasted and feasted, Monsieur Genet did not neglect the rights of man, for without doubt the United States was to declare war on Britain within a fortnight. Nay, the citizen ambassador would go into the halls of Congress and declare war himself, if that faltering Mr. Washington refused his duty. Citizen Genet organized his legions as he went along, and threw tricolored cockades from the windows of his carriage. And at his glorious entry into Philadelphia, where I afterwards saw the great man with my own eyes, Mr. Washington and his Federal aristocrats trembled in their boots. It was late in April, 1794, when I reached Pittsburg on my homeward journey, and took passage down the Ohio with a certain Captain Wendell of the army in a Kentucky boat. I had known the captain in Louisville, for he had been stationed at Fort Finney, the army post across the Ohio from that town, and he had come to Pittsburg with a sergeant to fetch down the river some dozen recruits. This was a most fortunate circumstance for me, and in more ways than one. Although the captain was a gruff and blunt man, grizzled and weather-beaten, a woman-hater, he could be a delightful companion when once his confidence was gained. And as we drifted in the mild spring weather through the long reaches between the passes, he talked of Trenton and Brandywine and Yorktown. There was more than one bond of sympathy between us, for he worshipped Washington, detested the French party, and had a hatred for filthy Democrats, second to none I have ever encountered. We stopped for a few days at Fort Harmar, where the Muskingum pays its tribute to the Ohio, built by the Federal government to hold the territory which Clark had won. And, leaving that hospitable place, we took up our journey once more in the very miracle time of the spring. The sunlight was like amber crystal. The tall cottonwoods growing by the waterside flaunted a proud glory of green. The hills behind them that formed the first great swells of the sea of the wilderness were clothed in 1,000 sheens and shaded by the purple budding of the oaks and walnuts on the northern slopes. On the yellow sandbars flocks of geese sat pluming in the sun, or rose at our approach to cast fleeting shadows on the water, their honks echoing from the hills. Here and there a hawk swooped down from the azure to break the surface and bear off a wiggling fish that gleamed like silver, and at eventide we would see at the brink an elk or doe, with head poised, watching us as we drifted. We passed here and there a lonely cabin, to set my thoughts wandering backwards to my youth, and here and there in the dimples of the hills little clusters of white and brown houses, one day to become marts of the Republic. My joy at coming back to this golden season to a country I loved was tempered by news I had heard from Captain Wendell, and which I had discussed with the officers at Fort Harmar. The Captain himself had broached the subject one cool evening early in the journey. As we sat over fire in our little cabin, he had been telling me about Brandywine, but suddenly he turned to me with a kind of fierce gesture that was natural to the man. "Ritchie," he said, "you were in the Revolution yourself. You helped Clark to capture that country," and he waved his hand towards the northern shore. "Why the devil don't you tell me about it?" "You never asked me," I answered. He looked at me curiously. "Well," he said, "I ask you now." I began lamely enough, but presently my remembrance of the young man who conquered all obstacles, who compelled all men he met to follow and obey him, carried me strongly into the narrative. I remembered him, quiet, self-contained, resourceful, a natural leader, at 25 a bulwark for the sorely harried settlers of Kentucky, the man whose clear vision alone had perceived the value of the country north of the Ohio to the Republic, who had compelled the Governor and Council of Virginia to see it likewise, he who had guarded his secret from all men, who in the face of fierce opposition and intrigue had raised a little army to follow him, they knew not where, who had surprised Kaskaskia, cowed the tribes of the North in his own person, and by sheer force of will drew after him and kept alive a motley crowd of men across the floods and through the ice to Vincennes. We sat far into the night, the Captain listening as I have never seen a man listen, and when at length I had finished, he was for a long time silent, and then he sprang to his feet with an oath that woke the sleeping soldiers forward and glared at me. "My God," he cried, "it is enough to make a man curse his uniform to think that such a man as Wilkinson wears it, while Clark is left to rot, to drink himself under the table from disappointment, to plot with the damned Jacobins." "To plot!" I cried, starting violently in my turn. The Captain looked at me in astonishment. "How long have you been away from Louisville?" he asked. "It will be a year," I answered. "Ay," said the Captain, "I will tell you. It is more than a year since Clark wrote Genet, since the ambassador bestowed on him a general's commission in the army of the French Republic." "A general's commission!" I exclaimed. "And he is going to France?" The nation which had driven John Paul Jones from its service was now to lose George Rogers Clark. "To France," laughed the Captain. "No, this has become France enough. He is raising in Kentucky and in the Cumberland County an army with a cursed high-sounding name. Some of his old Illinois scouts, McChesney, whom you mentioned, for one, have been collecting bear's meat and venison hams all winter. They are going to march on Louisiana and conquer it for the French Republic, for liberty, equality, the rights of man, anything you like." "On Louisiana," I repeated. "What has the Federal government been doing?" The Captain winked at me and sat down. "The Federal government is supine, a laughing stock, so our friends the Jacobins say, who have been shouting at Mr. Eastern's tavern all winter. Nay, they declare that all this country west of the mountains, too, will be broken off and set up into a republic, and allied with that most glorious of all republics, France. Believe me, the Jacobins have not been idle, and there have been strange-looking birds of French plumage dodging between the General's house at Clarksville and the Bear Grass." I was silent, the tears almost forcing themselves to my eyes at the pathetic sordidness of what I had heard. "It can come to nothing," continued the Captain in a changed voice. "General Clark's mind is unhinged by disappointment. Mad Anthony is not a man to be caught sleeping, and he's already attended to a little expedition from the Cumberland. Mad Anthony loves the General as we all do, and the Federal government is wiser than the Jacobins think. It may not be necessary to do anything." Captain Wendell paused and looked at me fixedly. "Ritchie, General Clark likes you, and you've never offended him. Why not go to his little house in Clarksville when you get to Louisville and talk to him plainly, as I know you can? Perhaps you might have some influence." General Wayne of Revolutionary fame was then in command of that district. I shook my head sadly. "I intend to go," I answered, "but I will have no influence." End of chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The House Above the Falls. It was May Day, and shortly after dawn we slipped into the quiet water which is banked up for many miles above the falls. The Captain and I sat forward on the deck, breathing deeply the sharp odor which comes from the wet forest in the early morning, listening to the soft splash of the oars, and watching the green form of 18-Mile Island as it gently drew nearer and nearer. And ere the sun had risen greatly, we had passed 12-Mile Island, and emerging from the narrow channel which divides 6-Mile Island from the northern shore, we beheld on its terrace above the Bear Grass Louisville, shining white in the morning sun. Majestic in its mile of width, calm as though gathering courage, the river seemed to straighten for the ordeal to come, and the sound of its waters crying over the rocks far below came faintly to my ear and awoke memories of a day gone by. Fearful of the suck, we crept along the Indian shore until we counted the boats moored in the Bear Grass. And presently above the trees on our right we saw the Stars and Stripes floating from the log bastion of Fort Finney. And below the fort, on the gentle sunny slope of the river's brink, was spread the green garden of the garrison, with its sprouting vegetables and fruit trees blooming pink and white. We were greeted by a company of buff and blue officers at the landing, and I was bidden to breakfast at their mess, Captain Wendell promising to take me over to Louisville afterwards. We had business in the town, and about 8 o'clock we crossed the wide river in one of the barges of the fort and made fast at the landing in the Bear Grass. But no sooner had we entered the town than we met a number of country people on horseback, with their wives and daughters, ay, and sweethearts, perched up behind them. The men mostly in butternut linsey hunting shirts and trousers, slouch hats and red handkerchiefs stuck into their bosoms. The women marvelously pretty and fresh in stiff cotton gowns and Quaker hats, and some in crimped caps with ribbons neatly tied under the chin. Before Mr. Eastern's tavern, Joe Handy, the fiddler, was reeling off a few bars of "Hey, Betty Martin" to the familiar crowd of loungers under the big poplar. "It's Davy Ritchie," shouted Joe, breaking off in the middle of the tune. "Welcome home, Davy. You're just in time for the barbecue on the island." "And Cap'n Wendell. Howdy, Cap," drawled another, a huge, long-haired, sallow, dirty fellow. But the Captain only glared. "Damn him," he said, after I had spoken to Joe and we had passed on. "He ought to be barbecued. He nearly bit off Ensign Barry's nose a couple of months ago. Barry tried to stop the beast in a gouging fight. The bright morning, the shady streets, the homelike frame and log houses, the old-time fragrant odor of corn pone wafted out of the open doorways, the warm greetings, all made me happy to be back again. Mr. Crede rushed out and escorted us into his cool store, and while he waited on his country customers bade his negro brew a bowl of toddy, at the mention of which Mr. Bill Whalen, chief habitue, roused himself from a stupor on a tobacco barrel. Presently the customers, having indulged in the toddy, departed for the barbecue. The captain went to the fort, and Mr. Crede and myself were left alone to talk over the business which had sent me to Philadelphia. At 4 o'clock, having finished my report and dined with my client, I set out for Clarksville, for Mr. Crede had told me, among other things, that the General was there. Louisville was deserted, the tavern porch vacant, but tacked on the logs beside the door was a printed bill which drew my curiosity. I stopped, caught by a familiar name in large type at the head of it, George R. Clark, Esquire, Major General in the armies of France and Commander-in-Chief of the French Revolutionary Legion on the Mississippi River. Proposals for raising volunteers for the reduction of the Spanish post on the Mississippi, for opening the trade of said river and giving freedom to all its inhabitants. I had got so far when I heard a noise of footsteps within, and Mr. Easton himself came out in his shirt sleeves. "By cricky, Davy," said he, "I'm right glad to see you again. Reading the General's bill, are you? Tarnation, I reckon Washington and all his European fellers east of the mountains won't be able to hold us back this time. I reckon we'll gallop over Louisiana in the face of all the Spaniards ever created. I've got some new whiskey I allow will sink tallow. Come in, Davy." As he took me by the arm, a laughter and shouting came from the back room. "It's some of them Frenchy fellers come over from Knob Licks. They're in it," and he pointed his thumb over his shoulder to the proclamation. "And there's one young American among 'em who's a tararer. Come in." I drank a glass of Mr. Easton's whiskey and asked about the General. "He stays over in Clarksville pretty much," said Mr. Easton. "There ain't quite so much walking around to do," he added significantly. I made my way down to the water side, where Jake Landris sat alone on the gunwale of a Kentucky boat, smoking a clay pipe as he fished. I had to exercise persuasion to induce Jake to paddle me across, which he finally agreed to do on the score of old friendship. And he declared that the only reason he was not at the barbecue was because he was waiting to take a few gentlemen to see General Clark. I agreed to pay the damages if he were late in returning for these gentlemen, and soon he was shooting me with pulsing strokes across the lake-like expanse towards the landing at Fort Finney. Louisville and the fort were just above the head of the falls, and the little town of Clarksville, which Clark had founded, at the foot of them. I landed, took the road that led parallel with the river through the tender green of woods, and as I walked the mighty song which the falls had sung for ages to the wilderness rose higher and higher, and the faint spray seemed to be wafted through the forest and to hang in the air like the odor of a summer rain. It was May Day. The sweet caressing note of the thrush mingled with the music of the water. The dogwood and the wild plum were in festal array, but my heart was heavy with thinking of a great man who had cheapened himself. At length I came out upon a clearing where 15 log houses marked the grant of the Federal government to Clark's regiment. Perched on a tree-dotted knoll above the last spasm of the waters in their 2-mile race for peace was a 2-storied log house with a little square porch in front of the door. As I rounded the corner of the house and came in sight of the porch, I halted, by no will of my own, at the sight of a figure sunken in a wooden chair. It was that of my old Colonel. His hands were folded in front of him, His eyes were fixed but dimly on the forest of the Kentucky shore across the water. His hair, uncared for, fell on the shoulders of his faded blue coat, and the stained buff waistcoat was unbuttoned, for he still wore unconsciously the colors of the Army of the American Republic. "General," I said. He started, got to his feet, and stared at me. "Oh, it's Davy," he said. "I was expecting some friends, Davy. What's the matter, Davy?" "I've been away. I'm glad to see you again, General." "Citizen General, sir, Major General in the Army of the French Republic and Commander in Chief of the French Revolutionary Legion on the Mississippi." "You will always be Colonel Clark to me, sir," I answered. You were the drummer boy, I remember, and strutted in front of the regiment as if you were the colonel. Egad, I remember how you fooled the Kaskaskians when you told them we were going away." He looked at me, but his eyes were still fixed on the point beyond. "You were always older than I, Davy. Are you married?" In spite of myself, I laughed as I answered this question. "You are as canny as ever," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "Liberty, equality, fraternity, they are only possible for the bachelor." Hearing a noise, he glanced nervously in the direction of the woods, only to perceive his negro carrying a pail of water. I was expecting some friends," he said. "Sit down, Davy." "I hope I'm not intruding, General," I said, not daring to look at him. "No, no, my son," he answered. "You're always welcome. Did we not campaign together? Did we not shoot these very falls together on our way to Kaskaskia?" He had to raise his voice above the roar of the water. "Faith, well, I remember the day. And you saved it, Davy. You, a little gamecock, a little worldly wise hop o' my thumb. Hamilton's scalp hanging by a lock, egad. And they frightened out of their 5 wits because it was growing dark." He laughed and suddenly became solemn again. "There comes a time in every man's life when it grows dark, Davy, and then the cowards are afraid. They have no friends whose hands they can reach out and feel. But you're my friend. You remember that you said you would always be my friend? It was in the fort at Vincennes." "I remember, General." He rose from the steps, buttoned his waistcoat, and straightened himself with an effort. He looked at me impressively. "You have been a good friend indeed, Davy, a faithful friend," he said. "You came to me when I was sick. You lent me money." He waved aside my protest. "I am happy to say that I shall soon be in a position to repay you, to reward you. My evil days are over, and I spurn that government which spurned me. For the honor and glory of which I founded that city," he pointed in the direction of Louisville, "for the power and wealth of which I conquered this Northwest Territory. Listen, I am now in the service of a republic where the people have rights. I am Commander-in-Chief of the French Revolutionary Legion on the Mississippi. Despite the supineness of Washington, the American nation will soon be at war with Spain. But my friends, and thank God there are many, will follow me. They will follow me to Natchez and New Orleans, ay, even to Santa Fe and Mexico if I give the word. The West is with me, and for the West I shall win the freedom of the Mississippi. For France and liberty I shall win back again Louisiana, and then I shall be a Maréchal de Camp." I could not help thinking of a man who had not been wont to speak of his intentions, who had kept his counsel for a year before Kaskaskia. "I need my drummer boy, Davy," he said, his face lighting up. "But he will not be a drummer boy now. He will be a trusted officer of high rank, mind you. Come," he cried, seizing me by the arm. "I will write the commission this instant. But hold, you read French. I remember the day Father Gerbault gave you your first lesson." He fumbled in his pocket, drew out a letter, and handed it to me.
This is from Citizen Mischer, the famous naturalist, the political agent of the French Republic. Read what he's written me." I read, I fear in a faltering voice. "Citoyen Général, un homme qui a donné des preuves de son amour pour la liberté et de ses ne pour les disputer, ne doit s'adresser un veillant ministère de la République française. Général, il est temps que les Américains, libres de les questions de bronzer d'un ennemi, aussi injuste que méprable." When I had finished, I glanced at the General, but he seemed not to be heeding me. The sun was setting above a ragged line of forest, and a blue veil was spreading over the tumbling waters. He took me by the arm and led me into the house, into a bare room that was all awry. Maps hung on the wall, beside them the General's new commission rudely framed. Among the littered papers on the table were 2 whiskey bottles and several glasses, and strewn about were a number of chairs, the arms of which had been whittled by the General's guests. Across the rough mantel shelf was draped the French tricolor, and before the fireplace on the puncheons lay a huge bearskin which undoubtedly had not been shaken for a year. Picking up a bottle, the General poured out generous helpings in 2 of the glasses and handed one to me. "The mists are bad, Davy," said he. "I cannot afford to get the fever now. Let us drink to the success of the army of the glorious Republic, France." "Let us drink first, General," I said, "to the old friendship between us." "Good!" he cried. Tossing off his liquor, he set down the glass and began what seemed a fruitless search among the 1,000 papers on the table. But at length, with a grunt of satisfaction, he produced a form and held it under my eyes. At the top of the sheet was that much abused and calumniated lady, the Goddess of Liberty. "Now," he said, drawing up a chair and dipping his quill into an almost depleted ink pot, "I have decided to make you, David Ritchie, with full confidence in your ability and loyalty to the rights of liberty and mankind, a captain in the Legion of the Mississippi." He crossed the room swiftly, and as he put his pen to paper I laid my hand on his arm. "General, I cannot," I said. I had seen from the first the futility of trying to dissuade him from the expedition, and I knew now that it would never come off. I was willing to make almost any sacrifice rather than offend him, but this I could not allow. The General drew himself up in his chair and stared at me with a flash of his old look. "You cannot?" he repeated. "You have affairs to attend to, I take it?" I tried to speak, but he rode me down. "There's money to be made in that prosperous town of Louisville." He did not understand the pain which his words caused me. He rose and laid his hands affectionately on my shoulders. "Ah, Davy, commerce makes a man timid. Do you forget the old days when I was the father and you the son? Come, I will make you a fortune undreamed of, and you shall be my financier once more." "I had not thought of the money, General," I answered, "and I have always been ready to leave my business to serve a friend." "There, there," said the General, soothingly, "I know it. I would not offend you. You shall have the commission, and you may come when it pleases you." He sat down again to write, but I restrained him. "I cannot go, General," I said. "Thunder and fury!" cried the General. "A man might think you were a weak-kneed Federalist." He stared at me, and stared again, and rose and recoiled a step. "My God," he said, "you cannot be a Federalist. You can't have marched to Kaskaskia and Vincennes. You can't have been a friend of mine and have seen how the government of the United States has treated me, and to be a Federalist." It was an argument and an appeal which I had foreseen, yet which I knew not how to answer. Suddenly there came, unbidden, his own counsel which he had given me long ago. "Serve the people, as all true men should in a republic, but do not rely upon their gratitude. This man had bidden me remember that. "General," I said, trying to speak steadily, "it was you who gave me my first love of the Republic. I remember you as you stood on the heights above Kaskaskia waiting for the sun to go down, and you reminded me that it was the nation's birthday. And you said that our nation was to be a refuge of the oppressed of this earth, a nation made of all peoples out of all time. And you said that the lands beyond," and I pointed to the west as he had done, "should belong to it until the sun sets on the sea again." I glanced at him, for he was silent, and in my life I can recall no sadder moment than this. The General heard, but the man who had spoken these words was gone forever. The eyes of this man before me were fixed, as it were, upon space. He heard, but he did not respond, for the spirit was gone. What I looked upon was the tortured body from which the genius, the spirit I had worshipped, had fled. I turned away, only to turn back in anger. "What do you know of this France for which you are to fight?" I cried. "Have you heard of the thousands of innocents who were slaughtered, of the women and children who were butchered in the streets in the name of liberty? What have those blood-stained adventurers to do with liberty? What have the fishwives who love the sight of blood to do with you that would fight for them? You warned me that this people and this government to which you have given so much would be ungrateful. Will the butchers and fishwives be more grateful?" He caught only the word grateful, and he rose to his feet with something of the old straightness and of the old power. And by evil chance his eye and mine fell upon the sword hanging on the farther wall. Well I remember when he had received it. Well I knew the inscription on its blade: "Presented by the State of Virginia to her beloved son, George Rogers Clark, who by the conquest of Illinois and St. Vincennes extended her empire and aided in the defense of her liberties." By evil chance, I say, his eye lighted on that sword. In 3 steps he crossed the room to where it hung, snatched it from its scabbard, and ere I could prevent him he had snapped it across his knee and flung the pieces in a corner. "So much for the gratitude of my country," he said. I had gone out on the little porch and stood gazing over the expanse of forest and waters lighted by the afterglow. Then I felt a hand upon my shoulder. I heard a familiar voice calling me by an old name. "Yes, General." I turned wonderingly. "You are a good lad, Davy. I trust you," he said. I was expecting some friends." He lifted a hand that was not too steady to his brow and scanned the road leading to the fort. Even as he spoke, 4 figures emerged from the woods, undoubtedly the gentlemen who had held the council at the inn that afternoon. We watched them in silence as they drew nearer. And then something in the walk and appearance of the foremost began to bother me. He wore a long, double-breasted, claret-colored redingote that fitted his slim figure to perfection, and his gait was the easy gait of a man who goes through the world careless of its pitfalls. So intently did I stare that I gave no thought to those who followed him. Suddenly, when he was within 50 paces, a cry escaped me. I should have known that smiling, sallow, weakly handsome face anywhere in the world. The gentleman was none other than Monsieur Auguste de St. Gré. At the foot of the steps he halted and swept his hand to his hat with a military salute. "Citizen General," he said gracefully, "we come and pay our respects to you and make our report, and very happy to see you look well. Citizens, vive la République! Hail to the Citizen General! Vive la République! Vive le Général!" cried the 3 citizens behind him. "Citizens, you are very welcome," answered the General gravely as he descended the steps and took each of them by the hand. "Citizens, allow me to introduce to you my old friend, Citizen David Ritchie." "Mille diables!" cried the Citizen St. Gré, seizing me by the hand. "C'est mon cher ami. Monsieur Ritchie. Ver' happy you have this honor, monsieur." And snatching his wide-brimmed military cocked hat from his head, he made me a smiling, sweeping bow. "What!" cried the General to me, "you know the Sieur de St. Gré, Davy? He was my guest once in Louisiane, mon général," Monsieur Auguste explained. "My family knows him." "You know the Sieur de St. Gré, Davy?" said the General again. "Yes, I know him," I answered, I fear with some brevity. "Pardon me," said Auguste. "I am now Citizen Captain de St. Gré, and you are also embarked in the glorious cause. Ah, I am happy," he added, embracing me with a winning glance. I was relieved from the embarrassment of denying the impeachment by reason of being introduced to the other notables, to Captain Citizen Sullivan, who wore an undress uniform consisting of a cotton butternut hunting shirt. He had charge on the Bear Grass of building the boats for the expedition, and was likewise a prominent member of that august body, the Jacobin Society of Lexington. Next came Citizen Quartermaster Dupuy, now of Knob Licks, Kentucky, sometime of New Orleans. The Citizen Quartermaster wore his hair long in the backwoods fashion. He had a keen, pale face and sunken eyes. "Ver' glad make you known to me, Citizen Ritchie." The fourth gentleman was likewise French and called Gignoux. The Citizen Gignoux made some sort of an impression on me which I did not stop to analyze. He was a small man with a little round hand that wriggled out of my grasp. He had a big French nose, bright eyes that popped a little and gave him the habit of looking sideways, and grizzled chestnut eyebrows over them. He had a thin-lipped mouth and a round chin. "Citizen Ritchie, is it? I like to know citizen's name glorified by grand cause, Ritchie."
"Will you enter, citizens?" said the General.
I do not know why I followed them, unless it was to satisfy my devil-prompted curiosity as to how Auguste de St. Gré had got there. We went into the room where the General's slovenly negro was already lighting the candles, and the General proceeded to collect and fill 6 of the glasses on the table. It was Citizen Captain Sullivan who gave the toast. "Citizens," he cried, "I give you the health of the foremost apostle of liberty in the Western world, the general who tamed the savage tribes, who braved the elements, who brought to their knees the minions of a despot king." A slight suspicion of a hiccough filled this gap. "Cast aside by an ungrateful government, he is still unfaltering in his allegiance to the people. May he lead our legion victorious through the Spanish dominions. Vive la République!" they shouted, draining their glasses. "Vive le citizen General Clark!" "Louisiana!" shouted Citizen Sullivan, warming. "Louisiana, groaning under oppression and tyranny, is imploring us with uplifted hands. To those remaining veteran patriots whose footsteps we followed to this distant desert, and who by their blood and toil have converted it into a smiling country, we now look. Under your guidance, Citizen General, we fought, we bled." How far the Citizen Captain would have gone is problematical. I had noticed a look of disgust slowly creeping into the Citizen Quartermaster's eyes, and at this juncture he seized the Citizen Captain and thrust him into a chair. "Sacré vent!" he exclaimed. "It is the proclamation. He recites the proclamation. I see he have participated in those handbills. Pouf! The world is to conquer. Let us not speak so much." "I give you one toast," said the little Citizen Gignoux slyly. "We all bring back one wife from Nouveau Orleans." "Ha!" exclaimed the Sieur de St. Gré, laughing. "The Citizen Captain Dupuy, he has already one wife in Nouveau Orleans." It is unnecessary for the editor to remind the reader that these are not Mr. Ritchie's words, but those of an adventurer. Mr. Dupuy was an honest and worthy gentleman, earnest enough in a cause which is more to his credit than to an American's. According to contemporary evidence, Madame Dupuy was in New Orleans. The citizen quartermaster was angry at this, and it did not require any great perspicacity on my part to discover that he did not love the Citizen de St. Gré. "He is called in his country gumbo de St. Gré," said Citizen Dupuy. "It is a dish of that country. But to business, citizens. We embark on glorious enterprise. The King and Queen of France, she pay for her treason with their heads, and we must be prepare for do the same." "Ha!" exclaimed the Sieur de St. Gré. "The citizen quartermaster will lose his provision before his head." The inference was plain, and the citizen quartermaster was quick to take it up. "We're all among friends," said he. "Why I call you Gumbo de St. Gré? When I come first settle in Louisiane, you was wild man, yes? Drink tafia, fight duel, spend family money. Aristocrat, then. No, I not hold my tongue. You go France, and Monsieur de Marquess de St. Gré, he get you in gardes du corps of the King. Yes, I tell him. You tell the Citizen General how come you Jacobin now, and we see if he make you captain." A murmur of surprise escaped from several of the company, and they all stared at the Sieur de St. Gré. But General Clark brought down his fist on the table with something of his old-time vigor, and the glasses rattled. "Gentlemen, I will have no quarreling in my presence," he cried. "And I beg to inform Citizen Dupuy that I bestow my commissions where it pleases me." Auguste de St. Gré rose, flushing, to his feet. "Citizens," he said with a fluency that was easy for him, "I never make secret of my history, no. It is true my relation, Monsieur the Marquis de St. Gré, bought me a pair of colors in the King's Gardes du Corps. And is it not true you tremble the cockade, what I hear from Philadelphia?" cried Dupuy. Monsieur Auguste smiled with a patient tolerance. "If you have pains to make inquiry," said he, "you must learn that I join le Marquis de Lafayette in the National Guard, that I have since fight for the Revolution, that I am come now home to fight for Louisiane, as Monsieur Genêt will tell you, whom I saw in Philadelphia. The Citizen Capitaine, he speaks true." All eyes were turned towards Gennaro, who had been sitting back in his chair very quiet. "It is true what he say," he repeated. "I have it by Monsieur Genêt himself." "Gentlemen," said General Clark, "this is beside the question, and I will not have these petty quarrels. I may as well say to you now that I have chosen the Citizen Captain to go at once to New Orleans and organize a regiment among the citizens there faithful to France. On account of his family and supposed Royalist tendencies, he will not be suspected. I fear that a month at least has yet to elapse before our expedition can move." "It is one wise choice," put in Monsieur Gennaro. "Monsieur le Général and gentlemen," said the Sieur de St. Gré gracefully, "I thank you very much for the confidence. I leave by first flatboat and will have all things stir up when you come. The citizens of Louisiane await you. If necessary, we have hole in levee ready to cut." "Citizens," interrupted General Clark, sitting down before the ink pot, "let me hear the quartermaster's report of the supplies at Knob Licks, and Citizen Sullivan's account of the boats. But hold," he cried, glancing around him, "where is Captain Temple? I heard that he had come to Louisville from the Cumberland to day. Is he not going with you to New Orleans, St. Gré?" I took up the name involuntarily. "Captain Temple," I repeated while they stared at me. "Nicholas Temple?" It was Auguste de St. Gré who replied. "The same," he said. "I recall he was along with you in Nouvelle Orleans. He is at the tavern, and he has had one grand fight, and he is very, I am sorry, intoxicate." I know not how I made my way through the black woods to Fort Finney, where I discovered Jake Landress and his canoe. The road was long and yet short, for my brain whirled with the expectation of seeing Nick again, and the thought of this poor, pathetic, ludicrous expedition compared to the sublime one I had known. George Rogers Clark had come to this. End of chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Louisville Celebrates. "They have grand time in Louisville tonight, Davy," said Jake Landress, as he paddled me towards the Kentucky shore. "You hear?" "I should be stone deaf if I didn't," I answered, for the shouting which came from the town filled me with forebodings. "They come back from the barbecue full of whiskey," said Jake, "and a young man at the tavern come out on the porch, and he say, 'Get ready, you all, to go to Louisiana. You been holed up back long enough by tyranny.' Sam Baker come along, and he say he a Federalist. He done from a grand fight, he and the young fellow, and Sam got licked. He went at Sam like a hurricane." "And then?" I demanded. "Them four wanted to leave," taking no trouble to disguise his disgust, "and I had to fetch 'em over. I've got to go back and wait for 'em now." And he swore with sincere disappointment. "I reckon there ain't been such a jamboree in town for years." Jake had not exaggerated. Gentlemen from Moore's settlement, from Sullivan's station on the Bear Grass, to be brief, the entire male population of the county, seemed to have moved upon Louisville after the barbecue, and I paused involuntarily at the sight which met my eyes as I came into the street. A score of sputtering, smoking pine knots threw a lurid light on as many hilarious groups and revealed, fantastically enough, the boles and lower branches of the big shade trees above them. Navigation for the individual, difficult enough lower down, in front of the tavern, became positively dangerous. There was a human eddy, nay, a maelstrom would better describe it. Fights began, but ended abortively by reason of the inability of the combatants to keep their feet. One man, whose face I knew, passed me with his hat afire, followed by several companions in gusts of laughter, for the torch-bearers were careless and burned the ears of their friends in their enthusiasm. Another person whom I recognized lacked a large portion of the front of his attire, and seemed sublimely unconscious of the fact. His face was badly scratched. Several other friends of mine were indulging in brief intervals of rest on the ground, and I barely avoided stepping on them. Still other gentlemen were delivering themselves of the first impressive periods of orations, only to be drowned by the cheers of their auditors. These were the snatches which I heard as I picked my way onward with exaggerated fear. "Gentlemen, the Mississippi is ours. Let the tyrants who forbid its use beware." "To hell with the Federal government." "I tell you, sirs, this land is ours. We've conquered it with our blood, and I reckon no Spaniard's going to stop us. We ain't come this far to stand still. We settle Kaintuck, fit off the redskins, and we'll march across the Mississippi and on and on." "To Louisiana!" they shouted, and the whole crowd would take it up. "To Louisiana! Open the river!" So absorbed was I in my own safety and progress that I did not pause to think, as I have often thought since, of the full meaning of this, though I had marked it for many years. The support given to Wilkinson's plots, to Clark's expedition, were merely the outward and visible sign of the onward sweep of a restless race. In spite of untold privations and hardships, of cruel warfare and massacre, these people had toiled over the mountains into this land, and, impatient of check or hindrance, would, even as Clark had predicted, when their numbers were sufficient, leap the Mississippi. Night or day, drunk or sober, they spoke of this thing with an ever-increasing vehemence, and no man of reflection who had read their history could say that they would be thwarted. One day Louisiana would be theirs, and their children's, for the generations to come.
One day Louisiana would be American. That I was alive and unscathed when I got as far as the tavern is a marvel. Amongst all the passion-lit faces which surrounded me, I could get no sight of Nick's, and I managed to make my way to a momentary quiet corner of the porch. As I leaned against the wall there, trying to think what I should do, there came a great cheering from a little way up the street, and then I straightened in astonishment. Above the cheering came the sound of a drum beaten in marching time, and above that there burst upon the night what purported to be the Marseillaise, taken up and brawled by 100 drunken throats and without words. Those around me who were sufficiently nimble began to run towards the noise, and I ran after them. And there, marching down the middle of the street at the head of a ragged and most indecorous column of twos, in the center of a circle of light cast by a pine knot which Joe Handy held, was Mr. Nicholas Temple. His bearing, if a trifle unsteady, was proud, and, if I could believe my eyes, around his neck was slung the thing which I prized above all my possessions, the drum which I had carried to Kaskaskia and Vincennes. He had taken it from the peg in my room. I shrink from putting on paper the sentimental side of my nature, and indeed I could give no adequate idea of my affection for that drum. And then there was Nick, who had been lost to me for 5 years. My impulse was to charge the possession, seize Nick and the drum together, and drag them back to my room. But the futility and danger of such a course was apparent, and the caution for which I am noted prevented my undertaking it. The possession, augmented by all those to whom sufficient power of motion remained, cheered by the helpless but willing ones on the ground, swept on down the street and through the town. Even at this late day, I shame to write it. Behold me, David Ritchie, Federalist, execrably sober, at the head of the column behind the leader. Was it 20 minutes or an hour that we paraded? This I know, that we sighted no street in the little town of Louisville. What was my bearing, whether proud or angry or carelessly indifferent? I know not. The glare of Joe Hardy's torch fell on my face. Joe Hardy's arm and that of another gentleman, the worst for liquor, were linked in mine, and they saw fit to applaud at every step my conversion to the cause of liberty. We passed, time and time again, the respectable dooryards of my Federalist friends, and I felt their eyes upon me with that look which the angels have for the fallen. Once, in front of Mr. Wharton's house, Mr. Handy burned my hair, apologized, staggered, and I took the torch. And I used it to good advantage in saving the drum from capture, for Mr. Temple, with all the will in the world, had begun to stagger. At length, after marching seemingly half the night, they halted by common consent before the house of a prominent Democrat who shall be nameless, and after some minutes of vain importuning, Nick, with a tattoo of the drum, marched boldly up to the gate and into the yard. A desperate cunning came to my aid. I flung away the torch, leaving the head of the column in darkness, broke from Mr. Handy's embrace, and, seizing Nick by the arm, led him onward through the premises, he drumming with great docility, followed by a few stragglers only, some of whom went down in contact with the trees of the orchard. We came to a gate at the back, which I knew well, which led directly into the little yard that fronted my own rooms behind Mr. Creed's store. Pulling Nick through the gate, I slammed it, and he was only beginning to protest when I had him safe within my door and the bolt slipped behind him. As I struck a light, something fell to the floor with a crash. An odor of alcohol filled the air, and as the candle caught the flame, I saw a shattered whiskey bottle at my feet and a room which had been given over to carousing. In spite of my feelings, I could not but laugh at the perfectly irresistible figure my cousin made as he stood before me with the drum slung in front of him. His hat was gone, his dust-covered clothes awry, but he smiled at me benignly and without a trace of surprise.
"So you've come back at last, Davy," he said. "You're very irregular. You lose lobbishness. You're worse than Andy Jackson. He's always fighting."
I relieved him unprotesting of the drum, thanking my stars there was so much as a stick left of it. He watched me with a silent and exaggerated interest as I laid it on the table. From a distance without came the shouts of the survivors making for the tavern.
"Fortunate you had the drum, Davy," he said gravely. "We'd have no possession."
"It's fortunate I have it now," I answered, looking ruefully at the battered rim where Nick had missed the skin in his ardor.
"Davy," said he, "funny thing, I didn't know you was a Jacobite. You hear," he added relevantly, "that Andy Jackson was married?"
"No," I answered, having no great interest in Mr. Jackson. "Where have you been seeing him again?"
"Nashville on Cumberland, Jackson's county solicitor. Devil of a man. I tell you, Davy," he continued, laying his uncertain hand on my shoulder and speaking with great earnestness, "I had Chickasaw horse, Jackson, Virginia thoroughbred, had a race, and Jackson wanted to shoot me, and I wanted to shoot Jackson, and then we all went to the Red Heifer."
"What the deuce is the Red Heifer?" I asked.
"Distillery over the spring, and they blow a horn when the liquor's runch. Then we had supper in Major Lewis's tavern. Major Lewis came in with roast pig on platter, you know roast pig, Davy. And Jackson pulls out a hunting knife and ways it very majestic. You know how majestic Jackson is when he wants to be."
He let go my shoulder, brushed back his hair in a fiery manner, and, seizing a knife which unhappily lay on the table, gave me a graphic illustration of Mr. Jackson about to carve the pig, I retreating and he coming on.
"When he stuck the pig, Davy,"
he poised the knife for an instant in the air, and then, before I could interpose, he brought it down deftly through the head of my precious drum. And such a frightful, agonized squeal filled the room that even I shivered involuntarily, and for an instant I had the vivid vision of a pig struggling in the hands of a butcher. I laughed in spite of myself, but Nick regarded me soberly.
"Funny thing, David," he said, "they all left the room."
For a moment he appeared to be ruminating on this singular phenomenon. Then he continued.
"And Jackson was back first, and he was damned impolite, and he shook his fist in my face."
Here Nick illustrated Mr. Jackson's gesture.
"And he said, 'Great God, sir, you have a fine talent, but if you ever do that again, I'll kill you.' That's what he said, Davy."
"How long have you been in Nashville, Nick?" I asked.
"A year,"
he said.
"Looking after property I won Rattle and Snap, you remember."
"And why didn't you let me know you were in Nashville?" I asked, though I realized the futility of the question.
"Thought you was mad at me," he answered. "But you ain't, Davy. You've been very good-natured and let me have your drum." He straightened. "I'm very much obliged."
"And where were you before you went to Nashville?" I said.
"Charleston, Annapolis, Philadelphia, everywhere," he answered. "Now," said he, "I'm going to bed."
I applauded this determination, but doubted whether he meant to carry it out. However, I conducted him to the back room, where he set himself down on the edge of my four-poster, and, after conversing a little longer on the subject of Mr. Jackson, who seemed to have gotten upon his brain, he toppled over and instantly fell asleep with his clothes on. For a while I stood over him, the old affection welling up so strongly within me that my eyes were dimmed as I looked upon his face. Spare and handsome it was, and boyish still, the weaker lines emphasized in its relaxation. Would that relentless spirit with which he had been born make him, too, a wanderer forever? And was it not the strangest of fates which had impelled him to join this madcap expedition of this other man I loved, George Rogers Clark? I went out, closed the door, and lighting another candle, took from my portfolio a packet of letters. Two of them I had not read, having found them only on my return from Philadelphia that morning. They were all signed simply Sarah Temple. They were dated at a certain number in the Rue Bourbon, New Orleans, and each was a tragedy that which it had left unsaid. There was no suspicion of heroics, there was no railing of fate. The letters breathed but the one hope, that her son might come again to that happiness of which she had robbed him. There were in all but 12, and they were brief, for some affliction had nearly deprived the lady of the use of her right hand. I read them twice over, and then, despite the lateness of the hour, I sat staring at the candles, reflecting upon my own helplessness. I was startled from this reverie by a knock. Rising hastily, I closed the door of my bedroom, thinking I had to do with some drunken reveller who might be nosy. The knock was repeated. I slipped back the bolt and peered out into the night. "I saw that light," said a voice which I recognized. "I think I come in to say good night." I opened the door, and he walked in. "You are one night owl, Monsieur Ritchie," he said. "And you seem to prefer the small hours for your visits, Monsieur de St. Gré." I could not refrain from replying. He swept the room with a glance, and I thought a shade of disappointment passed over his face. I wondered whether he was looking for Nick. He sat himself down in my chair, stretched out his legs, and regarded me with something less than his usual complacency. "I have much like for you, Monsieur Ritchie," he began, and waved aside my bow of acknowledgment. "Before I go away from Louisville, I want to speak with you. This is a reason why I am here. You listen to what that Dupuy he say. That is not truth. My family knows you. I like to have you hear the truth." He paused, and while I wondered what revelations he was about to make, I could not repress my impatience at the preamble. "You are my friend, you have proved it," he continued. "You remember last time we meet?" I smiled involuntarily. "You was in bed, but you not need be shame for me. 2 days after I went to France, I am not in New Orleans since." "2 days after you saw me," I repeated. "Yes, I run away. That was the month of August 1789, and we have not then heard in New Orleans that the Bastille is attacked. I land at Le Havre. It is the end of September. We go to the Château de St. Gré, great iron gates, long avenue of poplar, big house all round the court, and Monsieur le Marquis is at Versailles. I borrow 3 louis from the concierge, and I go to Versailles, to the hotel of Monsieur le Marquis. There's all that trouble what you read about going on, and Monsieur le Marquis, he is not so glad to see me for that reason. 'Mon cher Auguste,' he cried, 'you want to be officer in gardes des corps? You are not afraid?' Auguste stiffened. 'I am a St. Gré, Monsieur le Marquis. I am afraid of nothings,' I answered. 'He take me to the King. I am made lieutenant. The mob come, and the King and Queen are carried off to Paris. The King is prisoner. Monsieur le Marquis goes back to the Château de St. Gré. France is a republic. Monsieur, que voulez-vous?' The Sieur de St. Gré shrugged his shoulders. 'I, too, become Republican. I become officer in the National Guard. One must move with the time. Is it not so, Monsieur? I demand of you if you ever expect to see a St. Gré a Republican.' I expressed my astonishment. 'I give up my right, my principle, my family. I come to America. I go to New Orleans, where I have influence, and I stir up revolution for France, for liberty. Is it not noble cause?' I had it on the tip of my tongue to ask Monsieur Auguste why he left France, but the uselessness of it was apparent. 'You see, Monsieur, I am justified before you, before my friends. That is all I care.' And he gave another shrug in defiance of the world at large. 'What I have done for principle. If I remained Royalist, I might have married my cousin, Mademoiselle de St. Gré. Ha, Monsieur,
you remember, the miniature you were so kind as to borrow me 400 livres." "I remember," I said. "It is because I have much confidence in you, Monsieur," he said. "It is because I go pâté to danger, to death, that I come here and ask you to do me a favor." "You honor me too much, Monsieur," I answered, though I could scarce refrain from smiling. "It is because of your character," Monsieur Auguste was good enough to say. "You are to be repose in. You are to be rely on. Sometime I think you very old man. And this is why, and since you like objects of art, that I bring this and ask you to keep it while I am in danger." I was mystified. He thrust his hand into his coat and drew forth an oval object wrapped in dirty paper, and then disclosed to my astonished eyes the miniature of Mademoiselle de St. Gré. The miniature, I say, for the gold back and setting were lacking. Auguste had retained only the ivory. Whether from sentiment or necessity, I will not venture. The sight of it gave me a strange sensation, and I can scarcely write of the anger and disgust which surged over me, of the longing to snatch it from his trembling fingers. Suddenly I forgot Auguste and the lady herself. There was something emblematical in the misfortune which had bereft the picture on its setting. Even so, the Revolution had taken from her a brilliant life, a king and queen, home and friends. Yet the spirit remained unquenchable, set above its mean surroundings, ay, and untouched by them. I was filled with a painful curiosity to know what had become of her, which I repressed. Auguste's voice aroused me. "Ah, Monsieur, is it not a face to love, to adore?" "It is a face to obey," I answered with some heat, and with more truth than I knew. "Mon Dieu, Monsieur, it is so. It is that make me love, you know not how. You know not what love is, Monsieur Ritchie. You never love like me. You have not some reason, Monsieur," he continued, leaning forward and putting his hand on my knee. "I think she love me. I am not sure. I should not be surprised. But Monsieur le Marquis, her father, he treat me very bad. Monsieur le Marquis is guillotined now. I must not speak evil of him, but he marry her to one old garçon, le Vicomte d'Ivry-le-Tour." "So Mademoiselle is married," I said after a pause. "Oui, she is Madame la Vicomtesse now. I fall at her feet just the same. I hear her once at Belle Ole, the château of Monsieur le Prince de Ligne in Flanders. After that they go I know not where. They are exile, lost to me." He sighed and held out the miniature to me. "Monsieur, I ask you favor. Will you be as kind and keep it for me again?" I have wondered many times since why I did not refuse. Suffice it to say that I took it, and Auguste's face lighted up. "I am 1,000 times grateful," he cried, and added, as though with an afterthought, "Monsieur, would you be so kind as to borrow me $5?" End of chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 of A Sudden Resolution. It was nearly morning when I fell asleep in my chair from sheer exhaustion, for the day before had been a hard one even for me. I awoke with a start and sat for some minutes trying to collect my scattered senses. The sun streamed in at my open door, the birds hopped on the lawn, and the various sounds of the bustling life of the little town came to me from beyond. Suddenly, with the glimmering of the mad events of the night, I stood up, walked uncertainly into the back room, and stared at the bed. It was empty. I went back into the outer room. My eye wandered from the scattered whiskey bottle, which was still on the floor, to the table littered with Mrs. Temple's letters. And there in the midst of them lay a note addressed with my name in a big, unformed hand. I opened it mechanically. "Dear Davy," so it ran, "I have gone away. I cannot tell you where. Some day I will come back, and you will forgive me. God bless you. Nick. He had gone away to New Orleans. I had long ceased trying to account for Nick's actions, but the more I reflected, the more incredible it seemed to me that he should have gone there, of all places. And yet I had had it from Clark's own lips, indiscreet enough now, that Nick and St. Gré were to prepare the way for an insurrection there. My thoughts ran on to other possibilities. Would he see his mother? But he had no reason to know that Mrs. Temple was still in New Orleans. Then my glance fell on her letters lying open on the table. Had he read them? I put this down as improbable, for he was a man who held strictly to a point of honor. And then there was Antoinette de St. Gré. I ceased to conjecture here, dashed some water in my eyes, pulled myself together, and, seizing my hat, hurried out into the street. I made a sufficiently indecorous figure as I ran towards the waterside, barely nodding to my acquaintances on the way. It was a fresh morning, a river breeze stirred the waters of the Bare Grass, and as I stood scanning the line of boats there, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to confront a little man with grizzled chestnut eyebrows. He was none other than the Citizen Gignoux. "You take the air, Monsieur Ritchie," said he. "You look for some one, yes? You get up too late to see him off." I made a swift resolve never to quibble with this man. "So Mr. Temple has gone to New Orleans with the Sieur de St. Gré?" I said. Citizen Gignoux laid a fat finger on one side of his great nose. The nose was red and shiny, I remember, and glistened in the sunlight. "Ah," said he, "'tis no use trying to hide from you. However, Monsieur Ritchie, you're the very soul of honor, and then your friend. I know you not betray the Sieur de St. Gré. He very fond of you." "Betray!" I exclaimed. "There's no question of betrayal. As far as I can see, your plans are carried on openly, with a fine contempt for the Federal government." He shrugged his shoulders. "'Tis not my doing," he said, "but I am, what you call it, a cipher. Secrecy is what I believe. But drink too much, talk too much. Is it not so, Monsieur? And if Monsieur le Baron de Carondelet, the governor, here they are in New Orleans, I think they go to Havana or Brazil." He smiled, but perhaps the expression of my face caused him to sober abruptly. "It is necessary for the cause. We must have good revolution in Louisiane." A suspicion of this man came over me, for a childlike simplicity characterized the other ringleaders in this expedition. Clark had had acumen once and lost it. St. Gré was a fool. Nick Temple was leading purposely a reckless life. The citizens Sullivan and Dupuy had, to say the least, a limited knowledge of affairs. All of these were responding more or less sincerely to the cry of the people of Kentucky, every day more passionate, that something be done about Louisiana. But Gignoux seemed of a different feather. Moreover, he had been too shrewd to deny what Colonel Clark would have denied in a soberer moment, that St. Gré and Nick had gone to New Orleans. "You not speak, Monsieur. You not think they have success. You are not Federalist, no? For I hear you march last night with your friend. I hear you wave torch." "You make it your business to hear a great deal, Monsieur Gignoux," I retorted, my temper slipping a little. He hastened to apologize. "Mille pardons, Monsieur," he said. "I see you are Federalist, but drunk. Is it not so? Monsieur, you think this very silly thing, this expedition." "Whatever I think, Monsieur," I answered, "I am a friend of General Clark's." "An enemy of the cause?" he put in. "Monsieur," I said, "if President Washington and General Wade do not think it worth while to interfere with your plans, neither do I." I left him abruptly and went back to my long-delayed affairs with a heavy heart. The more I thought, the more criminally foolish Nick's journey seemed to me. However puerile the undertaking, De Lemos at Natchez and Carondelet at New Orleans had not the reputation of sleeping at their posts, and their hatred for Americans was well known. I sought General Clark, but he had gone to Knob Licks, and in my anxiety I lay awake at night, tossing in my bed. One evening, perhaps 4 days after Nick's departure, I went into the common room of the tavern, and there I was surprised to see an old friend. His square, saffron face was just the same. His little jet eyes snapped as brightly as ever. His hair, which was swept high above his forehead and tied in an eel skin behind, was as black as when I had seen it at Kaskaskia. I had met Monsieur Vigo many times since, for he was a familiar figure amongst the towns of the Ohio and the Mississippi, and from Vincennes to Anse à la Grace, and even to New Orleans. His reputation as a financier was greater than ever. He was talking to my friend, Mr. Marshall, but he rose when he saw me with a beaming smile. "Ah, it is Davy," he cried, "but not the same little drummer boy who would not come into my store. Rich lawyer now. I hear you make much money now, Davy." "Congress money," I said. Monsieur Vigo threw out his hands and laughed exactly as he had done in his log store at Kaskaskia. "Congress has never repay me 1 sou," said Monsieur Vigo, making a face. "I have try, I have talk, I have represent. It is no good. Davy, it is your fault. You tell me take the money. You call that finance?" "David," said Mr. Marshall sharply, "what the devil is this I hear of your carrying a torch in a Jacobin procession?" "You may put it down to liquor, Mr. Marshall," I answered. "Then you must have had a cask, egad," said Mr. Marshall, "for I never saw you drunk." I laughed. "I shall not attempt to explain it, sir," I answered. "You must not allow your drum to drag you into bad company again," said he, and resumed his conversation. As I suspected, it was a vigorous condemnation of General Clark and his new expedition. I expressed my belief that the government did not regard it seriously, and would forbid the enterprise at the proper time. "You are right, sir," said Mr. Marshall, bringing down his fist on the table. "I have private advices from Philadelphia that the President's consideration for Governor Shelby is worn out, and that he will issue a proclamation within the next few days warning all citizens at their peril from any connection with the pirates." I laughed. "As a matter of fact, Mr. Marshall," said I, "Citizen Genêt has been liberal with nothing except commissions, and they have neither money nor men." "The rascals have all left town," said Mr. Marshall. "Citizen Quartermaster Dupuy, their local financier, has gone back to his store at Knob Licks. The Sieur de St. Gré and Mr. Temple, as doubtless you know, have gone to New Orleans. And the most mysterious and therefore the most dangerous of the lot, Citizen Gignoux, has vanished like an evil spirit. It is commonly supposed that he, too, has gone down the river. You may see him, Vigo," said Mr. Marshall, turning to the trader. "He's a little man with a big nose and grizzled chestnut eyebrows." "I know little about him," said Monsieur Vigo. "He was on my boat 2 days ago asking me questions." "The devil he was," said Mr. Marshall. I had another disquieting night, and by the morning I had made up my mind. The sun was glinting on the placid waters of the river when I made my way down to the bank, to a great 10-oared keel boat that lay on the Bear Grass, with its square sail furled. An awning was stretched over the deck, and at a walnut table covered with papers sat Monsieur Vigo, smoking his morning pipe. "Davy," said he, "you have come en a bout. At 10 I depart for New Orleans." He sighed. "It is a long voyage," he added, "and so lonely one. Sometime I have good fortune to pick up companion, but not to day." "Do you want me to go with you?" I said. He looked at me incredulously. "I should be delighted," he said, "but you make a jest." "I was never more serious in my life," I answered, "for I have business in New Orleans. I shall be ready." "Ha!" cried Monsieur Vigo, hospitably, "I shall be enchanté. We will talk philosophy, Beaumarchais, Voltaire, Rousseau." For Monsieur Vigo was a great reader, and we had often indulged in conversation which, we flattered ourselves, had a literary turn. I spent the remaining hours arranging for a young lawyer of my acquaintance to look after my business, and at 10 o'clock I was aboard the keel boat with my small baggage. At 11, Monsieur Vigo and I were talking philosophy over a wonderful breakfast under the awning, as we dropped down between the forest-lined shores of the Ohio. My host travelled in luxury, and we ate the Creole dishes which his cook prepared with silver forks which he kept in a great chest in the cabin. You who read this may feel something of my impatience to get to New Orleans, and hence I shall not give a long account of the journey. What a contrast it was to that which Nick and I had taken 5 years before in Monsieur Gratiot's fur boat. Like all successful Creole traders, Monsieur Vigo had a wonderful knack of getting on with the Indians, and often when we tied up of a night, the chief men of a tribe would come down to greet him. We slipped southward on the great yellow river which parted the wilderness, with its great sucks and eddies and green islands, every one of which Monsieur knew, and I saw again the flocks of waterfowl and herons in procession, and hawks and vultures wheeling in their search. Sometimes a favorable wind sprang up, and we hoisted the sail. We passed the Walnut Hills, the Nogales. The moans of the alligators broke our sleep by night, and at length we came to Natchez, ruled over now by that watchdog of the Spanish king, Giasso de Lemos. Thanks to Monsieur Vigo, his manners were charming and his hospitality gracious, and there was no trouble whatever about my passport. Our progress was slow when we came at last to the belvedered plantation houses down amongst the orange groves. And as we sat on the wide galleries in the summer nights, we heard all the latest gossip of the capital of Louisiana. The river was low. There was an ominous quality in the heat which had its effect indeed upon me, and made the old Creoles shake their heads and mutter a word with a terrible meaning. New Orleans was a cesspool, said the enlightened. The Baron de Carondelet, indefatigable man, aimed at digging a canal to relieve the city of its filth, but this would be the year when it was most needed, and it was not dug. Yes, Monsieur le Baron was energy itself. That other fever, the political one, he had scotched. Caara and La Marseillaise had been sung in the theatres, but not often, for the Baron had sent the alcaldes to shut them up. Certain gentlemen of French ancestry had gone to languish in the Morro at Havana. Yes, Monsieur de Carondelet, though fat, was on horseback before dawn. New Orleans was fortified as it had never been before. The militia organized. Real cannon were on the ramparts, which could shoot at a pinch. Sub rosa, I found much sympathy among the planners with the rights of man. What had become, they asked, of the expedition of Citizen General Clark preparing in the north? They may have sighed secretly when I painted it in its true colors, but they loved peace, these planters. Strangely enough, the name of Auguste de St. Gré never crossed their lips, and I got no trace of him or Nick at any of these places. Was it possible that they might not have come to New Orleans after all? Through the days when the sun beat upon the awning with a tropical fierceness, when Monsieur Vigo abandoned himself to his siestas, I thought. It was perhaps characteristic of me that I waited nearly 3 weeks to confide in my old friend the purpose of my journey to New Orleans. It was not because I could not trust him that I held my tongue, but because I sought some way of separating the more intimate story of Nick's mother and his affair with Antoinette de St. Gré from the rest of the story. But Monsieur Vigo was a man of importance in Louisiana, and I reflected that a time might come when I should need his help. One evening, when we were tied up under the oaks of a bayou, I told him. There emanated from Monsieur Vigo a sympathy which few men possess. And this I felt strongly as he listened, breaking his silence only at long intervals to ask a question. It was a still night, I remember, of great beauty, with a wisp of a moon hanging over the forest line, the air heavy with odors and vibrant with 1,000 insect tones. "And what do you do, Davy?" he said at length. "I must find my cousin and St. Gré before they have a chance to get into much mischief," I answered. "If they have already made a noise, I thought of going to the Baron de Carondelet and telling him what I know of the expedition. He will understand what Sangré is, and I will explain that Mr. Temple's reckless love of adventure is at the bottom of his share in the matter. "Bon, Davy," said my host, "if you go, I go with you. But I believe the Baron think Monroe good place for them just the same. The Baron has not made miserable with Jacobins. But I go with you if you go." He discoursed for some time upon the quality of the Sangrés, their public services, and before he went to sleep he made the very just remark that there was a flaw in every string of beads. As for me, I went down into the cabin, surreptitiously lighted a candle, and drew from my pocket my piece of ivory which had so strangely come into my possession once more. The face upon it had haunted me since I first beheld it. The miniature was wrapped now in a silk handkerchief which Polly Ann had bought for me in Lexington. Shall I confess it? I had carefully rubbed off the discolorations on the ivory at the back, and the picture lacked now only the gold setting. As for the face, I had a kind of consolation from it. I seemed to draw of its strength when I was tired, of its courage when I faltered. And during those 4 days of indecision in Louisville, it seemed to say to me in words that I could not evade or forget, "Go to New Orleans." It was a sentiment, foolish, if you please, which I could not resist. Nay, which I did not try to resist, for I had little enough of it in my life. What did it matter? I should never see Madame la Vicomtesse d'Ivry-le-Tour. She was Hélène to me, and the artist had caught the strength of her soul in her clear-cut face, in the eyes that flashed with wit and courage, eyes that seemed to look with scorn upon what was mean in the world and untrue, with pity on the weak. Here was one who might have governed a province and still have been a woman, one who had taken into exile the best of safeguards against misfortune, humor, and an indomitable spirit. End of chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The House of the Honeycombed Tiles. As long as I live, I shall never forget that Sunday morning of my second arrival at New Orleans. A saffron heat haze hung over the river and the city, robbed alike from the yellow waters of the one and the pestilent moisture of the other. It would have been strange indeed if this capital of Louisiana, brought hither to a swamp from the sands of Biloxi many years ago by the energetic Bienville, were not visited from time to time by the scourge. Again I saw the green villas on the outskirts, the verdure-dotted expanse of roofs of the city behind the levee bank, the line of Kentucky boats, keel boats, and barges which brought our own resistless commerce hither in the teeth of royal mandates. Farther out, and tugging fretfully in the yellow current, were the aliens of the blue seas, high-hulled, their tracery of masts and spars shimmering in the heat. A full-rigged ocean packet from Spain, a bark and brigantine from the West Indies, a rakish slaver from Africa with her waterline dry, discharged but yesterday of a teeming horror of freight. I looked again upon the familiar rows of trees which shaded the gravelled promenades where Nick had first seen Antoinette. Then we were under it, for the river was low, and the dingy, uniformed officer was bowing over our passports beneath the awning. We walked ashore, Monsieur Vigo and I, and we joined a staring group of keel boatmen and rivermen under the willows. Below us the white shell walks of the Place d'Armes were thronged with gayly dressed people. Over their heads rose the fine new cathedral, built by the munificence of Don Andros Almonaster, and beside that the many-windowed, heavy-arched Cabildo, nearly finished, which will stand for all time a monument to Spanish builders. "It is Corpus Christi Day," said Monsieur Vigo. "Let us go and see the procession."
Here once more were the bright turbaned negresses, the gay Creole gowns and scarfs, the linen jacketed, broad hatted merchants, with those of soberer and more conventional dress, laughing and chatting, the children playing despite the heat. Many of these people greeted Monsieur Vigo. They were the saturnine, long-clothed Spaniards, too, and a greater number than I had believed of my own keen-faced countrymen lounging about, mildly amused by the scene. We crossed the square, and with the courtesy of their race the people made way for us in the press, and we were no sooner placed ere the procession came out of the church. Flaming soldiers of the Governor's guard, 2 by 2, sober, sandaled friars in brown, priests in their robes. Another batch of color, crosses shimmering, tapers emerging from the cool darkness within a pail by the light of day. Then down on their knees to Him who sits high above the yellow haze fell the thousands in the Place d'Armes. For here was the host itself, flower-decked in white and crimson, its gold-tasseled canopy upheld by 4 tonsured priests, a sheen of purple under it, the Bishop of Louisiana in his robes. "The Governor," whispered Monsieur Vigo, and the word was passed from mouth to mouth as the people rose from their knees. François Louis Hector, Baron de Carondelet, resplendent in his uniform of colonel in the Royal Army of Spain, his orders glittering on his breast, pillar of royalty and enemy to the rights of man. His eye was stern, his carriage erect, but I seemed to read in his careworn face the trials of 3 years in this moist capital. After the Governor, one by one, the waiting associations fell in line, each with its own distinguishing sash. So the procession moved off into the narrow streets of the city. The people in the Place dispersed to new vantage points, and Monsieur Vigo signed me to follow him. "I have a friend, La Vue Gravois, who lives ver' quiet. She have one room, and I ask her take you in, Davy." He led the way through the empty Rue Chartres, turned to the right at the Rue Bienville, and stopped before an unpretentious house some 3 doors from the corner. Madame Gravois, elderly, wizened, primp in a starched cotton gown, opened the door herself, fell upon Monsieur Vigo in the Creole fashion, and within a quarter of an hour I was installed in her best room, which gave out on a little court behind. Monsieur Vigo promised to send his servant with my baggage, told me his address, bade me call on him for what I wanted, and took his leave. First there was Madame Gravois's story to listen to, and she bustled about giving orders to a kinky-haired negro girl concerning my dinner. Then came the dinner, excellent, if I could have eaten it. The virtues of the former Monsieur Gravois were legion. He had come to Louisiana from Toulon, planted indigo, fought a duel, and Madame was a widow. So I condensed 2 hours into 2 lines. Happily, Madame was not proof against the habits of the climate, and she retired for her siesta. I sought my room, almost suffocated by a heat which defies my pen to describe, a heat reeking with moisture sucked from the foul kennels of the city. I had felt nothing like it in my former visit to New Orleans. It seemed to bear down upon my brain, to clog the power of thought, to make me vacillating. Hitherto my reasoning had led me to seek Monsieur de St. Gré, to count upon that gentleman's common sense and his former friendship. But now that the time had come for it, I shrank from such a meeting. I remembered his passionate affection for Antoinette. I imagined that he would not listen calmly to one who was in some sort connected with her unhappiness. So a kind of cowardice drove me first to Mrs. Temple. She might know much that would save me useless trouble and blundering. The shadows of treetop, thatch, and wall were lengthening as I walked along the Rue Bourbon. Heedless of what the morrow might bring forth, the street was given over to festivity. Merry groups were gathered on the corners, songs and laughter mingled in the courtyards, billiard balls clicked in the cabarets. A fat, jolly little Frenchman, surrounded by tripping children, sat in his doorway on the edge of the banquet, fiddling with all his might, pausing only to wipe the beads of perspiration from his face. Madame Cleve. Mais oui, monsieur. La petite moisson efface. Smiling benignly at the children, he began to fiddle once more. The little house opposite. Mrs. Temple, mistress of Temple Bow, had come to this. It was a strange little home indeed, Spanish, one-story, its dormers hidden by a honeycombed screen of terracotta tiles. This screen was set on the extreme edge of the roof, which overhung the banquette and shaded the yellow adobe wall of the house. Low, unpretentious, the latticed shutters of its two windows giving it but a scant air of privacy. Indeed, they were scarred by the raps of careless passers-by on the sidewalk. The two little battened doors, one step up, were closed. I rapped, waited, and rapped again. The musician across the street stopped his fiddling, glanced at me, smiled knowingly at the children, and they paused in their dance to stare. Then one of the doors was pushed open a scant 4 inches. A secret Madras handkerchief appeared in the crack above a yellow face. There was a long moment of silence, during which I felt the scrutiny of a pair of sharp black eyes. "What yo' want, Marse?" The woman's voice astonished me, for she spoke the dialect of the American tidewater. "I should like to see Mrs. Clive," I answered. The door closed a shade. "Mistis sick, she ain't see nobody," said the woman. She closed the door a little more, and I felt tempted to put my foot in the crack. "Tell her that Mr. David Ritchie is here," I said. There was an instant's silence, then an exclamation. "Land sake, is you Marse Dave?" She opened the door, furtively, I thought, just wide enough for me to pass through. I found myself in a low-ceilinged, darkened room, opposite a trim negress who stood with her arms akimbo and stared at me. "Marse Dave, you don't recollect me? I's Lindy. I's Breed's daughter. I recollect you when you was at Temple Bow, Marse Dave. How you's done growed. Yes, sir, when I heerd from Miss Sally, I done come here to take care of her." "How is your mistress?" I asked. "She po'ly, Marse Dave," said Lindy, and paused for adequate words. I took note of this darky who, faithful to a family, had come hither to share her mistress's exile and obscurity. Lindy was a spare, energetic, forceful, and, I imagined, a discreet guardian indeed for the unfortunate. "She po'ly, Marse Dave, and she ain't neber leave dis yer house, Marse Dave," said Lindy earnestly, lowering her voice and taking a step closer to me. "I done reckon de mistis gwine to die of loneliness. She just sit dar and brood, and she used to be the best company to the quality. No, sirree, Marse Dave. She ain't neber say so, but she think 'bout young Massa night and day, Marse Dave." "Yes," I said. "Marse Dave, she have a little pink frock that Marsa Nick had when he was a baby. I done caught Master looking at it, and she hid it when she see me and blush like 'twas a sin. Marse Dave?" "Yes," I said again. "Where am the young Massa?" "I don't know, Lindy," I answered. Lindy sighed. "She done talk 'bout you, Marse Dave, and how good you is." "And Mrs. Temple sees no one?" I asked. "Dar's one lady come here eber week, a French lady, but she speak English just like the masters." "That's my fault," said Lindy, showing a line of white teeth. "Your fault?" I exclaimed. "Yes, sir. When I comed here from Carolina, de mister done told me not to let her soul in here.
One day, about 3 months ago, this here lady come and she does wheedled me to let her in. She was de quality, Marse Dave, and I just was afeared not to. I declared I had to. Hush, said Lindy, putting her fingers to her lips. There's the mistis. The door into the back room opened, and Mrs. Temple stood on the threshold, staring with uncertain eyes into the semi-darkness. "Lindy," she said, "what have you done?" "Miss Sally," Lindy began, and looked at me. But I could not speak for looking at the lady in the doorway. "Who is it?" she said again, and her hand sought the doorpost tremblingly. "Who is it?" Then I went to her. At my first step she gave a little cry and swayed, and had I not taken her in my arms, I believe she would have fallen. "David," she said, "David, is it you? I cannot see very well. Why did you not speak?" She looked at Lindy and smiled. "It is because I am an old woman, Lindy." And she lifted her hand to her forehead. "See, my hair is white. I shock you, David." Leaning on my shoulder, she led me through a little bedroom in the rear into a tiny garden court beyond, a court teeming with lavish colors and redolent with the scent of flowers. A white shell walk divided the garden and ended at the door of a low outbuilding, from the chimney of which blue smoke curled upward in the evening air. Mrs. Temple drew me almost fiercely towards a bench against the adobe wall. "Where is he?" she said. "Where is he, David?" The suddenness of the question staggered me. I hesitated. "I do not know," I answered. I could not look into her face and say it. The years of torment and suffering were written there, in characters not to be mistaken. Sarah Temple, the beauty, was dead indeed. The hope which threatened to light again the dead fires in the woman's eyes frightened me. "Ah," she said sharply, "you are deceiving me. It is not like you, David. You are deceiving me. Tell me, for the love of God who has brought me to bear chastisement." And she gripped my arm with a strength I had not thought in her. "Listen," I said, trying to calm myself as well as her. "Listen, Mrs. Temple." I could not bring myself to call her otherwise. "You are keeping him away from me," she cried. "Why are you keeping him away? Have I not suffered enough? David, I cannot live long. I do not dare to die until he has forgiven me." I forced her, gently as I might, to sit on the bench, and I seated myself beside her. "Listen," I said, with a sternness that hid my feelings, and perforce her expression changed again to a sad yearning. "You must hear me, and you must trust me, for I have never pretended. You shall see him if it is in my power." She looked at me so piteously that I was near to being unmanned. "I will trust you," she whispered. "I have seen him," I said. She started violently, but I laid my hand on hers, and by some self-mastery that was still in her, she was silent. "I saw him in Louisville a month ago, when I returned from a year's visit to Philadelphia." I could not equivocate with this woman. I could no more lie to her sorrow than to the judgment. Why had I not foreseen her question? "And he hates me?" She spoke with a calmness now that frightened me more than her agitation had done. "I do not know," I answered. "When I would have spoken to him, he was gone." "He was drunk," she said. I stared at her in frightened wonderment. "He was drunk. It is better than if he had cursed me. He did not mention me or any one?" "He did not," I answered. She turned her face away. "Go on, I will listen to you," she said, and sat immovable through the whole of my story, though her hand trembled in mine. And while I live I hope never to have such a thing to go through with again. Truth held me to the full ludicrous tragedy of the tale, to the cheap character of my old Colonel's undertaking, to the incident of the drum, to the conversation in my room. Likewise truth forbade me to rekindle her hope. I did not tell her that Nick had come with St. Gré to New Orleans, for of this my own knowledge was as yet not positive. For a long time after I had finished she was silent. "And you think the expedition will not get here?" she asked finally in a dead voice. "I am positive of it," I answered, "and for the sake of those who are engaged in it, it is mercifully best that it should not." "The day may come," I added, for the sake of leading her away, "when Kentucky will be strong enough to overrun Louisiana, but not now." She turned to me with a trace of her former fierceness. "Why are you in New Orleans?" she demanded. A sudden resolution came to me then. "To bring you back with me to Kentucky," I answered. She shook her head sadly, but I continued. "I have more to say. I am convinced that neither Nick nor you will be happy until you are mother and son again. You have both been wanderers long enough." Once more she turned away and fell into a reverie. Over the housetop, from across the street, came the gay music of the fiddler. Mrs. Temple laid her hand gently on my shoulder. "My dear," she said, smiling, "I could not live for the journey." "You must live for it," I answered. "You have the will. You must live for it, for his sake." She shook her head and smiled at me with a courage which was the crown of her sufferings. "You are talking nonsense, David," she said. "It is not like you. Come," she said, rising with something of her old manner, "I must show you what I've been doing all these years. You must admire my garden." I followed her, marvelling, along the shell path, and there came unbidden to my mind the garden at Temple Bow, where she had once been wont to sit, tormenting Mr. Mason or bending to the tale of Harry Riddle's love. Little she cared for flowers in those days, and now they had become her life. With such thoughts in my mind, I listened unheeding to her talk. The place was formerly occupied by a shiftless fellow, a tailor, and the court, now a paradise, had been a rubbish heap. That orange tree which shaded the uneven doorway of the kitchen she had found here. Figs, pomegranates, magnolias, and camellias, dazzling in their purity, the blood-red oleanders, the pink roses that hid the crumbling adobe and climbed even to the sloping tiles, all these had been set out and cared for with her own hands. I and the fragrant bed of yellow jasmine over which she lingered, Antoinette's favorite flower, Antoinette's flowers that she wore in her hair. In her letters Mrs. Temple had never mentioned Antoinette, and now she read the question, perchance purposely put there, in my eyes. Her voice faltered sadly. Scarce a week had she been in the house before Antoinette had found her. I sent the girl away, David. She came without Monsieur de St. Gré's knowledge, without his consent. It is natural that he thinks me, I will not say what. I sent Antoinette away. She clung to me, she would not go, and I had to be cruel. It is one of the things which makes the nights long, so long. My sins have made her life unhappy." "And you hear of her? Is she not married?" I asked. "No, she is not married," said Mrs. Temple, stooping over the jasmines. Then she straightened and faced me, her voice shaken with earnestness. "David, do you think that Nick still loves her?" Alas, I could not answer that. She bent over the jasmines again. "There were 5 years that I knew nothing," she continued. "I did not dare ask Mr. Clark, who comes to me on business, as you know. It was Mr. Clark who brought back Lindy on one of his trips to Charleston. And then one day in March of this year, Madame de Montméry came." "Madame de Montméry?" I repeated. "It is a strange story," said Mrs. Temple. "Lindy had never admitted any one save Mr. Clark. One day early in the spring, when I was trimming my roses by the wall there, a girl ran to me and said that a lady wished to see me. Why had she let her in? Lindy did not know she could not refuse her. Had the lady demanded admittance? Lindy thought that I would like to see her. David, it was a providential weakness or curiosity that prompted me to go into the front room, and then I saw why Lindy had opened the door to her. Who she is or what she is I do not know to this day. Who am I now that I should inquire? I know that she is a lady, that she has exquisite manners, that I feel now that I cannot live without her. She comes every week, sometimes twice. She brings me little delicacies, new seeds for my garden. But best of all, she brings me herself, and I am always counting the days until she comes again. Yes, and I always fear that she, too, will be taken away from me." I had not heard the sound of voices, but Mrs. Temple turned, startled, and looked towards the house. I followed her glance, and suddenly I knew that my heart was beating. End of chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Madame la Vicomtesse. Hesitating on the step, a lady stood in the vine-covered doorway, a study in black and white in a frame of pink roses. The sash at her waist, the lace mantilla that clung about her throat, the deftly coiled hair with its sheen of the night waters, these black, the simple gown, a tribute to the art of her countrywomen, in white. Mrs. Temple had gone forward to meet her, but I stood staring, marveling, forgetful in the path. They were talking, they were coming towards me, and I heard Mrs. Temple pronounce my name and hers. Madame de Montméry. I bowed. She curtsied. There was a baffling light in the lady's brown eyes when I dared to glance at them, and a smile playing around her mouth. Was there no word in the two languages to find its way to my lips? Mrs. Temple laid her hand on my arm. "David is not what one might call a lady's man, Madame," she said. The lady laughed. "Isn't he?" she said. "I'm sure you will frighten him with your wit," answered Mrs. Temple, smiling. "He's worth sparing." "He is worth frightening, then," said the lady in exquisite English, and she looked at me again. "You and David should like each other," said Mrs. Temple. "You are both capable persons, friends of the friendless, and towers of strength to the weak." The lady's face became serious, but still there was the expression I could not make out. In an instant she seemed to have scrutinized me with a precision from which there could be no appeal. "I seem to know Mr. Ritchie," she said, and added quickly, "Mrs. Clive has talked a great deal about you. She has made you out to be a very wonderful person." "My dear," said Mrs. Temple, "the wonderful people of this world are those who find time to comfort and help the unfortunate. That is why you and David are wonderful. No one knows better than I how easy it is to be selfish." "I have brought you an English novel," said Madame de Montméry, turning abruptly to Mrs. Temple. "But you must not read it at night. Lindy is not to let you have it until to morrow." "There," said Mrs. Temple, gayly to me, "Madame is not happy unless she is controlling some one, and I am a rebellious subject." "You have not been taking care of yourself," said Madame. She glanced at me and bit her lips as though guessing the emotion which my visit had caused. "Listen," she said, "the vesper bells. You must go into the house, and Mr. Ritchie and I must leave you." She took Mrs. Temple by the arm and led her, unresisting, along the path. I followed, a thousand thoughts and conjectures spinning in my brain. They reached the bench under the little tree beside the door, and stood talking for a moment of the routine of Mrs. Temple's life. Madame, it seemed, had prescribed a regimen, and meant to have it followed. Suddenly I saw Mrs. Temple take the lady's arm and sink down upon the bench. Then we were both beside her, bending over her, she sitting upright and smiling at us. "It is nothing," she said. "I am so easily tired." Her lips were ashen and her breath came quickly. Madame acted with that instant promptness which I expected of her. "We must carry her in, Mr. Ritchie," she said quietly. "No, it is only momentary, David," said Mrs. Temple. I remember how pitifully frail and light she was as I picked her up and followed Madame through the doorway into the little bedroom. I laid Mrs. Temple on the bed. "Send Lindy here," said Madame. Lindy was in the front room with the negress whom Madame had brought with her. They were not talking. I supposed then this was because Lindy did not speak French. I did not know that Madame de Montmoret's maid was a mute. Both of them went into the bedroom, and I was left alone. The door and windows were closed, and a green myrtleberry candle was burning on the table. I looked about me with astonishment. But for the low ceiling and the wide cypress puncheons of the floor, the room might have been a boudoir in a manor house. On the slender-legged, polished mahogany table lay books in tasteful bindings. A diamond-paned bookcase stood in the corner. A fauteuil and various other chairs which might have come from the hands of an Adam were ranged about. Tall silver candlesticks graced each end of the little mantel shelf, and between them were two low-stuffed vases having the Temple coat of arms. It might have been half an hour that I waited, now pacing the floor, now throwing myself into the armchair by the fireplace. Anxiety for Mrs. Temple, problems that lost themselves in a dozen conjectures, all idle, these agitated me almost beyond my power of self-control. Once I felt for the miniature, took it out, and put it back without looking at it. At last I was startled to my feet by the opening of the door, and Madame de Montmoret came in. She closed the door softly behind her with the deft quickness and decision of movement which a sixth sense had told me she possessed, crossed the room swiftly, and stood confronting me. "She's easy again now," she said simply. "It's one of her attacks. I wish you might have seen me before you told her what you had to say to her. I wish indeed I had known you were here." She ignored this, whether intentionally, I know not. "It is her heart, poor lady. I am afraid she cannot live long." She seated herself in one of the straight chairs. "Sit down, Mr. Ritchie," she said. "I'm glad you waited. I wanted to talk with you." "I thought that you might, Madame la Vicomtesse," I answered. She made no gesture either of surprise or displeasure. "So you knew," she said quietly. "I knew you the moment you appeared in the doorway," I replied. It was not just what I meant to say. There flashed over her face that expression of the miniature, the mouth repressing the laughter in the brown eyes. "Montméry is one of my husband's places," she said. "When Antoinette asked me to come here and watch over Mrs. Temple, I chose the name." "And Mrs. Temple has never suspected you?" "I think not. She thinks I came at Mr. Clark's request, and, being a lady, she does not ask questions. She accepts me for what I appear to be." It seemed so strange to me to be talking here in New Orleans in this little Spanish house with a French Vicomtesse brought up near the court of the unfortunate Marie Antoinette, nay, with Hélène de Saint Gré, whose portrait had twice come into my life by a kind of strange fatality and was at that moment in my pocket, that I could scarce maintain my self-possession in her presence. I had given the portrait, too, attributes and a character, and I found myself watching the lady with a breathless interest, lest she should fail in any of these. In the intimacy of the little room I felt as if I had known her always, and again that she was as distant from me in my life as the court from which she had come. I found myself glancing continually at her face, on which the candlelight shone. The Vicomtesse might have been 24. Save for the soberer gown she wore, she seemed scarce older than the young girl in the miniature, who had the presence of a woman of the world. Suddenly I discovered with a flush that she was looking at me intently, without embarrassment, but with an expression that seemed to hint of humor in the situation. To my astonishment, she laughed a little. "You are a very odd person, Mr. Ritchie," she said. "I've heard so much of you from Mrs. Temple, from Antoinette, that I know something of your strange life. After all," she added with a trace of sadness, "it has been no stranger than my own. First I will answer your questions, and then I shall ask some." "But I've asked no questions, Madame la Vicomtesse," I said. "And you are a very simple person, Mr. Ritchie," continued Madame la Vicomtesse, smiling. "It is what I have been led to suppose, a serious person. As the friend of Mr. Nicholas Temple, as the relation and, may I say, benefactor of this poor lady here, it is fitting that you should know certain things. I will not weary you with the reasons and events which led to my coming from Europe to New Orleans, except to say that I, like all of my class who have escaped the horrors of the Revolution, am a wanderer, and grateful to Monsieur de St. Gré for the shelter he gives me. His letter reached me in England, and I arrived 3 months ago." She hesitated. Nay, I should rather say paused, for there was little hesitation in what she did. She paused as though weighing what she was to say next. "When I came to Les Îles, I saw there was a sorrow weighing upon the family, and it took no great astuteness on my part, Mr. Ritchie, to discover that Antoinette was the cause of it. One has only to see Antoinette to love her. I wondered why she had not married, and yet I saw that there had been an affair. It seemed very strange to me, Mr. Ritchie, for with us, you understand, marriages are arranged. Antoinette really has beauty. She is the daughter of a man of importance in the colony. Her strength of character saves her from being listless. I found a girl with originality of expression, with a sense of the fitness of things, devoted to charitable works, who had not taken the veil. That was on her father's account. As you know, they are inseparable. Monsieur Philippe de St. Gré is a remarkable man, with certain vigorous ideas not in accordance with the customs of his neighbors. It was he who first confided in me that he would not force Antoinette to marry. It was she, at length, who told me the story of Nicholas Temple and his mother." She paused again, and reading between the lines, I perceived that Madame la Vicomtesse had become essential to the household at Les Îles. Philippe de St. Gré was not a man to misplace a confidence. "It was then that I first heard of you, Mr. Ritchie, and of the part which you played in that affair. It was then I had my first real insight into Antoinette's character. Her affection for Mrs. Temple astonished me, bewildered me. The woman had deceived her and her family, and yet Antoinette gave up her lover because he would not take his mother back. Had Mrs. Temple been willing to return to Les Îles after you had providentially taken her away, they would have received her. Philippe de St. Gré is not a man to listen to criticism. As it was, Antoinette did not rest until she found where Mrs. Temple had hidden herself, and then she came here to her. It is not for us to judge any of them. In sending Antoinette away, the poor lady denied herself the only consolation that was left to her. Antoinette understood. Every week she has had news of Mrs. Temple from Mr. Clark, and when I came and learned her trouble, Antoinette begged me to come here and be Mrs. Temple's friend. Mr. Ritchie, she is a very ill woman, and a very sad woman, the saddest woman I have ever known, and I have seen many." "And Mademoiselle de St. Gré?" I asked. "Tell me about this man for whom Antoinette has ruined her life," said Madame la Vicomtesse brusquely. "Is he worth it?" "No, no man is worth what she has suffered." "What has become of him? Where is he? Did you not tell her that you would bring him back?" "I said that I would bring him back if I could," I answered, "and I meant it, Madame." Madame la Vicomtesse bit her lip. Had she known me better, she might have smiled. As for me, I was wholly puzzled to account for these fleeting changes in her humor. "You have taken a great deal upon your shoulders, Mr. Ritchie," she said. "They are from all accounts broad ones. There I was wrong to be indignant in your presence. You who seem to have spent your life in trying to get others out of difficulties." "Mercy," she said, with a quick gesture at my protest. "There are few men with whom one might talk thus in so short an acquaintance. I love the girl, and I cannot help being angry with Mr. Temple. I suppose there's something to be said on his side. Let us hear it. I dare say he could not have a better advocate," she finished with an indefinable smile. I began at the wrong end of my narrative, for it was some time before I had my facts arranged in proper sequence. I could not forget that Madame la Vicomtesse was looking at me fixedly. I reviewed Nick's neglected childhood, painted as well I might his temperament and character, his generosity and fearlessness, his recklessness and improvidence, his loyalty to those he loved, his detestation of those he hated. I told how, under these conditions, the sins and vagaries of his parents had gone far to wreck his life at the beginning of it. I told how I had found him again with Sevier, how he had come to New Orleans with me for the first time, how he had loved Antoinette, and how he had disappeared after the dreadful scene in the garden at Les Îles, how I had not seen him again for 5 years. Here I hesitated, little knowing how to tell the Vicomtesse of that affair in Louisville. Though I had a sense that I could not keep the truth from so discerning a person, I was startled to find this to be so. "Yes, yes, I understand," she said quickly. "And in the morning he had flown with the most worthy of my relatives, Auguste de St. Gré." I looked at her, finding no words to express my astonishment at this perspicacity. "And now what do you intend to do?" she asked. "Find him in New Orleans, if you can, of course. But how?" She rose quickly, went to the fireplace, and stood for a moment with her back to me. Suddenly she turned. "It ought not to be difficult, after all. Auguste de St. Gré is a fool, and he confirms what you say of the expedition. He is, indeed, a pretty person to choose for an intrigue of this kind. And your cousin, what shall we call him? To say the least, secrecy is not Nick's forte," I answered, catching her mood. She was silent a while. "It would be a blessing if Monsieur le Baron could hang Auguste privately. As for your cousin, he may be worth saving, after all. I know Monsieur de Carondelet, and he has no patience with conspirators of this sort. I think he would not hesitate to make examples of them. However, we will try to save them." "We?" I repeated unwittingly. Madame la Vicomtesse looked at me and laughed outright. "Yes," she said, "you will do some things, I others. There are the gaming clubs with their ridiculous names, L'Amour, La Mignonne, La Désirée." She counted them reflectively on her fingers. "Both of our gentlemen might be tempted into one of these. You will drop into them, Mr. Ritchie. Then there is Madame Bouvet's." "Auguste would scarcely go there," I objected. "Ah," said Madame la Vicomtesse, "but Madame Bouvet will know the names of some of Auguste's intimates. This Bouvet is evidently a good person. Perhaps she will do more for you. I understand that she has a weak spot in her heart for Auguste." Madame la Vicomtesse turned her back again. Had she heard how Madame Bouvet had begged me to buy the miniature? "Have you any other suggestions to make?" she said, putting a foot on the fender. "They have all been yours so far," I answered. "And yet you are a man of action, of expedients," she murmured, without turning. "Where are your wits, Mr. Ritchie? Have you any plan?" "I have been so used to rely on myself, Madame," I replied. "That you do not like to have your affairs meddled with by a woman," she said, into the fireplace. "I give you the credit to believe that you are too clever to misunderstand me, Madame," I said. "You must know that your help is most welcome." At that she swung around and regarded me strangely, mirth lurking in her eyes. She seemed about to retort, and then to conquer the impulse. The effect of this was to make me anything but self-complacent. She sat down in the chair, and for a little while she was silent. "Suppose we do find them," she said suddenly. "What shall we do with them?" She looked up at me questioningly, seriously. "Is it likely that your Mr. Temple will be reconciled with his mother? Is it likely that he is still in love with Antoinette?" "I think it's likely that he is still in love with Mademoiselle de St. Gré," I answered, "though I have no reason for saying so." "You are very honest, Mr. Ritchie. We must look at this problem from all sides. If he is not reconciled with his mother, Antoinette will not receive him. And if he is, we have the question to consider whether he is still worthy of her. The agents of Providence must not be heedless," she added with a smile. "I am sure that Nick would alter his life if it became worth living," I said. "I will answer for that much." "Then he must be reconciled with his mother," she replied with decision. "Mrs. Temple has suffered enough, and he must be found before he gets sufficiently into the bad graces of the Baron de Carondelet. These two things are clear." She rose. "Come here to morrow evening at the same time." She started quickly for the bedroom door, but something troubled me still. "Madame?" I said. "Yes," she answered, turning quickly. I did not know how to begin. There were many things I wished to say, to know, but she was a woman whose mind seemed to leap the chasms, whose words touched only upon those points which might not be understood. She regarded me with seeming patience. "I should think that Mrs. Temple might have recognized you," I said, for want of a better opening. "From the miniature?" she said. I flushed furiously, and it seemed to burn me through the lining of my pocket. "That was my salvation," she said. "Mrs. Temple has never seen the miniature. I have heard how you rescued it, Mr. Ritchie," she added with a curious smile. "Monsieur Philippe de St. Gré told me." "Then he knew," I stammered. She laughed. "I have told you you are a very simple person," she said. "Even you are not given to intrigues. I thank you for rescuing me." I flushed more hotly than before. "I never expected to see you," I said. "It must have been a shock," she said. I was dumb. I had my hand in my coat. I fully intended to give her the miniature. It was my plain duty. And, suddenly overwhelmed, I remembered that it was wrapped in Polly Ann's silk handkerchief. Madame la Vicomtesse remained for a moment where she was. "Do not do anything until the morning," she said. "You must go back to your lodgings at once." "That would be to lose time," I answered. "You must think of yourself a little," she said. "Do as I say. I have heard that 2 cases of the yellow fever have broken out this afternoon, and you, who are not used to the climate, must not be out after dark." "And you?" I said. "I'm used to it," she replied. "I've been here 3 months. Lest anything should happen, it might be well for you to give me your address." "I am with Madame Gravois in the Rue Bienville." "Madame Gravois in the Rue Bienville," she repeated. "I shall remember. À demain, monsieur." She courtesied and went swiftly into Mrs. Temple's room. Seizing my hat, I opened the door and found myself in the dark street. End of chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Disposal of the Sieur de St. Gré. I had met Hélène de St. Gré at last, and what a fool she must think me. As I hurried along the dark banquettes, this thought filled my brain for a time to the exclusion of all others, so strongly is vanity ingrained in us. After all, what did it matter what she thought? Madame la Vicomtesse d'Ivry, Latour. I had never shown, and it was rather late to begin. But I possessed at least average common sense, and I had given no proof even of this. I wandered on, not heeding the command which she had given me to go home. The scent of camellias and magnolias floated on the heavy air of the night from the courtyards, reminding me of her. Laughter and soft voices came from the galleries. Despite the Terror, despite the Faubourg Saint Antoine, despite the rights of man and the wars and suffering arising therefrom, despite the scourge which might come tomorrow, life went gayly on. The cabarets echoed, and behind the tight blinds lines of light showed where the Creole gentry gamed at their tables, perchance in the very clubs Madame la Vicomtesse had mentioned. The moon in her first quarter floated in a haze. Washed by her light, the quaintly wrought balconies and heavy tiled roofs of the Spanish buildings, risen from the charred embers, took on a touch of romance.
I paused once with a twinge of remembrance before the long line of the Ursuline convent with its latticed belfry against the sky. There was the lodge, with its iron gate shut, and the wall which Nick had threatened to climb. As I passed the great square of the new barracks, a sereno, so the night watchmen were called, was crying the hour. I came to the rambling market stalls, casting black shadows on the river road, empty now, to be filled in the morning with shouting marchands. The promenade under the willows was deserted, the great river stretched away under the moon towards the forest line of the farther shore, filmy and indistinct. A black wisp of smoke rose from the gunwale of a flatboat, and I stopped to listen to the weird song of a negro, which I have heard many times since. "Anti-toi, Caroline, que si caillis comme camacherie. Anti-toi, Caroline, que faire toi crier, ma chérie. Malametto tuconica, sestimole, sestimo prind, me lamento tuconica, sestimole, sestimo prind." Gaining the promenade, I came presently to the new hotel which had been built for the Governor, with its balconies, windows looking across the river, the mansion of Monsieur le Baron de Carondelet. Even as I sat on the bench in the shadow of the willows, watching the sentry who paced before the arched entrance, I caught sight of a man stealing along the banquette on the other side of the road. Twice he paused to look behind him, and when he reached the corner of the street he stopped for some time to survey the Governor's house opposite. Suddenly I was on my feet, every sense of alert, staring. In the moonlight, made milky by the haze, he was indistinct, and yet I could have taken oath that the square, diminutive figure with the head set forward on the shoulders was Gignoux. If this man were not Gignoux, then the Lord had cast two in a strange mold. And what was Gignoux doing in New Orleans? As if in answer to the question, two men emerged from the dark archway of the Governor's house, passed the sentry, and stood for an instant on the edge of the shadow. One wore a long Spanish cloak, and the other a uniform I could not make out. A word was spoken, and then my man was ambling across to meet them, and the three walked away up Toulouse Street. I was in a fire of conjecture. I did not dare to pass the sentry and follow them, so I made round as fast as I could by the Rue Saint Pierre, which borders the Place d'Armes, and then crossed to Toulouse again by Chartres. The three were nowhere to be seen. I paused on the corner for thought, and at length came to a reluctant but prudent conclusion that I had best go back to my lodging and seek Monsieur early in the morning. Madame Gravois was awaiting me. Was Monsieur mad to remain out at night? Had Monsieur not heard of the yellow fever? Madame Gravois even had prepared some concoction which she poured out of a bottle, and which I took with the docility of a child. Monsieur Vigo had called, and there was a note. A note? It was a small note. I glanced stupidly at the seal, recognized the swan of the St. Gris crest, broke it, and read: "Mr. Ritchie will confer a favor upon la Vicomtesse d'Ivry Le Tour if he will come to Monsieur de St. Gris's house at 8 tomorrow morning." I bade the reluctant Madame Gravois good night, gained my room, threw off my clothes, and covered myself with the mosquito bar. There was no question of sleep, for the events of the day and surmises for the morrow tortured me as I tossed in the heat. Had the man been Gignoux? If so, he was in league with Carondelet's police. I believed him fully capable of this. And if he knew Nick's whereabouts and St. Gris's, they would both be behind the iron gate of the calabozo in the morning. Monsieur Vigo had pointed out to me that day the gloomy, heavy-walled prison in the rear of the Cabildo. Ay, and he had spoken of its instruments of torture. What could the Vicomtesse want? Truly, I thought with remorse, she had been more industrious than I. I fell at length into a fevered sleep and awoke athirst, with the light trickling through my lattices.
Contrary to Madame Gravois's orders, I had opened the glass of my window. Glancing at my watch, which I had bought in Philadelphia, I saw that the hands pointed to 7:30. I had scarcely finished my toilette before there was a knock at the door, and Madame Gravois entered with a steaming cup of coffee in one hand and her bottle of medicine in the other. "I did not wake Monsieur," she said, "for he was tired." She gave me another dose of the medicine, made me drink 2 cups of coffee, and then I started out with all dispatch for the House of the Lions. As I turned into the Rue Chartres, I saw ahead of me 4 horses, with their bridles bunched and held by a negro lad waiting in the street. Yes, they were in front of the house. There it was, with its solid green gates between the lions, its yellow walls with the fringe of peeping magnolias and oranges, with its green latticed gallery from which Monsieur Auguste had let himself down after stealing the miniature. I knocked at the wicket. The same gardienne answered the call, smiled, led me through the cool paved archway which held in its frame the green of the court beyond, and up the stairs with the quaint balustrade which I had mounted 5 years before to meet Philippe de St. Gré. As I reached the gallery, Madame la Vicomtesse, gowned in brown linen for riding, rose quickly from her chair and came forward to meet me. "You have news?" I asked as I took her hand. "I have the kind of news I expected," she answered, a smile tempering the gravity of her face. "Auguste is, as usual, in need of money." "Then you found them," I answered, my voice betraying my admiration for the feat. Madame la Vicomtesse shrugged her shoulders slightly. "I did nothing," she said. "From what you told me, I suspected that as soon as Auguste reached Louisiana, he would have a strong desire to go away again. This is undoubtedly what has happened. In any event, I knew he would want money, and that he would apply to a source which has hitherto never failed him." "Mademoiselle Antoinette," I said. "Precisely," answered Madame la Vicomtesse. "When I reached home last night, I questioned Antoinette, and I discovered that by a singular chance a message from Auguste had already reached her." "Where is he?" I demanded. "I do not know," she replied, "but he will be behind the hedge of the garden at Les Îles at 11 o'clock, unless he has lost before then his love of money, which is to say, he will be there unless he is dead. That is why I sent for you, Monsieur." She glanced at me. "Sometimes it is convenient to have a man." I was astonished. Then I smiled. The affair was so ridiculously simple. "And Monsieur de St. Gré?" I questioned. "He has gone for a week with Madame to visit the estimable Monsieur Poydras at Pont Coupé." Madame la Vicomtesse, who had better use for her words than to waste them at such a time, left me, went to the balcony, and began to give the gardienne in the court below swift directions in French. Then she turned to me again. "Are you prepared to ride with Antoinette and me to Les Îles, Monsieur?" she asked. "I am," I answered. It must have been my readiness that made her smile. Then her eyes rested on mine. "You look tired, Mr. Ritchie," she said. "You did not obey me and go home last night." "How did you know that?" I asked, with a thrill at her interest. "Because Madame Gravois told my messenger that you were out." I was silent. "You must take care of yourself," she said briefly. "Come, there are some things which I wish to say to you before Antoinette is ready." She led me toward the end of the gallery, where a bright screen of morning glory shaded us from the sun. But we had scarce reached the place ere the sound of steps made us turn, and there was Mademoiselle Antoinette herself facing us. I went forward a few steps, hesitated, and bowed. She curtsied, my name faltering on her lips. Yes, it was Antoinette, not the light-hearted girl we had heard singing Malheureux in the garden, but a woman now with a strange beauty that astonished me. Hers was the dignity that comes from unselfish service, the calm that is far from resignation, though the black veil caught up on her chapeau de paix gave her the air of a sister of mercy. Antoinette had inherited the energies as well as the features of the St. Gré's. Yet there was a painful moment as she stood there, striving to put down the agitation the sight of me gave her. As for me, I was bereft of speech, not knowing what to say or how far to go. My last thought was of the remarkable quality in this woman before me which had held her true to Mrs. Temple, and which sent her so courageously to her duty now. Madame la Vicomtesse, as I had hoped, relieved the situation. She knew how to broach a dreaded subject. "Mr. Ritchie is going with us, Antoinette," she said. "It is perhaps best to explain everything to him before we start. I was about to tell you, Mr. Ritchie," she continued, turning to me, "that Auguste has given no hint in his note of Mr. Temple's presence in Louisiana, and yet you told me that they were to have come here together." "Yes," I answered, "and I have no reason to think they have separated." "I was merely going to suggest," said the Vicomtesse, firmly, "I was merely going to suggest the possibility of our meeting Mr. Temple with Auguste." It was Antoinette who answered, with a force that revealed a new side of her character. "Mr. Temple will not be there," she said, flashing a glance upon us. "Do you think he would come to me?" Hélène laid her hand upon the girl's arm. "My dear, I think nothing," she said quietly. "But it is best for us to be prepared against any surprise. Remember that I do not know Mr. Temple, and that you have not seen him for 5 years." "It is not like him. You know it's not like him," exclaimed Antoinette, looking at me. "I know it's not like him, Mademoiselle," I replied. Madame de Vicomtesse from behind the girl gave me a significant look. "This occurred to me," she went on in an undisturbed tone, "that Mr. Temple might come with Auguste to protest against the proceeding, and even to defend himself against the imputation that he was to make use of this money in any way. I wish you to realize, Antoinette, before you decide to go, that you may meet Mr. Temple. Would it not be better to let Mr. Ritchie go alone? I am sure that we could find no better emissary." "Auguste is here," said Antoinette. "I must see him." Her voice caught. "I may never see him again. He may be ill, he may be starving, and I know that he is in trouble. Whether," her voice caught, "whether Mr. Temple is with him or not, I mean to go." "Then it would be well to start," said the Vicomtesse. Deftly dropping her veil, she picked up a riding whip that lay on the railing and descended the stairs to the courtyard. Antoinette and I followed. As we came through the archway, I saw André, Monsieur de St. Gré's mulatto, holding open the wicket for us to pass. He helped the ladies to mount the ponies, lengthened my own stirrups for me, swung into the saddle himself, and then the four of us were picking our way down the Rue Chartres at an easy amble. Turning to the right beyond the cool garden of the Ursulines, past the yellow barracks, we came to the river front beside the fortifications. A score of negroes were sweating there in the sun, swinging into position the long logs of the palisades, nearly completed. They were like those of Kaskaskia and our own frontier forts in Kentucky, with a 40-foot ditch in front of them. Seated on a horse, talking to the overseer, was a fat little man in white linen who pulled off his hat and bowed profoundly to the ladies. His face gave me a start, and then I remembered that I had seen him only the day before, resplendent, coming out of the church. He was the Baron de Carondelet. There was a sentry standing under the crape myrtle, where the royal road ran through the gateway. Behind him was a diminutive 5-sided brick fort, with a dozen little cannon on top of it. The sentry came forward, brought his musket to a salute, and halted before my horse. "You will have to show your passport," murmured Madame la Vicomtesse. I drew the document from my pocket. It was signed by de Lemos, and duly countersigned by the officer of the port. The man bowed, and I passed on. It was a strange, silent ride through the stinging heat to Les Îles, the brown dust hanging behind us like a cloud to settle slowly on the wayside shrubbery.
Across the levee bank the river was low, listless, giving off hot breath like a monster in distress. The forest pools were cracked and dry. The Spanish moss was a haggard gray, and under the sun was the haze which covered the land like a saffron mantle. At times a listlessness came over me such as I had never known, to make me forget the presence of the women at my side, the very errand on which we rode. From time to time I was roused into admiration of the horsemanship of Madame la Vicomtesse, for the restive Texas pony which she rode was stung to madness by the flies. As for Antoinette, she glanced neither right nor left through her veil, but rode unmindful of the way, heedless of heat and discomfort, erect, motionless save for the easy gait of her horse. At length we turned into the avenue through the forest, lined by wild orange trees, came in sight of the low, belvedered plantation house, and drew rein at the foot of the steps. Antoinette was the first to dismount, and passed in silence through the group of surprised house servants gathering at the door. I assisted the Vicomtesse, who paused to bid the negroes disperse, and we lingered for a moment on the gallery together. "Poor Antoinette," she said. "I wish we might have saved her this." She looked up at me. "How she defended him!" she exclaimed. "She loves him," I answered. Madame la Vicomtesse sighed. "I suppose there's no help for it," she said. "But it is very difficult not to be angry with Mr. Temple. The girl cared for his mother, gave her a home, clung to her when he and the world would have cast her off, sacrificed her happiness for them both. If I see him, I believe I shall shake him, and if he doesn't fall down on his knees to her, I shall ask the Baron to hang him. We must bring him to his senses, Mr. Ritchie. He must not leave Louisiana until he sees her. Then he will marry her." She paused, scrutinized me in her quick way, and added, "You see that I take your estimation of his character. You ought to be flattered." "I am flattered by any confidence you repose in me, Madame la Vicomtesse." She laughed. I was not flattered then, but cursed myself for the quaint awkwardness in my speech that amused her. And she was astonishingly quick to perceive my moods. "There, don't be angry. You will never be a courtier, my honest friend, and you may thank God for it. How sweet the shrubs are! Your chief business in life seems to be getting people out of trouble, and I am going to help you with this case." It was my turn to laugh. "You are going to help?" I exclaimed. "My services have been heavy so far." "You should not walk around at night," she replied irreverently. Suddenly I remembered Gignoux, but even as I was about to tell her of the incident, Antoinette appeared in the doorway. She was very pale, but her lips were set with excitement, and her eyes shone strangely. She was still in her riding gown, in her hand she carried a leather bag, and behind her stood André with a bundle. "Quick," she said, "we're wasting time, and he may be gone." Checking an exclamation which could hardly have been complimentary to Auguste, the Vicomtesse crossed quickly to her and put her arm about her. "We will follow you, Mignonne," she said in French. "Must you come?" said Antoinette appealingly. "He may not appear if he sees any one." "We shall have to risk that," said the Vicomtesse, dryly, with a glance at me. "You shall not go alone, but we will wait a few moments at the hedge." We took the well-remembered way through the golden green light under the trees, Antoinette leading, and the sight of the garden brought back to me poignantly the scene in the moonlight with Mrs. Temple. There was no sound save the languid morning notes of the birds and the humming of the bees among the flowers, as Antoinette went trembling down the path and paused, listening, under the branches of that oak where I had first beheld her. Then, with a little cry, we saw her run forward into the arms of Auguste de St. Gré. It was a pitiful thing to look upon. Antoinette had led her brother to the seat under the oak. How long we waited I know not, but at length we heard their voices raised, and without more ado Madame la Vicomtesse, beckoning me, passed quickly through the gap in the hedge and went towards them. I followed with André. Auguste rose with an oath, and then stood facing his cousin like a man struck dumb. His hands dropped.
He was a sorry sight indeed, unshaven, unkempt, dark circles under his eyes, clothes torn. "Hélène, you here in America!" he cried in French, staring at her. "Yes, Auguste," she replied quite simply, "I am here." He would have come towards her, but there was a note in her voice which arrested him. "And Monsieur le Vicomte, Henri?" he said. I found myself listening tensely for the answer. "Henri is in Austria, fighting for his King, I hope," said Madame la Vicomtesse. "So Madame la Vicomtesse is a refugee?" he said with a bow and a smile that made me very angry. "And Monsieur de St. Gré?" I asked. At the sound of my voice he started and gave back, for he had not perceived me. He recovered his balance, such as it was, instantly. "Monsieur seems to take an extraordinary interest in my affairs," he said jauntily. "Only when they are to the detriment of other persons who are my friends," I said. "Monsieur has intruded in a family matter," said Auguste grandly, still in French. "By invitation of those most concerned, Monsieur," I answered, for I could have throttled him. Auguste had developed. He had learned well that effrontery is often the best weapon of an adventurer. He turned from me disdainfully, petulantly, and addressed the Vicomtesse once more. "I wish to be alone with Antoinette," he said. "No doubt," said the Vicomtesse. "I demand it," said Auguste. "The demand is not granted," said the Vicomtesse. "That is why we have come. Your sister has already made enough sacrifices for you. I know you, Monsieur Auguste de St. Gré," she continued with quiet contempt. "It is not for love of Antoinette that you have sought this meeting. It is because," she said, riding down a torrent of words which began to escape from him, "it is because you are in a predicament, as usual, and you need money." "Hélène!" It was Antoinette who spoke. She had risen and was standing behind Auguste. She still held the leather bag in her hand. "Perhaps the sum is not enough," she said. "He has to get to France. Perhaps we could borrow more until my father comes home." She looked questioningly at us. Madame la Vicomtesse was truly a woman of decision. Without more ado, she took the bag from Antoinette's unresisting hands and put it into mine. I was no less astonished than the rest of them. "Mr. Ritchie will keep this until the negotiations are finished," said the Vicomtesse. "Negotiations!" cried Auguste, beside himself. "This is insolence, Madame." "Be careful, sir," I said. "Auguste!" cried Antoinette, putting her hand on his arm. "Why did you tell them?" he demanded, turning on her. "Because I trust them, Auguste," Antoinette answered. She spoke without anger, as one whose sorrow had put her beyond it. Her speech had a dignity and force which might have awed a worthier man. His disappointment and chagrin brought him beyond bounds. "You trust them!" he cried. "You trust them when they tell you to give your brother, who is starving and in peril of his life, 800 livres? 800 livres, pardon, and your brother." "It is all I have, Auguste," said his sister sadly. "Ha!" he said dramatically. "I see. They seek my destruction. This man," pointing at me, "is a Federalist, and Madame la Vicomtesse," he bowed ironically, "is a Royalist." "Pish!" said the Vicomtesse, impatiently. "It would be an easy matter to have you sent to the Morro. A word to Monsieur de Carondelet, Auguste. Do you believe for a moment that in your father's absence I would have allowed Antoinette to come here alone? And it was a happy circumstance that I could call on such a man as Mr. Ritchie to come with us." "It seems to me that Mr. Ritchie and his friends have already brought sufficient misfortune on the family." It was a villainous speech. Antoinette turned away, her shoulders quivering, and I took a step towards him. But Madame la Vicomtesse made a swift gesture, and I stopped, I know not why. She gave an exclamation so sharp that he flinched physically as though he had been struck. But it was characteristic of her that when she began to speak her words cut rather than lashed. "Auguste de St. Gré," she said, "I know you. The tribunal is merciful compared to you. There's no one on earth whom you would not torture for your selfish ends, no one whom you would not sell out without compunction for your pleasure. There are things that a woman should not mention, and yet I will tell them without shame to your face were it not for your sister. If it were not for her, I would not have you in my presence. Shall I speak of your career in France? There is Valenciennes, for example." She stopped abruptly. The man was gray, but not on his account did the Vicomtesse stay her speech. She forgot him as though he did not exist, and by one of those swift transitions which thrilled me, had gone to the sobbing Antoinette and taken her in her arms, murmuring endearments of which our language is not capable. I, too, forgot Auguste. But no rebuke, however stinging, could make him forget himself, and before we realized it he was talking again. He had changed his tactics. "This is my home," he said, "where I might expect shelter and comfort. You make me an outcast." Antoinette disengaged herself from Hélène with a cry, but he turned away from her and shrugged. "A stranger would have fared better. Perhaps you will have more consideration for a stranger. There is a French ship at the Terre aux Bœufs in the English Turn, which sails to night. I appeal to you, Mr. Ritchie," he was still talking in French, "I appeal to you, who are a man of affairs," and he swept me a bow, "if a captain would risk taking a fugitive to France for 800 livres. Pardon, I could get no farther than the Belize for that. Monsieur," he added meaningly, "you have an interest in this. There are two of us to go." The amazing effrontery of this move made me gasp. Yet it was neither the Vicomtesse nor myself who answered him. We turned by common impulse to Antoinette, and she was changed. Her breath came quickly, her eyes flashed, her anger made her magnificent. "It is not true," she cried. "You know it is not true." He lifted his shoulders and smiled. "You are my brother, and I am ashamed to acknowledge you. I was willing to give you my last sou, to sell my belongings, to take from the poor to help you, until you defamed a good man. You cannot make me believe," she cried, unheeding the color that surged into her cheeks, "you cannot make me believe that he would use this money. You cannot make me believe it." "Let us do him the credit of thinking that he means to repay it," said Auguste. Antoinette's eyes filled with tears, tears of pride, of humiliation, ay, and of an anger of which I had not thought her capable. She was indeed a superb creature then, a personage I had not imagined. Gathering up her gown, she passed Auguste and turned on him swiftly. "If you were to bring that to him," she said, pointing to the bag in my hand, "he would not so much as touch it. To morrow I shall go to the Ursulines, and I thank God I shall never see you again. I thank God I shall no longer be your sister. Give Monsieur the bundle," she said to the frightened André, who still stood by the hedge. "He may need food and clothes for his journey." She left us. We stood watching her until her gown had disappeared amongst the foliage. André came forward and held out the bundle to Auguste, who took it mechanically. Then Madame la Vicomtesse motioned to André to leave, and gave me a glance, and it was part of the deep understanding of her I had that I took its meaning. I had my forebodings at what this last conversation with Auguste might bring forth, and I wished heartily that we were rid of him. "Monsieur de St. Gré," I said, "I understood you to say that a ship is lying at the English Turn some 5 leagues below us, on which you are to take passage at once." He turned and glared at me, some devilish retort on his lips which he held back. Suddenly he became suave. "I shall want 2,000 livres, Monsieur. It was the sum I asked for." "It is not a question of what you asked for," I answered. "Since when did Monsieur assume this intimate position in my family?" he said, glancing at the Vicomtesse. "Monsieur de St. Gré," I replied with difficulty, "you will confine yourself to the matter in hand. You are in no situation to demand terms. You must take or leave what is offered you. Last night the man called Gignoux, who was of your party, was at the Governor's house." At this he started perceptibly. "Ha, I thought he was a traitor," he cried. Strangely enough, he did not doubt my word in this. "I am surprised that your father's house has not been searched this morning," I continued, astonished at my own moderation. The sentiments of the Baron de Carondelet are no doubt known to you, and you are aware that your family or your friends cannot save you if you are arrested. You may have this money on two conditions. The first is that you leave the province immediately. The second, that you reveal the whereabouts of Mr. Nicholas Temple." "Monsieur is very kind," he replied, and added the taunt, "and well versed in the conduct of affairs of money." "Does Monsieur de St. Gré accept?" I asked. He threw out his hands with a gesture of resignation. "Who am I to accept?" he said. "A fugitive, an outcast, and I should like to remind Monsieur that time passes." "It is a sensible observation," said I, meaning that it was the first. His sudden docility made me suspicious. "What preparations have you made to go?" "They are not elaborate, Monsieur, but they are complete. When I leave you, I step into the pirogue, which is tied to the river bank." "Ah," I replied, "and Mr. Temple?" Madame la Vicomtesse smiled, for Auguste was fairly caught. He had not the astuteness to be a rogue. Oddly, he had the sense to know that he could fool us no longer. "Temple is at Lamarque's," he answered sullenly. I glanced questioningly at the Vicomtesse. "Lamarque is an old pensioner of Monsieur de St. Gré's," said she. "He has a house and an arpent of land not far below here." "Exactly," said Auguste, "and if Mr. Ritchie believes that he will save money by keeping Mr. Temple in Louisiana instead of giving him this opportunity to escape, it is no concern of mine." I reflected a moment on this, for it was another sensible remark. "It is indeed no concern of yours," said Madame la Vicomtesse. He shrugged his shoulders. "And now," he said, "I take it that there are no further conscientious scruples against my receiving this paltry sum." "I will go with you to your pirogue," I answered. "When you embark you shall have it." "I, too, will go," said Madame la Vicomtesse. "You overwhelm me with civility, Madame," said the Sieur de St. Gré, bowing low. "Lead the way, Monsieur," I said. He took his bundle and started off down the garden path with a grand air. I looked at the Vicomtesse inquiringly, and there was laughter in her eyes. "I must show you the way to Lamarque's." And then she whispered, "You have done well, Mr. Ritchie." I did not return her look, but waited until she took the path ahead of me. In silence we followed Auguste through the depths of the woods, turning here and there to avoid a fallen tree or a sink hole where the water still remained. At length we came out in the glare of the sun and crossed the dusty road to the levee bank. Some 40 yards below us was the canoe, and we walked to it, still in silence. Auguste flung in his bundle and turned to us. "Perhaps Monsieur is satisfied," he said. I handed him the bag, and he took it with an elaborate air of thankfulness. Nay, the rascal opened it as if to assure himself that he was not tricked at the last. At the sight of the gold and silver which Antoinette had hastily collected, he turned to Madame la Vicomtesse. "Should I have the good fortune to meet Monsieur le Comte in France, I shall assure him that Madame is in good hands." He swept an exultant look at me, and enjoying herself. I could have flung him into the river, money bag and all, but Madame la Vicomtesse made him a courtesy there on the river bank, and said sweetly, "That is very good of you, Auguste." "As for you, Monsieur," he said, and now his voice shook with uncontrolled rage, "I am in no condition to repay your kindness, but I have no doubt that you will not object to keeping the miniature a while longer." I was speechless with anger and shame, and though I felt the eyes of the Vicomtesse upon me, I dared not look at her. I heard Auguste, but indistinctly, as he continued, "Should you need the frame, Monsieur, you will doubtless find it still with Monsieur Isidore, the Jew, in the Rue Toulouse." With that, he leaped into the boat, seized the paddle, and laughed as he headed into the current. How long I stood watching him as he drifted lazily in the sun, I know not, but at length the voice of Madame la Vicomtesse aroused me. "He is a pleasant person," she said.
End of chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, At Lamarck's. Until then it seemed as if the sun had gotten into my brain and set it on fire. Her words had the strange effect of clearing my head, though I was still in as sad a predicament as ever I found myself. There was the thing in my pocket, still wrapped in Polly Ann's handkerchief. I glanced at the Vicomtesse shyly and turned away again. Her face was all repressed laughter, the expression I knew so well. "I think we should feel better in the shade, Mr. Ritchie," she said in English, and, leaping lightly down from the bank, crossed the road again. I followed her perforce. "I will show you the way to Lamarck's," she said. "Madame la Vicomtesse," I cried. Had she no curiosity? Was she going to let pass what Auguste had hinted? Lifting up her skirts, she swung round and faced me. In her eyes was a calmness more baffling than the light I had seen there but a moment since. How to begin I knew not, and yet I was launched. "Madame la Vicomtesse, there was once a certain miniature painted of you." "By Boz, Monsieur," she answered readily enough. The embarrassment was all on my side. "We spoke of it last evening. I remember well when it was taken. It was the costume I wore at Chantilly, and Monsieur le Prince complimented me, and the next day the painter himself came to our hotel in the Rue de Bretagne and asked the honor of painting me." She sighed. "Ah, those were happy days. Her Majesty was very angry with me." "And why?" I asked, forgetful of my predicament. "For sending it to Louisiana, to Antoinette." "And why did you send it?" "A whim," said Vicomtesse. I had always written twice a year, either to Monsieur le St. Gré or Antoinette, and although I had never seen them, I loved them. Perhaps it was because they had patience to read my letters and the manners to say they liked them. "Surely not, Madame," I said. "Monsieur de St. Gré spoke often to me of the wonderful pictures you drew of the personages at court." Madame la Vicomtesse had an answer on the tip of her tongue. I know now that she spared me. "And what of this miniature, Monsieur?" she asked. "What became of it after you restored it to its rightful owner?" I flushed furiously and fumbled in my pocket. "I obtained it again, Madame," I said. "You obtained it?" she cried. I am not sure to this day whether in consternation or jest. In passing, it was not just what I wanted to say. "I meant to give it to you last night," I said. "And why did you not?" she demanded severely. I felt her eyes on me, and it seemed to me as if she were looking into my very soul. Even had it been otherwise, I could not have told her how I had lived with this picture night and day, how I had dreamed of it, how it had been my inspiration and counsel. I drew it from my pocket, wrapped as it was in the handkerchief, and uncovered it with a reverence which she must have marked, for she turned away to pick a yellow flower by the roadside. I thank Heaven that she did not laugh. Indeed, she seemed to be far from laughter. "You have taken good care of it, Monsieur," she said. "I thank you." "It was not mine, Madame," I answered. "And if it had been?" she asked. It was a strange prompting. "If it had been, I could have taken no better care of it," I answered, and I held it towards her. She took it simply. "And the handkerchief?" she said. "The handkerchief was Polly Ann's," I answered. She stopped to pick a second flower that had grown by the first. "Who is Polly Ann?" she said. "When I was 11 years of age and ran away from Temple Bow after my father died, Polly Ann found me in the hills. When she married Tom McChesney, she took me across the mountains into Kentucky with them. Polly Ann has been more than a mother to me." "Oh," said Madame la Vicomtesse. Then she looked at me with a stranger expression than I had yet seen in her face. She thrust the miniature in her gown, turned, and walked in silence a while. Then she said, So Auguste sold it again? Yes, I said. He seems to have found a ready market only in you, said the Vicomtesse without turning her head. Here we are at Lamarque's. What I saw was a low, weather-beaten cabin on the edge of a clearing, and behind it stretched away in prim rows the vegetables which the old Frenchman had planted. There was a little flower garden, too, and an orchard. A path of beaten earth led to the door, which was open. There we paused. Seated at a rude table was Lamarque himself, his hoary head bent over the cards he held in his hand. Opposite him was Mr. Nicholas Temple, in the act of playing the ace of spades. I think it was the laughter of Madame la Vicomtesse that first disturbed them, and even then she had time to turn to me. "I like your cousin," she whispered. "Is that you, Saint Gré?" said Nick. "I wish to the devil you would learn not to sneak. You frighten me. Where the deuce did you go to?" But Lamarque had seen the lady, stared at her wildly for a moment, and rose, dropping his cards on the floor. He bowed humbly, not without trepidation. "Madame la Vicomtesse," he said. By this time Nick had risen, and he too was staring at her. How he managed to appear so well dressed was a puzzle to me. "Madame," he said, bowing, "I beg your pardon. I thought you were that I beg your pardon." "I understand your feelings, sir," answered the Vicomtesse as she curtsied. "Egad," said Nick, and looked at her again. "Egad, I'll be hanged if it's not." It was the first time I had seen the Vicomtesse in confusion, and indeed if it were confusion she recovered instantly. "You will probably be hanged, sir, if you do not mend your company," she said. "Do you not think so, Mr. Ritchie?" "Davy!" he cried, and, catching sight of me in the doorway over her shoulder, "has he followed me here too?" Running past the Vicomtesse, he seized me in his impulsive way and searched my face. "So you've followed me here, old faithful. Madame," he added, turning to the Vicomtesse, "there is some excuse for my getting into trouble." "What excuse, Monsieur?" she asked. She was smiling, yet looking at us with shining eyes. "The pleasure of having Mr. Ritchie get me out," he answered. "He has never failed me." "You're far from being out of this," I said. "If the Baron de Carondelet does not hang you or put you in the Murau, he will not have me to thank. It will be Madame la Vicomtesse d'Ivry-le-Tour." "Madame la Vicomtesse!" exclaimed Nick, puzzled. "May I present to you, Madame, Mr. Nicholas Temple?" I asked. Nick bowed, and she curtsied again. "So Monsieur le Baron is really after us," said Nick. He opened his eyes, slapped his knee, and laughed. "That may account for the Citizen Captain de Saint Gré's absence," he said. "By the way, Davy, you haven't happened by any chance to meet him?" The Vicomtesse and I exchanged a look of understanding. Relief was plain on her face. It was she who answered. "We have met him by chance, Monsieur. He has just left for Terre aux Bœufs." "Terre aux Bœufs? What the def I beg your pardon, Madame la Vicomtesse, but you give me something of a surprise. Is there another conspiracy at Terre aux Bœufs? Or does somebody live there who has never before lent Auguste money?" Madame la Vicomtesse laughed. Then she grew serious again. "You did not know where he had gone?" she said. "I did not even know he had gone," said Nick. "Citizen Lamarque and I were having a little game of piquet for vegetables. Eh, Citizen?" Madame la Vicomtesse laughed again, and once more the shade of sadness came into her eyes. "They are the same the world over," she said, not to me, nor yet to any one there. And I knew that she was thinking of her own kind in France, who faced the guillotine without sense of danger. She turned to Nick. "You may be interested to know, Mr. Temple," she added, "that Auguste is on his way to the English Turn to take a ship for France." Nick regarded her for a moment, and then his face lighted up with that smile which won every one he met, which inevitably made them smile back at him. "The news is certainly unexpected, Madame," he said. "But then
After one has travelled much with Auguste, it is difficult to take a great deal of interest in him. Am I to be sent to France too?" he asked. "Not if it can be helped," replied the Vicomtesse, seriously. "Mr. Ritchie will tell you, however, that you are in no small danger. Doubtless you know it. Monsieur le Baron de Carondelet considers that the intrigues of the French revolutionists in Louisiana have already robbed him of several years of his life. He is not disposed to be lenient towards persons connected with that cause." "What have you been doing since you arrived here on this ridiculous mission?" I demanded impatiently. "My cousin is a narrow man, Madame la Vicomtesse," said Nick. "We enjoy ourselves in different ways. I thought there might be some excitement in this matter, and I was sadly mistaken." "It is not over yet," said the Vicomtesse. "And Davy," continued Nick, bowing to me, "gets his pleasures and excitement by extracting me from my various entanglements. Well, there's not much to tell. St. Gré and I were joined above Natchez by that little pig, Citizen Gignoux, and we shot past De Lemos in the night. Since then we've been permitted to sleep no more at various plantations. We've been waked up at barbarous hours in the morning and handed on, as it were. They were all fond of us, but likewise they were all afraid of the Baron. What day is to day? Monday? Then it was Saturday we lost Gignoux." "I have reason to think that he has already sold out to the Baron," I put in. "Ah? I saw him in communication with the police at the Governor's hotel last night," I answered. Nick was silent for a moment. "Well," he said, "that may make some excitement." Then he laughed. "I wonder why Auguste didn't think of doing that," he said. "And now, what? How did you get to this house?" I said. "We came down on Saturday night after we had lost Gignoux above the city." "Do you know where you are?" I asked. "Not I," said Nick. "I've been playing piquet with Lamarque most of the time since I arrived. He's one of the pleasantest men I've met in Louisiana, although a little taciturn, as you perceive, and more than a little deaf. I think he does not like Auguste. He seems to have known him in his youth." Madame la Vicomtesse looked at him with interest. "You are at Les Îles, Nick," I said. "You are on Monsieur de St. Gré's plantation, and within a quarter of a mile of his house." His face became grave all at once. He seized me by both shoulders and looked into my face. "You say that we are at Les Îles?" he repeated slowly. I nodded, seeing the deception which Auguste had evidently practised in order to get him here. Then Nick dropped his arms, went to the door, and stood for a long time with his back turned to us, looking out over the fields. When finally he spoke, it was in the tone he used in anger. "If I had him now, I think I would kill him," he said. Auguste had deluded him in other things, had run away and deserted him in a strange land. But this matter of bringing him to Les Îles was past pardon. It was another face he turned to the Vicomtesse, a stronger face, a face ennobled by just anger. "Madame la Vicomtesse," he said, "I have a vague notion that you are related to Monsieur de St. Gré. I give you my word of honor as a gentleman that I had no thought of trespassing upon him in any way. Mr. Temple, we were so sure of that, Mr. Ritchie and I, that we should not have sought for you here otherwise," she replied quickly. Then she glanced at me as though seeking my approval for her next move. It was characteristic of her that she did not now shirk a task imposed by her sense of duty. "We have little time, Mr. Temple, and much to say. Perhaps you will excuse us, Lamarque," she added graciously in French. "Madame la Vicomtesse," said the old man, and with the tact of his race he bowed and retired. The Vicomtesse seated herself on one of the rude chairs and looked at Nick curiously. There was no such thing as embarrassment in her manner, no trace of misgiving that she would not move properly in the affair. Knowing Nick as I did, the difficulty of the task appalled me, for no man was likelier than he to fly off at a misplaced word. Her beginning was so bold that I held my breath, knowing full well as I did that she had chosen the very note. "Sit down, Mr. Temple," she said. "I wish to speak to you about your mother." He stopped like a man who had been struck, straightened, and stared at her as though he had not taken her meaning. Then he swung on me. "Your mother is in New Orleans," I said. "I would have told you in Louisville had you given me the chance." "It is an interesting piece of news, David," he answered, "which you might have spared me. Mrs. Temple did not think herself necessary to my welfare when I was young, and now I have learned to live without her." "Is there no such thing as expiation, Monsieur?" said the Vicomtesse. "Madame," he said, "she made me what I am, and when I might have redeemed myself she came between me and happiness." "Monsieur," said the Vicomtesse, "have you ever considered her sufferings?" He looked at the Vicomtesse with a new interest. She was not so far beyond his experience as mine. "Her sufferings?" he repeated, and smiled. "Madame la Vicomtesse should know them," I interrupted, and without heeding her glance of protest, I continued. "It is she who has cared for Mrs. Temple." "You, Madame!" he exclaimed. "Do not deny your own share in it, Mr. Ritchie," she answered. "As for me, Monsieur," she went on, turning to Nick, "I have done nothing that was not selfish. I have been in the world, I have lived my life, misfortunes have come upon me, too. My visits to your mother have been to me a comfort, a pleasure, for she is a rare person." "I have never found her so, Madame," he said briefly. "I am sure it is your misfortune rather than your fault, Mr. Temple. It is because you do not know her now." Again he looked at me, puzzled, uneasy, like a man who would run if he could. But by a kind of fascination his eyes went back to this woman who dared a subject sore to the touch, who pressed it gently, but with determination, never doubting her powers, yet with a kindness and sympathy of tone which few women of the world possess. The Vicomtesse began to speak again, evenly, gently. "Mr. Temple," said she, "I am merely going to tell you some things which I am sure you do not know. And when I have finished I shall not appeal to you. It would be useless for me to try to influence you, and from what Mr. Ritchie and others have told me of your character, I am sure that no influence would be necessary. And," she added with a smile, "it would be much more comfortable for us both if you sat down." He obeyed her without a word. No wonder Madame la Vicomtesse had such an influence at court. "There," she said, "if any reference I am about to make gives you pain, I am sorry." She paused briefly. "After Mr. Ritchie took your mother from here to New Orleans some 5 years ago, she rented a little house in the Rue Bourbon with a screen of yellow and red tiles at the edge of the roof. It is on the south side next to the corner of the Rue Saint Philippe. There she lives absolutely alone except for a servant. Mr. Clark, who has charge of her affairs, was the only person she allowed to visit her. For her pride, however misplaced, and for her spirit we must all admire her. The friend who discovered where she was, who went to her and implored Mrs. Temple to let her stay, she refused. The friend?" he repeated in a low tone. I scarcely dared to glance at the Vicomtesse. "Yes, it was Antoinette," she answered. He did not reply, but his eyes fell. "Antoinette went to her, would have comforted her, would have cared for her, but your mother sent her away. For 5 years she has lived there, Mr. Temple, alone with her past, alone with her sorrow and remorse. You must draw the picture for yourself. If the world had a more terrible punishment, I have not heard of it. And when, some months ago, I came, and Antoinette sent me to her—" "Sent you to her?" he said, raising his head quickly. "Under another name than my own," Hélène continued, apparently taking no notice of his interruption. She leaned toward him, and her voice faltered. "I found your mother dying." He said nothing, but got to his feet and walked slowly to the door, where he stood looking out again. I felt for him. I would have gone to him then had it not been for the sense in me that Hélène did not wish it. As for Hélène, she sat waiting for him to turn back to her, and at length he did. "Yes," he said, "it is her heart, Mr. Temple, that we fear the most. Last night I thought the end had come. It cannot be very far away now. Sorrow and remorse have killed her, Monsieur. The one thing she has prayed for through the long nights is that she might see you once again and obtain your forgiveness. God himself does not withhold forgiveness, Mr. Temple," said the Vicomtesse gently. "Shall any of us presume to?" A spasm of pain crossed his face, and then his expression hardened. "I might have been a useful man," he said. "She ruined my life." "And you would allow her to ruin the rest of it?" asked the Vicomtesse. He stared at her. "If you do not go to her and forgive her, you will remember it until you die," she said. He sank down on the chair opposite to her, his head bowed into his hands, his elbows on the table among the cards. At length I went and laid my hands upon his shoulder, and at my touch he started. Then he did a singular thing, an impulsive thing, characteristic of the old Nick I had known. He reached across the table and seized the hand of Madame la Vicomtesse. She did not resist, and her smile I shall always remember. It was the smile of a woman who has suffered and understands. "I will go to her, Madame," he said, springing to his feet. "I will go to her. I was wrong." She rose too, he still clinging to her hand, she still unresisting. His eye fell upon me. "Where's my hat, Davy?" he asked. The Vicomtesse withdrew her hand and looked at me. "Alas, it is not quite so simple as that, Mr. Temple," she said. "Monsieur de Carondelet has first to be reckoned with." "She is dying, you say? Then I will go to her. After that, Monsieur de Carondelet may throw me into prison, may hang me, may do anything he chooses. But I will go to her." I glanced anxiously at the Vicomtesse, well knowing how wilful he was when aroused. Admiration was in her eyes, seeing that he was heedless of his own danger. "You would not get through the gates of the city. Monsieur le Baron requires passports now," she said. At that he began to pace the little room, his hands clenched. "I could use your passport, Davy," he cried. "Let me have it." "Pardon me, Mr. Temple, I do not think you could," said the Vicomtesse. I flushed. I suppose the remark was not to be resisted. "Then I will go to night," he said, with determination. "It will be no trouble to steal into the city. You say the house has yellow and red tiles, and is near the Rue St. Philippe?" Hélène laid her fingers on his arm. "Listen, Monsieur, there is a better way," she said. "Monsieur le Baron is doubtless very angry with you, and I am sure that this is chiefly because he does not know you. For instance, if some one were to tell him that you are a straightforward, courageous young man, a gentleman with an unquenchable taste for danger, that you are not a low-born adventurer and intriguer, that you have nothing in particular against his government, he might not be quite so angry. Pardon me if I say that he is not disposed to take your expedition any more seriously than your own Federal government. The little Baron is irascible, choleric, stern, or else good-natured, good-hearted, and charitable, just as one happens to take him. As we say in France, it is not well to strike flint and steel in his presence. He might blow up and destroy one. Suppose some one were to go to Monsieur de Carondelet and tell him what a really estimable person you are, and assure him that you will go quietly out of his province at the first opportunity, and be good, so far as he is concerned, forever after. Mark me, I merely say, suppose. I do not know how far things have gone or what he may have heard. But suppose a person whom I have reason to believe he likes and trusts and respects, a person who understands his vagaries, should go to him on such an errand. "And where is such a person to be found?" said Nick, amused in spite of himself. Madame la Vicomtesse curtsied. Monsieur, she is before you, she said. Egad, he cried. You mean to say, Madame, that you will go to the Baron on my behalf? As soon as I ever get to town, she said. He will have to be waked from his siesta, and he does not like that. But he will forgive you, said Nick, quick as a flash. I have reason to believe he will, said Madame la Vicomtesse. Faith, cried Nick, he would not be flesh and blood if he didn't. At that the Vicomtesse laughed, and her eye rested judicially on me. I was standing rather glumly, I fear, in the corner. Are you going to take him with you? Said Nick. I was thinking of it, said the Vicomtesse. Mr. Ritchie knows you, and he is such a reliable and reputable person. Nick bowed. You should have seen him marching in the Jacobin procession, Madame, he said. He follows his friends into strange places, she retorted. And now, Mr. Temple, she added, may we trust you to stay here with Lamarque until you have word from us? You know I cannot stay here, he cried. And why not, Monsieur? If I were captured here, I should get Monsieur de St. Gré into trouble. And besides, he said with a touch of coldness, I cannot be beholden to Monsieur de St. Gré. I cannot remain on his land. As for getting Monsieur de St. Gré into trouble, his own son could not involve him more with the Baron, answered Madame la Vicomtesse. And it seems to me, Monsieur, that you are already so far beholden to Monsieur de St. Gré that you cannot quibble about going a little more into his debt. Come, Mr. Temple, how has Monsieur de St. Gré ever offended you? Madame, he began. Monsieur, she said with an air not to be denied, I believe I can discern a point of honor as well as you. I fail to see that you have a case. He was indeed no match for her. He turned to me appealingly, his brows bent, but I had no mind to meddle. He swung back to her. But, Madame, he cried. She was arranging the cards neatly on the table. Monsieur, you are tiresome, she said. What is it now? He took a step towards her, speaking in a low tone, his voice shaking. But true to himself, he spoke plainly. As for me, I looked on frightened, as though watching a contest, almost agape to see what a clever woman could do. There is Mademoiselle de St. Gré. Yes, repeated the Vicomtesse, toying with the cards. His face lighted, though his lips twitched with pain. She is still Mademoiselle de St. Gré, Monsieur, if that is what you mean. And what will she think if I stay here? Ah, do you care what she thinks, Mr. Temple? Said the Vicomtesse, raising her head quickly. From what I have heard, I should not have thought you could. God help me, he answered simply. I do care. Hélène's eyes softened as she looked at him, and my pride in him was never greater than at that moment. Mr. Temple, she said gently, remain where you are and have faith in us. I begin to see now why you are so fortunate in your friends. Her glance rested for a brief instant on me. Mr. Ritchie and I will go to New Orleans, talk to the Baron, and send André at once with a message. If it is in our power, you shall see your mother very soon. She held out her hand to him, and he bent and kissed it reverently, with an ease I envied. He followed us to the door, and when the Vicomtesse had gone a little way down the path, she looked at him over her shoulder. Do not despair, Mr. Temple, she said. It was an answer to a yearning in his face. He gripped me by the shoulders. God bless you, Davy, he whispered, and added, God bless you both. I overtook her where the path ran into the forest's shade, and for a long while I walked with her, not breaking her silence, my eyes upon her, a strange throbbing in my forehead, which I did not heed. At last, when the perfumes of the flowers told us we were nearing the garden, she turned to me. I like Mr. Temple, she said again. He's an honest gentleman, I answered. "One meets very few of them," she said, speaking in a low voice. "You and I will go to the Governor, and after that, have you any idea where you will go?" "No," I replied, troubled by her regard. "Then I will tell you. I intend to send you to Madame Gravois's, and she will compel you to go to bed and rest. I do not mean to allow you to kill yourself." Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Monsieur le Baron. The sun beat down mercilessly on the thatch and terrace, the yellow walls flung back the quivering heat as Madame la Vicomtesse and I walked through the empty streets towards the Governor's house. We were followed by André and Madame's maid. The sleepy orderly started up from under the archway at our approach, bowed profoundly to Madame, looked askance at me, and declared, with 1,000 regrets, that Monsieur le Baron was having his siesta. "Then you will wake him," said Madame la Vicomtesse. "Wake Monsieur le Baron? Buenos dias! Did Madame understand what it meant to wake his Excellency? His Excellency at first be angry, no doubt angry, as an Andalusian bull, Madame. Once when his Excellency had first come to the province, he, the orderly, had presumed to awake him." "Assez," said Madame so suddenly that the man straightened and looked at her again. "You will wake Monsieur le Baron and tell him that Madame la Vicomtesse d'Arrêt-le-Tour has something of importance to say to him." Madame had the air and the title carried with a Spanish soldier in New Orleans in those days. The orderly fairly swept the ground and led us through a door where the sun drew bewildering hot odors from the fruits and flowers, into a darkened room which was the Baron's cabinet. I remember it vaguely, for my head was hot and throbbing from my exertions in such a climate. It was a new room, the hotel being newly built, with white walls, a picture of His Catholic Majesty and the royal arms of Spain, a map of Louisiana, another of New Orleans fortified, some walnut chairs, a desk with ink and sand and a seal, and a window, the closed lattice shutters of which showed streaks of light green light. These doubtless opened on the Royal Road and looked across the levee esplanade on the waters of the Mississippi. Madame la Vicomtesse seated herself, and with a gesture which was an order bade me do likewise. "He will be angry, the dear Baron," she said. "He is harassed to death with republics. No offense, Mr. Ritchie. He's up at dawn looking at the forts and palisades to guard against such foolish enterprises as this of Mr. Temple's. And to be waked out of a well-earned siesta to save a gentleman who has come here to make things unpleasant for him is carrying a joke a little far. Me what to you?" She gave a little shrug to her slim shoulders as she smiled at me, and she seemed not a whit disturbed concerning the conversation with his Excellency. I wondered whether this were birth or training or both, or the natural ability to cope with affairs. The women of her order had long been used to intercede with sovereigns, to play a part in matters of state. Suddenly I became aware that she was looking at me. "What are you thinking of?" she demanded, and continued without waiting for a reply. "You strange man." "I was thinking how odd it was," I replied, "that I should have known you all these years by a portrait, that we should finally be thrown together, and that you should be so exactly like the person I had supposed you to be." She lowered her eyes, but she did not seem to take offense. I meant none. "And you," she answered, "are continually reminding me of an Englishman I knew when I was a girl. He was a very queer fellow to be attached to the embassy, not a courtier, but a serious literal person like you, Mr. Ritchie, and he resembled you very much. I was very fond of him." "And what became of him?" I asked. Other questions rose to my lips, but I put them down. "I will tell you," she answered, bending forward a little. "He did something which I believe you might have done.
a certain marquis spoke lightly of a lady, an Englishwoman at our court, and my Englishman ran him through one morning at Versailles. She paused, and I saw that her breath was coming more quickly at the remembrance. And then he fled to England. He was a younger son, and poor. But his king heard of the affair, had it investigated, and restored him to the service. I have never seen him since," she said, "but I have often thought of him. There," she added, after a silence, with a lightness which seemed assumed, "I have given you a romance. How long the Baron takes to dress!" At that moment there were footsteps in the courtyard, and the orderly appeared at the door, saluting and speaking in Spanish. "His Excellency the Governor." We rose, and Madame was curtsying, and I was bowing to the little man. He was in uniform, his face perspiring in the creases, his plump calves stretching his white stockings to the full. Madame extended her hand, and he kissed it, albeit he did not bend easily. He spoke in French, and his voice betrayed the fact that his temper was nearly slipping its leash. The Baron was a native of Flanders. "To what happy circumstance do I owe the honor of this visit, Madame la Vicomtesse?" he asked. "To a woman's whim, Monsieur le Baron," she answered, "for a man would not have dared to disturb you. May I present to your Excellency Mr. David Ritchie of Kentucky?" His Excellency bowed stiffly, looked at me with no pretence of pleasure, and I had had sufficient dealings with men to divine that in the coming conversation the overflow of his temper would be poured upon me. His first sensation was surprise. "An American!" he said, in a tone that implied reproach to Madame la Vicomtesse for having fallen into such company. "Ah," he cried, breathing hard in the manner of stout people, "I remember you came down with Monsieur Vigo, Monsieur, did you not?" It was my turn to be surprised. If the Baron took a like cognizance of all my countrymen who came to New Orleans, he was a busy man indeed. "Yes, your Excellency," I answered. "And you are a Federalist," he said, though petulantly. "I am, your Excellency." "Is your nation to overrun the earth?" said the Baron. "Every morning when I ride through the streets it seems to me that more Americans have come. Pardieu, I declare every day that if it were not for the Americans I should have 10 years more of life ahead of me." I could not resist the temptation to glance at Madame la Vicomtesse. Her eyes, half closed, betrayed an amusement that was scarce repressed. "Come, Monsieur le Baron," she said, "you and I have like beliefs upon most matters. We have both suffered at the hands of people who have mistaken a fiend for a lady." "You would have me believe, Madame," the Baron put in with a wit I had not thought in him, "that Mr. Ritchie knows a lady when he sees one. I can readily believe it." Madame laughed. "He at least has a negative knowledge," she replied, "and he has brought into New Orleans no coins, boxes, or clocks against your Excellency's orders, with the image and superscription of the goddess in whose name all things are done. He has not sung Caïra at the theatres, and he detests the tricolored cockades as much as you do." The Baron laughed in spite of himself, and began to thaw. There was a little more friendliness in his next glance at me. "What images have you brought in, Mr. Ritchie?" he asked. "We all worship the sex in some form, however misplaced our notions of it." There was not the least doubt that for the sake of the Vicomtesse he was trying to be genial, and that his remark was a purely random one. But the roots of my hair seemed to have taken fire. I saw the Baron as in a glass darkly, but I kept my head, principally because the situation had elements of danger. "The image of Madame la Vicomtesse, Monsieur," I said. "Dame!" exclaimed his Excellency, eyeing me with a new interest. "I did not suspect you of being a courtier." "No more he is, Monsieur le Baron," said the Vicomtesse, "for he speaks the truth." His Excellency looked blank. As for me, I held my breath, wondering what coup Madame was meditating. Mr. Ritchie brought down from Kentucky a miniature of me by Bose.
that was painted in a costume I once wore at Chantilly. "Comment, diable!" exclaimed the Baron. "And how did such a thing get into Kentucky, Madame?" "You have brought me to the point," she replied, "which is no small triumph for your Excellency. Mr. Ritchie bought the miniature from that most estimable of my relations, Monsieur Auguste de St. Gré." The Baron sat down and began to fan himself. He even grew a little purple. He looked at Madame, sputtered, and I began to think that if he didn't relieve himself his head might blow off. As for the Vicomtesse, she wore an ingenious air of detachment and seemed supremely unconscious of the volcano by her side. "So, Madame," cried the Governor at length, after I know not what repressions, "you have come here in behalf of Auguste de St. Gré?" "As far as I am concerned, Monsieur," answered the Vicomtesse, calmly, "you may hang Auguste, put him in prison, drown him, or do anything you like with him." "God help me," said the poor man, searching for his handkerchief, and utterly confounded. "Why is it you have come to me, then? Why did you wake me up?" he added, so far forgetting himself. "I came in behalf of the gentleman who had the indiscretion to accompany Auguste to Louisiana," she continued, "in behalf of Mr. Nicholas Temple, who is a cousin of Mr. Ritchie." The Baron started abruptly from his chair. "I have heard of him," he cried. "Madame knows where he is?" "I know where he is. It is that which I came to tell your Excellency." "Hein!" said his Excellency, again nonplussed. "You came to tell me where he is? And where the other one is?" "Parfaitement," said Madame. "But before I tell you where they are, I wish to tell you something about Mr. Temple." "Madame, I know something of him already," said the Baron, impatiently. "Ah," she said, "from Gignoux. And what do you hear from Gignoux?" This was another shock under which the Baron fairly staggered. "Diable! Is Madame la Vicomtesse in the plot?" he cried. "What does Madame know of Gignoux?" Madame's manner suddenly froze. "I am likely to be in the plot, Monsieur," she said. "I am likely to be in a plot which has for its furtherance that abominable anarchy which deprived me of my home and estates, of my relatives and friends, and my sovereign." "A thousand pardons, Madame la Vicomtesse," said the Baron, more at sea than ever. "I have had much to do these last years, and the heat and the Republicans have got on my temper. Will Madame la Vicomtesse pray explain?" "I was about to do so when your Excellency interrupted," said Madame. "You see before you Mr. Ritchie, barrister, of Louisville, Kentucky, whose character of sobriety, dependence, and ability," there was a little gleam in her eye as she gave me this array of virtues, "can be perfectly established. When he came to New Orleans some years ago, he brought letters to Monsieur de St. Gré from Monsieur Gratiot and Colonel Chouteau of St. Louis, and he is known to Mr. Clark and to Monsieur Vigo. He is a Federalist, as you know, and has no sympathy with the Jacobins." "Eh bien, Mr. Ritchie," said the Baron, getting his breath, "you are fortunate in your advocate. Madame la Vicomtesse neglected to say that she was your friend, and greatest of all recommendations in my eyes." "You are delightful, Monsieur le Baron," said the Vicomtesse. "Perhaps Mr. Ritchie can tell me something of this expedition," said the Baron, his eyes growing smaller as he looked at me. "Willingly," I answered, "although I know that your Excellency is well informed, and that Monsieur Vigo has doubtless given you many of the details that I know." He interrupted me with a grunt. "You Americans are clever people, Monsieur," he said. "You contrive to combine shrewdness with frankness." "If I had anything to hide from your Excellency, I should not be here," I answered. "The expedition, as you know, has been as much of a farce as Citizen Genêt's commissions. But it has been a sad farce to me, inasmuch as it involves the honor of my old friend and Colonel General Clark, and the safety of my cousin, Mr. Temple." "So you were with Clark in Illinois," said the Baron, craftily. "Pardon me, Mr. Ritchie, but I should have said that you are too young." Monsieur Vigo will tell you that I was the drummer boy of the regiment and a sort of ward of the Colonel's. I used to clean his guns and cook his food." "And you did not see fit to follow your Colonel to Louisiana?" said his Excellency, for he had been trained in a service of suspicion.
General Clark is not what he was.
I answered, chafing a little at his manner. "Your Excellency knows that, and I put loyalty to my government before friendship. And I might remind your Excellency that I am neither an adventurer nor a fool." The little Baron surprised me by laughing. His irritability and his good nature ran in streaks. "There's no occasion to, Mr. Ritchie," he answered. "I have seen something of men in my time. In which category do you place your cousin, Mr. Temple? If a love of travel and excitement and danger constitutes an adventurer, Mr. Temple is such," I said. "Fortunately, the main spur of the adventurous character is lacking in his case. I refer to the desire for money. Mr. Temple has an annuity from his father's estate in Charleston which puts him beyond the pale of the fortune seeker, and I firmly believe that if your Excellency sees fit to allow him to leave the province, and if certain disquieting elements can be removed from his life," I glanced at the Vicomtesse, "he will settle down and become a useful citizen of the United States."
As much as I dislike to submit to a stranger private details in the life of a member of my family,
"I feel that I must tell your Excellency something of Mr. Temple's career, in order that you may know that restlessness and the thirst for adventure were the only motives that led him into this foolish undertaking." "Pray proceed, Mr. Ritchie," said the Baron.
I was surprised not to find him more restless, and in addition the glance of approbation which the Vicomtesse gave me spurred me on. However distasteful, I had the sense to see that I must hold nothing back of which his Excellency might at any time become cognizant. And therefore I told him as briefly as possible Nick's story, leaving out only the episode with Antoinette. When I came to the relation of the affairs which occurred at Les Îles 5 years before, and told his Excellency that Mrs. Temple had since been living in the Rue Bourbon as Mrs. Clive, unknown to her son, the Baron broke in upon me. "So the mystery of that woman is cleared at last," he said, and turned to the Vicomtesse. "I have learned that you have been a frequent visitor, Madame." "Not a sparrow falls to the ground in Louisiana that your Excellency does not hear of it," she answered. "And Gennaro?" he said, speaking to me again. "As I told you, Monsieur le Baron," I answered, "I have come to New Orleans at a personal sacrifice to induce my cousin to abandon this matter, and I went out last evening to try and get a word of him." This was not strictly true. "I saw Monsieur Gennaro in conference with some of your officers who came out of this hotel." "You have sharp eyes, Monsieur," he remarked. "I suspected the man when I met him in Kentucky," I continued, not heeding this. "Monsieur Vigo himself distrusted him. To say that Gennaro were deep in the councils of the expedition, that he held a commission from Citizen Genêt, I realize will have no weight with your Excellency, provided the man is in the secret service of his Majesty the King of Spain." "Mr. Ritchie," said the Baron, "you are a young man, and I am an old one. If I tell you that I have a great respect for your astuteness and ability, do not put it down to flattery. I wish that your countrymen, who are coming down the river like driftwood, more resembled you. As for Citizen Gennaro," he went on, smiling and wiping his face, "let not your heart be troubled. His Majesty's minister in Philadelphia has written me letters on the subject. I am contemplating for Monsieur Gennaro a sea voyage to Havana, and he is at present partaking of my hospitality in the calabozo." "In the calabozo?" I cried, overwhelmed at this example of Spanish justice and omniscience. "Precisely," said the Baron, drumming with his fingers on his fat knee. "And now," he added, "perhaps Madame la Vicomtesse is ready to tell me the whereabouts of Mr. Temple and her estimable cousin, Auguste. It may interest her to know why I have allowed them their liberty so long."
"A point on which I have been consumed with curiosity since I have begun to tremble at the amazing thoroughness of your Excellency's system," said the Vicomtesse. His Excellency scarcely looked the tyrant as he sat before us, with his calves crossed and his hands folded on his waistcoat and his little black eyes twinkling. "It is because," he said, "there are many French planters in the province bitten with the three horrors." He meant liberty, equality, and fraternity. "I have sent 6 to Havana, and if Monsieur Etienne de Boré had not, in the nick of time for him, discovered how to make sugar, he would have gone too. I had an idea that the Sieur de St. Gré and Mr. Temple might act as a bait to reveal the disease in some others. Ah, I am cleverer than you thought, Mr. Ritchie."
You are surprised?
I was surprised, and showed it. "Come," he said, "you are astute. Why did you think I left them at liberty?" "I thought your Excellency believed them to be harmless, as they are," I replied.
He turned again to the Vicomtesse.
"You have picked up a diplomat, Madame. I must confess that I misjudged him when you introduced him to me. And again, where are Mr. Temple and your estimable cousin? Shall I tell you? They are at embarks, on the plantation of Philippe de St. Gré." "They were, your Excellency," said the Vicomtesse. "Eh!" exclaimed the Baron, jumping. "Madame de St. Gré has given her brother 800 livres, and he is probably by this time on board a French ship at the English turn. He is very badly frightened. I will give your Excellency one more surprise." "Madame la Vicomtesse," said the Baron, "I have heard that for your coolness and adroitness, Monsieur le Vicomte, your husband, and several other noblemen and their ladies, and some of her Majesty's letters and jewels would never have gotten out of France. I take this opportunity of saying that I have the greatest respect for your intelligence. Now, what is the surprise?" "That your Excellency intended that both Mr. Temple and Auguste de St. Gré were to escape on that ship." "Mille tonnerres!" exclaimed the Baron, staring at her, and straightway he fell into a fit of laughter that left him coughing and choking and perspiring as only a man in his condition of flesh can perspire. To say that I was bewildered by this last evidence of the insight of the woman beside me would be to put it mildly. The Vicomtesse sat quietly watching him, the wonted look of the repressed laughter on her face, and by degrees his Excellency grew calm again. "Mon Dieu," said he, "I always like to cross swords with you, Madame la Vicomtesse. Yet this encounter has been more pleasurable than any I have had since I came to Louisiana. But diable!" he cried, "just as I was congratulating myself that I was to have one American the less, you come and tell me that he has refused to flee. Out of consideration for the character and services of Monsieur Philippe de St. Gré, I was willing to let them both escape. But now "Mr. Temple is not known in New Orleans except to the St. Gré family," said the Vicomtesse. "He is a man of honor. Suppose Mr. Ritchie were to bring him to your Excellency, and he were to give you his word that he would leave the province at the first opportunity. He now wishes to see his mother before she dies, and it was as much as we could do this morning to persuade him from going to her openly in the face of arrest." But the Baron was old in a service which did not do things hastily. "He is well enough where he is for to day," said his Excellency, resuming his official manner. "To night after dark I will send down an officer and have him brought before me. He will not then be seen in custody by any one, and provided I am satisfied with him, he may go to the Rue Bourbon." The little Baron rose and bowed to the Vicomtesse to signify that the audience was ended, and he added, as he kissed her hand, "Madame la Vicomtesse, it is a pleasure to be able to serve such a woman as you." Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill.
This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Scourge. As we went through the court, I felt as though I had been tied to a string, suspended in the air, and spun. This was undoubtedly due to the heat. And after the astonishing conversation from which we had come, my admiration for the lady beside me was magnified to a veritable awe. We reached the archway. Madame la Vicomtesse held me lightly by the edge of my coat, and I stood looking down at her. "Wait a minute, Mr. Ritchie," she said, glancing at the few figures hurrying across the Place d'Armes. "Those are only Americans, and they are too busy to see us standing here. What do you propose to do now?" "We must get word to Nick, as we promised, that he may know what to expect," I replied. "Suppose we go to Monsieur de St. Gré's house and write him a letter." "No," said the Vicomtesse, with decision. "I am going to Mrs. Temple's. I shall write the letter from there and send it by André, and you will go direct to Madame Gravois's." Her glance rested anxiously upon my face, and there came an expression in her eyes which disturbed me strangely. I had not known it since the days when Polly Ann used to mother me. But I did not mean to give up. "I am not tired, Madame la Vicomtesse," I answered, "and I will go with you to Mrs. Temple's." "Give me your hand," she said, and smiled. "André and my maid are used to my vagaries, and your own countrymen will not mind. Give me your hand, Mr. Ritchie." I gave it willingly enough, with a thrill as she took it between her own. The same anxious look was in her eyes, and not the least embarrassment. "There, it is hot and dry, as I feared," she said, "and you seem flushed." She dropped my hand, and there was a touch of irritation in her voice as she continued, "You seemed fairly sensible when I first met you last night, Mr. Ritchie. Are you losing your sanity? Do you not realize that you cannot take liberties with this climate? Do as I say, and go to Madame Gravois's at once." "It's my pleasure to obey you, Madame la Vicomtesse," I answered. "But I mean to go with you as far as Mrs. Temple's to see how she fares. She may be worse." "There's no reason why you should kill yourself," said Madame, coldly. "Will you not do as I say?" "I think that I should go to Mrs. Temple's," I answered. She did not reply to that, letting down her veil impatiently, with a deftness that characterized all her movements. Without so much as asking me to come after her, she reached the banquette, and I walked by her side through the streets, silent and troubled by her displeasure. My pride forbade me to do as she wished. It was the hottest part of a burning day, and the dome of the sky was like a brazen bell above us. We passed the calabozo with its iron gates and tiny grilled windows pierced in the massive walls, behind which Gennaro languished, and I could not repress a smile as I thought of him. Even the Spaniards sometimes happened upon justice. In the Rue Bourbon, when the little shops were empty, the doorstep where my merry fiddler had played vacant, and the very air seemed to simmer above the honeycombed tiles. I knocked at the door. Once, twice, there was no answer. I looked at Madame la Vicomtesse and knocked again so loudly that the little tailor across the street, his shirt opened at the neck, flung out his shutter. Suddenly there was a noise within. The door was opened, and Lindy stood before us in the darkened room, with terror in her eyes. "Oh, Marse Dave," she cried, as we entered. "Oh, Madame, I'se so glad you come. I'se so glad you'se come." She burst into a flood of tears, and Madame la Vicomtesse, raising her veil, seized the girl by the arm. "What is it?" she said. "What is the matter, Lindy?" Madame's touch seemed to steady her. "Miss Sally," she moaned, "Miss Sally done got the yellow fever." There was a moment's silence, for we were both too appalled by the news to speak. "Lindy, are you sure?" said the Vicomtesse. Yes'm," Lindy sobbed. "I reckon I done seed 'nuff of it, Mistis." And she went into a hysterical fit of weeping. The Vicomtesse turned to her own frightened servants in the doorway, bade André in French to run for Dr. Perrin, and herself closed the battened doors. There was a moment when her face, as I saw it, was graven on my memory, reflecting a knowledge of the evils of this world, a spirit above and untouched by them, a power to accept what life may bring, with no outward sign of pleasure or dismay. Doubtless thus she had made king and cardinal laugh. Doubtless thus, ministering to those who crossed her path, she had met her own calamities. Strangest of all was the effect she had upon Lindy, for the girl ceased crying as she watched her. Madame la Vicomtesse turned to me. "You must go at once," she said. "When you get to Madame Gravois's, write to Mr. Temple. I will send André to you there." She started for the bedroom door, Lindy making way for her. I scarcely knew what I did as I sprang forward and took the Vicomtesse by the arm. "Where are you going?" I cried. "You cannot go in there. You cannot go in there." It did not seem strange that she turned to me without anger, that she did not seek to release her arm. It did not seem strange that her look had in it a gentleness as she spoke. "I must," she said. "I cannot let you risk your life," I cried, wholly forgetting myself. "There are others who will do this." "Others?" she said. "I will go. I have nursed people before this. And there is Lindy." A smile quivered on her lips. Or was it a smile? "Will you do as I say and go to Madame Gravois's at once?" she murmured, striving for the first time to free herself. "If you stay, I stay," I answered. "And if you die, I die." She looked up into my eyes for a fleeting instant. "Write to Mr. Temple," she said. Dazed, I watched her open the bedroom doors, motion to Lindy to pass through, and then she had closed them again, and I was alone in the darkened parlor. The throbbing in my head was gone, and a great clearness had come with a great fear. I stood, I know not how long, listening to the groans that came through the wall, for Mrs. Temple was in agony. At intervals I heard Hélène's voice, and then the groans seemed to stop. 10 times I went to the bedroom door, and as many times drew away again, my heart leaping within me at the peril which she faced. If I had had the right, I believe I would have carried her away by force. But I had not the right. I sat down heavily by the table to think, and it might have been a cry of agony sharper than the rest that reminded me once more of the tragedy of the poor lady in torture. My eye fell upon the table, and there, as though prepared for what I was to do, lay pen and paper, ink and sand. My hand shook as I took the quill and tried to compose a letter to my cousin. I scarcely saw the words which I put on the sheet, and I may be forgiven for the unwisdom of that which I wrote. "The Baron de Carondelet will send an officer to you tonight, so that you may escape observation in custody. His Excellency knew of your hiding place, but is inclined to be lenient, will allow you tomorrow to go to the Rue Bourbon, and will without doubt permit you to leave the province. Your mother is ill, and Madame la Vicomtesse and myself are with her. David." In the state I was, it took me a long time to compose this much, and I had barely finished it when there was a knock at the outer door. There was André. He had the immobility of face which sometimes goes with the mulatto, and always with the trained servant, as he informed me that Monsieur le Médecin was not at home, but that he had left word. There was an epidemic, Monsieur, so André feared. I gave him the note and his directions, and 10 minutes after he had gone I would have given much to have called him back. How was Antoinette? Alone at Les Îles. Why had I not thought of her? We had told her nothing that morning, Madame la Vicomtesse and I, after our conference with Nick. For the girl had shut herself in her room, and Madame had thought it best not to disturb her at such a stage. But would she not be alarmed when Hélène failed to return that night?
Had circumstances been different, I myself would have ridden to Les Îles, but no inducement now could make me desert the post I had chosen. After many years I dislike to recall to memory that long afternoon which I spent, helpless, in the Rue Bourbon. Now I was on my feet, pacing restlessly the short breadth of the room, trying to shut out from my mind the horrors of which my ears gave testimony. Again, in the intervals of quiet, I sat with my elbows on the table and my head in my hands, striving to allay the throbbing in my temples. Pains came and went, and at times I felt like a faggot flung into the fire, I who had never known a sick day. At times my throat pained me, an odd symptom in a warm climate. Troubled as I was in mind and body, the thought of Hélène's quiet heroism upheld me through it all. More than once I had my hand raised to knock at the bedroom door and ask if I could help, but I dared not. At length, the sun having done its worst and spent its fury, I began to hear steps along the banquette and voices almost at my elbow beyond the little window. At every noise I peered out, hoping for the doctor, but he did not come. And then as I fell back into the fauteuil, there was borne on my consciousness a sound I had heard before. It was the music of the fiddler. It was a tune I knew, and the voices of the children were singing the refrain. Ne se grand verinda, ne se grand verinda. I rose, opened the door, and slipped out of it, and I must have made a strange, hatless figure as I came upon the fiddler and his children from across the street. "Stop that noise!" I cried in French, angered beyond all reason at the thought of music at such a time. "Idiots, there's yellow fever there." The little man stopped with his bow raised. For a moment they all stared at me, transfixed. It was a little elf in blue indienne who jumped first and ran down the street, crying the news in a shrill voice, the others following, the fiddler gazing stupidly after them. Suddenly he scrambled up, moaning, as if the scourge itself had fastened on him, backed into the house, and slammed the door in my face. I returned with slow steps to shut myself in the darkened room again, and I recall feeling something of triumph over the consternation I had caused. No sounds came from the bedroom, and after that the street was quiet as death, save for an occasional frightened, hurrying footfall. I was tired. All at once the bedroom door opened softly, and Hélène was standing there looking at me. At first I saw her dimly, as in a vision, then clearly. I leaped to my feet and went and stood beside her. "The doctor has not come," I said. "Where does he live? I will go for him." She shook her head. "He can do no good. Lindy has procured all the remedies, such as they are. They can only serve to alleviate," she answered. "She cannot withstand this, poor lady." There were tears in Hélène's lashes. "Her sufferings have been frightful, frightful." "Cannot I help?" I said thickly. "Cannot I do something?" She shook her head. She raised her hand timidly to the lapel of my coat, and suddenly I felt her palm cool and firm upon my forehead. It rested there for an instant. "You ought not to be here," she said, her voice vibrant with earnestness and concern. "You ought not to be here. Will you not go if I ask it?" "I cannot," I said. "You know I cannot if you stay." She did not answer that. Our eyes met, and in that instant for me there was neither joy nor sorrow, sickness nor death, nor time nor space nor universe. It was she who turned away. "Have you written him?" she asked in a low voice. "Yes," I answered. "She would not have known him," said Hélène. "After all these years of waiting she would not have known him. Her punishment has been great." A sound came from the bedroom, and Hélène was gone, silently, as she had come. I must have been dozing in the fauteuil, for suddenly I found myself sitting up, listening to an unwonted noise.
I knew from the count of the hoofbeats which came from down the street that a horse was galloping in long strides, a spent horse, for the timing was irregular. Then he was pulled up into a trot, then to a walk, as I ran to the door and opened it and beheld Nicholas Temple flinging himself from a pony white with lather. And he was alone. He caught sight of me as soon as his foot touched the banquette. "What are you doing here?" I cried. "What are you doing here?" He halted on the edge of the banquette as a hurrying man runs into a wall. He had been all excitement, all fury as he jumped from his horse. And now, as he looked at me, he seemed to lose his bearings, to be all bewilderment. He cried out my name and stood looking at me like a fool. "What the devil do you mean by coming here?" I cried. "Did I not write you to stay where you were? How did you get here?" I stepped down on the banquette and seized him by the shoulders. "Did you receive my letter?" "Yes," he said, "yes." For a moment that was as far as he got, and he glanced down the street and then at the heaving beast he had ridden, which stood with head drooping to the kennel. Then he laid hold of me. "Davy, is it true that she has yellow fever? Is it true? Who told you?" I demanded angrily. "André," he answered. "André said that the lady here had yellow fever. Is it true?" "Yes," I said almost inaudibly. He let his hand fall from my shoulder, and he shivered. "May God forgive me for what I have done," he said. "Where is she?" "For what you've done?" I cried. "You have done an insensate thing to come here." Suddenly I remembered the sentry at the gate of Fort St. Charles. "How did you get into the city?" I said. "Were you mad to defy the Baron and his police?" "Damn the Baron and his police," he answered, striving to pass me. "Let me in. Let me see her." Even as he spoke I caught sight of men coming into the street, perhaps at the corner of the Rue St. Pierre, and then more men, and as we went into the house I saw that they were running. I closed the doors. There were cries in the street now, but he did not seem to heed them. He stood listening, heart-stricken, to the sounds that came through the bedroom wall, and a spasm crossed his face. Then he turned like a man not to be denied to the bedroom door. I was before him, but Madame la Vicomtesse opened it, and I remember feeling astonishment that she did not show surprise or alarm. "What are you doing here, Mr. Temple?" she said. "My mother, Madame, my mother. I must go to her." He pushed past her into the bedroom, and I followed perforce. I shall never forget the scene, though I had but one glimpse of it. The raving, yellowed woman in the bed, not a spectre, nor yet even a semblance of the beauty of Temple Bow. But she was his mother, upon whom God had brought such a retribution as He alone can bestow. Lindy, faithful servant to the end, held the wasted hands of her mistress against the violence they would have done. Lindy held them, her own body rocking with grief, her lips murmuring endearments, prayers, supplications. "Miss Sally, honey, don't you know Lindy? God let you get well. Miss Sally, God let you get well, honey, to see Marse Nick, to see Marse Nick." The words died on Wendy's lips, the ravings of the frenzied woman ceased. The yellowed hands fell limply to the sheet, the shrunken form stiffened. The eyes of the mother looked upon the son, and in them at first was the terror of one who sees the infinite. Then they softened until they became again the only feature that was left of Sarah Temple. Now, as she looked at him who was her pride, her honor, for one sight of whom she had prayed, ay, and even blasphemed, her eyes were all tenderness. Then she spoke. "Harry, Harry," she said softly, "be good to me, dear. You are all I have now." She spoke of Harry Riddle. But the long years of penance had not been in vain. Nick had forgiven her. We saw him kneeling at the bedside, we saw him with her hand in his, and Hélène was drawing me gently out of the room and closing the door behind her. She did not look at me, nor I at her. We stood for a moment close together, and suddenly the cries in the street brought us back from the drama in the low-ceilinged, reeking room we had left. "Ici, ici, vous les chenelles." There was a loud rapping at the outer door and a voice demanding admittance in Spanish in the name of his Excellency the Governor. "Open it," said Hélène. There was neither excitement in her voice nor yet resignation. In those two words were told the philosophy of her life. I opened the door. There on the step was an officer, perspiring, uniformed and plumed, and behind him a crowd of eager faces, white and black, that seemed to fill the street. He took a step into the room, his hand on the hilt of his sword, and poured out at me a torrent of Spanish of which I understood nothing. All at once his eye fell upon Hélène, who was standing behind me, and he stopped in the middle of his speech and pulled off his hat and bowed profoundly. "Madame la Vicomtesse," he stammered. I was in no little surprised that she should be so well known. "You will please to speak French, Monsieur," she said. "This gentleman does not understand Spanish. What is it you desire?" "A thousand pardons, Madame la Vicomtesse," he said. "I am the Alcalde de Barrio, and a wild Americano has passed the sentry at St. Charles Gate without heeding his Excellency's authority and command. I saw the man with my own eyes. I should know him again in 100. We have traced him here to this house, Madame la Vicomtesse. Behold the horse which he rode." The Alcalde turned and pointed at the beast. "Behold the horse which he rode, Madame la Vicomtesse. The animal will die." "Probably," answered the Vicomtesse, in an even tone. "But the man," cried the Alcalde, "the man is here, Madame la Vicomtesse, here in this house." "Yes," she said, "he is here." "Sancta Maria, Madame!" he exclaimed. I who speak to you have come to get him. He has defied his Excellency's commands. Where is he?" "He is in that room," said the Vicomtesse, pointing at the bedroom door. The Alcalde took a step forward. She stopped him with a quick gesture. "He is in that room with his mother," she said, "and his mother has the yellow fever. Come, we will go to him." And she put her hand upon the door. "Yellow fever!" cried the Alcalde, and his voice was thick with terror. There was a moment's silence as he stood rooted to the floor. I did not wonder then, but I have since thought it remarkable that the words spoken low by both of them should have been caught up on the banquette and passed into the street. Impassive, I heard it echoed from a score of throats. I saw men and women stampeding like frightened sheep. I heard their footfalls and their cries as they ran. A tawdry constable, who held with a trembling hand the bridle of the tired horse, alone remained. "Yellow fever!" the Alcalde repeated. The Vicomtesse inclined her head. He was silent again for a while, uncertain, and then, without comprehending, I saw the man's eyes grow smaller and a smile play upon his mouth. He looked at the Vicomtesse with a new admiration to which she paid no heed. "I am sorry, Madame la Vicomtesse," he began, "but you do not believe that I speak the truth," she replied quietly. He winced. "Will you follow me?" she said, turning again. He had started, plainly in an agony of fear, when a sound came from beyond the wall that brought a cry to his lips. Her manner changed to one of stinging scorn. "You are a coward," she said. "I will bring the gentleman to you if he can be got to leave the bedside." "No," said the Alcalde. "No, I will go to him, Madame la Vicomtesse." But she did not open the door. "Listen," she said in a tone of authority. "I myself have been to his Excellency to day concerning this gentleman." "You, Madame la Vicomtesse?" "I will open the door," she continued, impatient at the interruption, "and you will see him. Then I shall write a letter which you will take to the Governor. The gentleman will not try to escape, for his mother is dying. Besides, he could not get out of the city. You may leave your constable where he is, or the man may come in and stand at this door in sight of the gentleman while you are gone, if he pleases."
"And then?" said the Alcalde. "It is my belief that his Excellency will allow the gentleman to remain here, and that you will be relieved from the necessity of running any further risk." As she spoke, she opened the door softly. The room was still now, still as death, and the Alcalde went forward on tiptoe. I saw him peering in. I saw him backing away again like a man in mortal fear. "Yes, it is he. It is the man," he stammered. He put his hand to his brow. The Vicomtesse closed the door, and without a glance at him went quickly to the table and began to write. She had no thought of consulting the man again, of asking his permission. Although she wrote rapidly, 5 minutes must have gone by before the note was finished and folded and sealed. She held it out to him. "Take this to his Excellency," she said, "and bring me his answer." The Alcalde bowed, murmured her title, and went lamely out of the house. He was plainly in an agony of uncertainty as to his duty, but he glanced at the Vicomtesse and went, flipping the note nervously with his fingernail. He paused for a few low-spoken words with the tawdry constable, who sat down on the banquette after his chief had gone, still clinging to the bridle. The Vicomtesse went to the doorway, looked at him, and closed the battened doors. The constable did not protest. The day was fading without, and the room was almost in darkness as she crossed over to the little mantel and stood with her head laid upon her arm. I did not disturb her. The minutes passed, the light waned until I could see her no longer, and yet I knew that she had not moved. The strange sympathy between us kept me silent until I heard her voice calling my name. "Yes," I answered. "The candle." I drew out my tinder box and lighted the wick. She had turned and was facing me even as she had faced me the night before. The night before! The greatest part of my life seemed to have passed since then. I remember wondering that she did not look tired. Her face was sad, her voice was sad, and it had an ineffable sweet quality at such times that was all its own. The Alcalde should be coming back, she said. "Yes," I answered. These were our words, yet we scarce heeded their meaning. Between us was drawn a subtler communion than speech, and we dared, neither of us, to risk speech. She searched my face, but her lips were closed. She did not take my hand again as in the afternoon. She turned away. I knew what she would have said. There was a knock at the door. We went together to open it, and the Alcalde stood on the step. He held in his hand a long letter on which the red seal caught the light, and he gave the letter to the Vicomtesse with a bow. "From His Excellency, Madame la Vicomtesse." She broke the seal, went to the table, and read. Then she looked up at me. "It is the Governor's permit for Mr. Temple to remain in this house." "Thank you," she said to the Alcalde. "You may go." "With my respectful wishes for the continued good health of Madame la Vicomtesse," said the Alcalde. End of chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. In the Midst of Life. The Alcalde had stopped on the step with an exclamation at something in the darkness outside, and he backed, bowing, into the room again to make way for someone. A lady, slim, gowned and veiled in black, and followed by a negress, swept past him. The lady lifted her veil and stood before us. "Antoinette!" exclaimed the Vicomtesse, going to her. The girl did not answer at once. Her suffering seemed to have brought upon her a certain acceptance of misfortune as inevitable. Her face, framed in the black veil, was never more beautiful than on that night. "What is the Alcalde doing here?" she said. The officer himself answered the question. I am leaving, Mademoiselle," said he. He reached out his hands towards her appealingly. "Do you not remember me, Mademoiselle? You brought the good sister to see my wife." "I remember you," said Antoinette. "Do not stay here, Mademoiselle," he cried. There is yellow fever." "So that is it," said Antoinette, unheeding him and looking at her cousin. "She has yellow fever, then?" "I beg you to come away, Mademoiselle," the man entreated. "Please go," she said to him. He looked at her and went out silently, closing the door after him. "Why was he here?" she asked again. "He came to get Mr. Temple, my dear," said the Vicomtesse. The girl's lips framed his name, but did not speak it. "Where is he?" she asked slowly. The Vicomtesse pointed towards the bedroom. "In there," she answered, "with his mother." "He came to her?" Antoinette asked quite simply. The Vicomtesse glanced at me and drew the veil gently from the girl's shoulders. She led her, unresisting, to the chair. I looked at them. The difference in their ages was not so great. Both had suffered cruelly. One had seen the world, the other had not, and yet the contrast lay not here. Both had followed the gospel of helpfulness to others, but one as a religieuse, innocent of the sin around her, though poignant of the sorrow it caused. The other, knowing evil with an insight that went far beyond intuition, fought with that too. "I will tell you, Antoinette," began the Vicomtesse. "It was as you said. Mr. Ritchie and I found him at Lamarque's. He had not taken your money. He did not even know that Auguste had gone to see you. He did not even know," she said, bending over the girl, "that he was on your father's plantation. When we told him that, he would have left it at once." "Yes," she said. "He did not know that his mother was still in New Orleans, and when we told him how ill she was, he would have come to her then. It was as much as we could do to persuade him to wait until we had seen Monsieur de Carondelet. Mr. Ritchie and I came directly to town and saw his Excellency." It was characteristic of the Vicomtesse that she told this almost with a man's brevity, that she omitted the stress and trouble and pain of it all. These things were done. The tact and skill and character of her who had accomplished them were not spoken of. The girl listened immovable, her lips parted and her eyes far away. Suddenly, with an awakening, she turned to Hélène. "You did this?" she cried. "Mr. Ritchie and I together," said the Vicomtesse. Her next exclamation was an odd one, showing how the mind works at such a time. "But his Excellency was having his siesta," said Antoinette. Again Hélène glanced at me, but I cannot be sure that she smiled. "We thought the matter of sufficient importance to awake his Excellency," said Hélène. "And his Excellency?" asked Antoinette. In that moment all three of us seemed to have forgotten the tragedy behind the wall. "His Excellency thought so, too, when we had explained it sufficiently," Hélène answered. The girl seemed suddenly to throw off the weight of her grief. She seized the hand of the Vicomtesse in both of her own. "The Baron pardoned him?" she cried. "Tell me what his Excellency said. Why are you keeping it from me?" "Hush, my dear," said the Vicomtesse. "Yes, he pardoned him. Mr. Temple was to have come to the city to night with an officer. Mr. Ritchie and I came to this house together, and we found—" "Yes, yes," said Antoinette. "Mr. Ritchie wrote to Mr. Temple that his Excellency was to send for him to night, but André told him of the fever, and he came here in the face of danger to see her before she died. He galloped past the sentry at the gate, and the Alcalde followed him from there." "And came here to arrest him?" cried Antoinette. Before the Vicomtesse could prevent her, she sprang from her chair, ran to the door, and was peering out into the darkness. "Is the Alcalde waiting?" "No, no," said the Vicomtesse, gently bringing her back. "I wrote to his Excellency, and we have his permission for Mr. Temple to remain here." Suddenly Antoinette stopped in the middle of the floor, facing the candle, her hands clasped, her eyes wide with fear. We started, Hélène and I, as we looked at her. "What is it, my dear?" said the Vicomtesse, laying a hand on her arm. "He will take it," she said. "He will take the fever." A strange thing happened. Many, many times have I thought of it since, and I did not know its meaning then. I had looked to see the Vicomtesse comfort her, but Hélène took a step towards me. My eyes met hers, and in them reflected was the terror I had seen in Antoinette's. At that instant I, too, forgot the girl, and we turned to see that she had sunk down, weeping, in the chair. Then we both went to her, I through some instinct I did not fathom. Hélène's hand, resting on Antoinette's shoulder, trembled there. It may well have been my own weakness which made me think her body swayed, which made me reach out as if to catch her. However marvellous her strength and fortitude, these could not last forever, and, heaven help me, my own were fast failing. Once the room had seemed to me all in darkness. Then I saw the Vicomtesse leaning tenderly over her cousin and whispering in her ear, and Antoinette rising, clinging to her. "I will go," she faltered. "I will go. He must not know I have been here. You will not tell him?" "No, I shall not tell him," answered the Vicomtesse. "And you will send word to me, Hélène?" "Yes, dear." Antoinette kissed her and began to adjust her veil mechanically. I looked on, bewildered by the workings of the feminine mind. Why was she going? The Vicomtesse gave me no hint. But suddenly the girl's arms fell to her sides, and she stood staring, not so much as a cry escaping her. The bedroom doors had been opened, and between them was the tall figure of Nicholas Temple. So they met again after many years, and she who had parted them had brought them together once more. He came a step into the room, as though her eyes had drawn him so far. Even then he did not speak her name. "Go," he said. "Go, you must not stay here. Go." She bowed her head. "I am going," she answered. I am going." "But you must go at once," he cried excitedly. "Do you know what is in there?" And he pointed towards the bedroom. "Yes, yes, I know," she said. "I know." "Then go," he cried. "As it is, you've risked too much." She lifted up her head and looked at him. There was a new-born note in her voice, a tremulous note of joy in the midst of sorrow. It was of her he was thinking. "And you?" she said. "You have come and remained." "She's my mother," he answered. "God knows it was the least I could have done." Twice she had changed before our eyes, and now we beheld a new and yet more startling transformation. When she spoke there was no reproach in her voice, but triumph. Antoinette undid her veil. "Yes, she is your mother," she answered. "But for many years she has been my friend. I will go to her. She cannot forbid me now. Hélène has been with her," she said, turning to where the Vicomtesse stood watching her intently. "Hélène has been with her. And shall I, who have longed to see her these many years, leave her now?" "But you were going," he cried, beside himself with apprehension at this new turning. "You told me that you were going." Truly, man is born without perception. "Yes, I told you that," she replied almost defiantly. "And why were you going?" he demanded. Then I had a sudden desire to shake him. Antoinette was mute. "You yourself must find the answer to that question, Mr. Temple," said the Vicomtesse, quietly. He turned and stared at Hélène, and she seemed to smile. Then, as his eyes went back irresistibly to the other, a light that was wonderful to see dawned and grew in them. I shall never forget him as he stood, handsome and fearless, a gentleman still, despite his years of wandering and adventure, and in this supreme moment unselfish. The willful, masterful boy had become a man at last. He started forward, stopped, trembling with a shock of remembrance, and gave back again. "You cannot come," he said. "I cannot let you take this risk. Tell her she cannot come, Madame," he said to Hélène. For the love of God, send her home again." But there were forces which even Hélène could not stem. He had turned to go back. He had seized the door, but Antoinette was before him. Custom does not weigh at such a time. Had she not read his avowal? She had his hand in hers, heedless of us who watched. At first he sought to free himself, but she clung to it with all the strength of her love. Yet she did not look up at him. "I will come with you," she said in a low voice. "I will come with you, Nick." How quaintly she spoke his name, and gently and timidly, ay, and with a supreme courage. True to him through all those numb years of waiting, this was a little thing, that they should face death together. A little thing, and yet the greatest joy that God can bestow upon a good woman. He looked down at her with a great tenderness. He spoke her name, and I knew that he had taken her at last into his arms. "Come," he said. They went in together, and the doors closed behind them. Antoinette's maid was on the step, and the Vicomtesse and I were alone once more in the little parlor. I remember well the sense of unreality I had, and how it troubled me. I remember how what I had seen and heard was turning in my mind. Nick had come back to Antoinette. They were together in that room, and Mrs. Temple was dying. Dying! No, it could not be so. Again I was in the garden at Les Îles on a night that was all perfume, and I saw the flowers all ghostly white under the moon. And then suddenly I was watching the green candle sputter, and out of the stillness came a cry, the sereno calling the hour of the night. How my head throbbed! It was keeping time to some rhythm, I knew not what. Yet it was the song my father used to sing. "I fought on land, I fought at sea, at home I fought my auntie, oh." But New Orleans was hot, burning hot, and this could not be cold, I felt. Ah, I had it. The water was cold going to Vincennes, so cold. A voice called me. No matter where I had gone, I think I would have come back at the sound of it. I listened intently, that I might lose no word of what it said. I knew the voice. Had it not called to me many times in my life before? But now there was fear in it, and fear gave it a vibrant sweetness. Fear gave it a quality that made it mine. Mine! "You are shivering," that was all it said, and it called from across the sea, and the sea was cold, cold and green under the gray light. If she who called to me would only come with the warmth of her love. The sea faded, the light fell, and I was in the eternal cold of space between the whirling worlds. If she could but find me! Was not that her hand in mine? Did I not feel her near me, touching me? I wondered that I should hear myself as I answered her. "I'm not ill," I said. "Speak to me again." She was pressing my hand now. I saw her bending over me. I felt her hair as it brushed my face. She spoke again. There was a tremor in her voice, and to that alone I listened. The words were decisive, of command, and with them some sense as of a haven near came to me. Another voice answered in a strange tongue, saying seemingly, "Oui, Madame, Melchi, bonjour, Melchi." I heard the doors close and the sound of footsteps running and dying along the banquette, and after that my shoulders were raised and something wrapped about them. Then stillness again, the stillness that comes between waking and sleeping, between pain and calm. And at times when I felt her hand fall into mine or press against my brow, the pain seemed more endurable. After that I recall being lifted, being borne along. I opened my eyes once and saw, above a tile-crowned wall, the moon all yellow and distorted in the sky. Then a gate clicked, dungeon blackness, half light again, ascent, oblivion. End of chapter 11.
Book 3, Chapter 12 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Visions and an Awakening. I have still sharp memories of the tortures of that illness, though it befell so long ago. At times, when my mind was gone from me, I cried out of I know not what, of jargon, of sentiment, of the horrors I had beheld in my life. I lived again the pleasant scenes, warped and burlesqued almost beyond cognizance, and the tragedies were magnified 100-fold. Thus it would be. On the low white ceiling 5 cracks came together, and that was a device. And the device would take on color, red bronze like the sumac in the autumn, and streaks of vermilion, and 2 glowing coals that were eyes, and above them eagle's feathers, and the cracks became bramble bushes. I was behind the log, and at times I started and knew that it was a hideous dream. And again Polly Ann was clutching me and praying me to hold back. And I broke from her and splashed over the slippery limestone bed of the creek to fight single-handed. Through all the fearful struggle I heard her calling me piteously to come back to her. When the brute got me under water I could not hear her, but her voice came back suddenly as when a door opens, and it was like the wind singing in the poplars. Was it Polly Ann's voice? Again I sat with Nick under the trees on the lawn at Temple Bow, and the world was dark with the coming storm. I knew and he knew that the storm was brewing, that I might be thrust out into it. And then in the blackness, when the air was filled with all the fair things of the earth torn asunder, a beautiful woman came through the noise and the fury, and we ran to her and clung to her skirts, thinking we had found safety. But she thrust us forth into the blackness with a smile, as though she were flinging papers out of the window. She, too, grew out of the design in the cracks of the ceiling, and a greater fear seized me at sight of her features than when the red face came out of the brambles. My constant torment was thirst. I was in the prairie, and it was scorched and brown to the horizon. I searched and prayed pitifully for water, for only a sip of the brown water with the specks in it that was in the swamp. There were no swamps. I was on the bed in the cabin, looking at the shifts and hunting shirts on the pegs, and Polly Ann would bring a gourdful of clear water from the spring as far as the door. Nay, once I got it to my lips, and it was gone. Sometimes a young man in a hunting shirt, square-shouldered, clear-eyed, his face tanned and his fair hair bleached by the sun, would bring the water. He was the hero of my boyhood, and part of him indeed was in me. And I would have followed him again to Vincennes despite the tortures of the damned. But when I spoke his name he grew stouter before me, and his eyes lost their luster, and his hair turned gray. And his hand shook as he held out the gourd and spilled its contents ere I could reach them. Sometimes another brought the water, and at sight of her I would tremble and grow faint, and I had not the strength to reach for it. She would look at me with eyes that laughed, despite the resolution of the mouth. Then the eyes would grow pitiful at my helplessness, and she would murmur my name. There was some reason which I never fathomed why she could not give me the water, and her own suffering seemed greater than mine because of it. So great did it seem that I forgot my own and sought to comfort her. Then she would go away very slowly, and I would hear her calling me in the wind from the stars to which I looked up from the prairie. It was she, I thought, who ordered the world, who, when women were lost and men cried out in distress, came to them calmly, ministered to them deftly. Once, perhaps a score of times, I cannot tell, was lined on the ceiling where the cracks were her miniature, and I knew what was coming, and shuddered and cried aloud because I could not stop it.
I saw the narrow street of a strange city deep down between high houses, houses with gratings on the lowest windows, with studded, evil-looking doors, with upper stories that toppled over to shut out the light of the sky, with slated roofs that slanted and twisted this way and that, and dormers peeping from them. Down in the street, instead of the King's white soldiers, was a foul, unkempt rabble, creeping out of its damp places, jesting, cursing, singing. And in the midst of the rabble a lady sat in a cart high above it, unmoved. She was the lady of the miniature. A window in one of the jutting houses was flung open, and a little man leaned out excitedly, and I knew him too. He was Jean Baptiste Lenoir, and he cried out in a shrill voice, "You must take off her ruff, citizens, you must take off her ruff." There came a blessed day when my thirst was gone, when I looked up at the cracks in the ceiling and wondered why they did not change into horrors. I watched them a long, long time, and it seemed incredible that they should still remain cracks. Beyond that I would not go. Into speculation I dared not venture. They remained cracks, and I went to sleep thanking God. When I awoke a breeze came in, cool, fitful gusts, and on it the scent of camellias. I thought of turning my head, and I remember wondering for a long time over the expediency of this move. What would happen if I did? Perhaps the visions would come back. Perhaps my head would come off. Finally I decided to risk it, and the first thing that I beheld was a palm leaf fan moving slowly. That fact gave me food for thought and contented me for a while. Then I hit upon the idea that there must be something behind the fan. I was distinctly pleased by this astuteness, and I spent more time in speculation. Whatever it was, it had a tantalizing elusiveness, keeping the fan between it and me. This was not fair. I had an inspiration. If I feigned to be asleep, perhaps the thing behind the fan would come out. I shut my eyes. The breeze continued steadily. Surely no human being could fan as long as that without being tired. I opened my eyes twice, but the thing was inscrutable. Then I heard a sound that I knew to be a footstep upon boards. A voice whispered, "The delirium has left him." Another voice, a man's voice, answered, "Thank God. Let me fan him. You're tired." "I'm not tired," answered the first voice. "I do not see how you've stood it," said the man's voice. "You will kill yourself, Madame la Vicomtesse. The danger is past now." "I hope so, Mr. Temple," said the first voice. "Please go away. You may come back in half an hour." I heard the footsteps retreating. Then I said, "I'm not asleep." The fan stopped for a brief instant, and then went on vibrating inexorably. I was entranced at the thought of what I had done. I had spoken, though indeed it seemed to have no effect. Could it be that I hadn't spoken? I began to be frightened at this, when gradually something crept into my mind and drove the fear out. I did not grasp what this was at first. It was like the first staining of wine on the eastern sky to one who sees a sunrise. And then the thought grew even as the light grows, tinged by prismatic colors, until at length a memory struck into my soul like a shaft of light. I spoke her name, unblushingly, aloud. "Hélène!" The fan stopped. There was a silence that seemed an eternity as the palm leaf trembled in her hand. There was an answer that strove tenderly to command. "Hush, you must not talk," she said. Never, I believe, came such supreme happiness with obedience. I felt her hand upon my brow, and the fan moved again. I fell asleep once more from sheer weariness of joy. She was there beside me. She had been there beside me through it all, and it was her touch which had brought me back to life. I dreamed of her. When I awoke, her image was in my mind, and I let it rest there in contemplation. But presently I thought of the fan, turned my head, and it was not there. A great fear seized me.
I looked out of the open door where the morning sun threw the checkered shadows of the honeysuckle on the floor of the gallery, and over the railing to the tree tops in the courtyard. The place struck a chord in my memory. Then my eyes wandered back into the room. There was a polished dresser, a crucifix, and a prie-dieu in the corner, a fauteuil and another chair at my bed. The floor was rubbed to an immaculate cleanliness, stained yellow, and on it lay clean woven mats. The room was empty. I cried out, a yellow and red turban shot across the window, and I beheld in the door the spare countenance of the faithful Lindy. "Marse Dave," she cried, "is you feeling well, honey?" "Where am I, Lindy?" I asked. Lindy, like many of her race, knew well how to assume airs of importance. Lindy had me down, and she knew it. "Marse Dave," she said, "don't you know better'n dat? You knows you ain't to talk. Lawsy, I reckon I wouldn't be worth pison if she was to hear I let you talk." Lindy implied that there was a tyranny somewhere. "She?" I asked. "Who's she?" "Now yo' hush, Marse Dave," said Lindy in a shrill whisper. "I ain't a gwine to get mixed up in no disputation. If she was to hear me a disputin' with yo', Marse Dave, I reckon I done get such a tongue lashing." Lindy looked at me suspiciously. "You always was powerful cute, Marse Dave." Lindy set her lips with a mighty resolve to be silent. I heard someone coming along the gallery, and then I saw Nick's tall figure looming up behind her. "Davy!" he cried. Lindy braced herself up doggedly. "You ain't a gwine to get in there nohow, Marse Nick," she said. "Nonsense, Lindy," he answered. "I've been in there as much as you have." And he took hold of her thin arm and pulled her back. "Marse Nick," she cried, terror-stricken, "she'll done figure out dat you been a-talkin'." "Fish," said Nick, with a fine air. "Who's afraid of her?" Lindy's face took on an expression of intense amusement. "Yo' is, for one, Marse Nick," she answered with a familiarity of an old servant. "I done seed yo' skedaddle when she comed." "Tut," said Nick, grandly, "I run from no woman, eh, Davy?" He pushed past the protesting Lindy into the room and took my hand. "Egad, you've been near the devil's precipice, my son. A three-bottle man would have gone over." In his eyes was all the strange affection he had had for me ever since we had been boys at Temple Bow together. "Davy, I reckon life wouldn't have been worth much if you had gone." I did not answer. I could only stare at him, mutely grateful for such an affection. In all his wild life he had been true to me, and he had clung to me stanchly in this, my greatest peril. Thankful that he was here, I searched his handsome person with my eyes. He was dressed, as usual, with care and fashion and linen breeches and a light gray coat and a filmy ruffle at his neck. But I thought there had come a change into his face. The reckless quality seemed to have gone out of it, yet the spirit and daring remained, and with these all the sweetness that was once in his smile. There were lines under his eyes that spoke of vigils. "You've been sitting up with me," I said. "Of course," he answered, patting my shoulder. "Of course I have. What did you think I would be doing?" "What was the matter with me?" I asked. "Nothing much," he said lightly. "A touch of the sun and a great deal of overwork in behalf of your friends. Now keep still, or I will be getting peppered." I was silent for a while, turning over this answer in my mind. Then I said, "I had yellow fever." He started. "It's no use to lie to you," he replied. "You're too shrewd." I was silent again for a while. "Nick," I said, "you have no right to stay here. You have other responsibilities now." He laughed. It was the old buoyant, boyish laugh of sheer happiness, and I felt the better for hearing it. "If you begin to preach, Parson, I'll go. I vow I'll have no more sermonizing, Davy," he cried. "Isn't she the most dearest, sweetest, most beautiful person in the world?" I smiled. "Where is she?" I answered, temporizing. Nick was not a subtle person, and I was ready to follow him at great length in the praise of Antoinette. "I hope she's not here." "We made her go to Les Îles," said he.
And you risked your life and stayed here without her?" I said. "As for risking life, that kind of criticism doesn't come well from you. And as for Antoinette," he added with a smile, "I expect to see something of her later on." "Well," I answered with a sigh of supreme content, "you've been a fool all your life, and I hope that she will make you sensible." "You never could make me so," said Nick, "and besides, I don't think you've been so damned sensible yourself." We were silent again for a space. "Davy," he asked, "do you remember what I said when you had that miniature here? You said a great many things, I believe. I told you to consider carefully the masterful features of that lady, and to thank God you hadn't married her. I vow I never thought she'd turn up. Upon my oath, I never thought I should be a blind slave as I have been for the last fortnight. Faith, Monsieur de St. Gré is a strong man. But he was no more than a puppet in his own house when he came back here for a day. That lady could govern a province, no, a kingdom. But I warrant you there would be no climbing of balconies in her dominions. I've never been so generalled in my life." I had no answer for these comments. "The deuce of it is the way she does it," he continued, plainly bent on relieving himself. "There's no noise, no fuss, but you must obey. You don't know why. And yet you may flay me if I don't love her." "Love her?" I repeated. "She saved your life," said Nick. "I don't believe any other woman could have done it. She hadn't any thought of her own. She's been here in this room almost constantly night and day, and she never let you go. The little French doctor gave you up, not she. She held on. Cursed if I see why she did it." "Nor I," I answered. "Well," he said apologetically, "of course I would have done it, but you weren't anything to her." "Yes, egad, you were something to be saved. That was all that was necessary. She had you brought back here we are in Monsieur de St. Gré's house, by the way in a litter, and she took command as though she had nursed yellow fever cases all her life. No flurry. I said that you were in love with her once, Davy, when I saw you looking at the portrait. I take it back. Of course a man could be very fond of her," he said, "but a king ought to have married her. As for that poor Vicomte she's tied up to, I reckon I know the reason why he didn't come to America. An ordinary man would have no chance at all. God bless her!" he cried with a sudden burst of feeling. "I would die for her myself. She got me out of a barrel of trouble with his Excellency. She cared for my mother, a lonely outcast, and braved death herself to go to her when she was dying of the fever. God bless her." Lindy was standing in the doorway. "Land sakes, Marse Nick, yo' got to go," she said. He rose and pressed my fingers. "I'll go," he said, and left me. Lindy seated herself in the chair. She held in her hand a bowl of beef broth. From this she fed me in silence, and when she left she commanded me to sleep, informing me that she would be on the gallery within call. But I did not sleep at once. Nick's words had brought back a fact which my returning consciousness had hitherto ignored. The birds sing in the courtyard, and when the breeze stirred it was ever laden with a new scent. I had been snatched from the jaws of death. My life was before me. But the happiness which had thrilled me was gone, and in my weakness the weight of the sadness which had come upon me was almost unbearable. If I had had the strength, I would have risen then and there from my bed. I would have fled from the city at the first opportunity. As it was, I lay in a torture of thought, living over again every part of my life which she had touched. I remembered the first long, yearning look I had given the miniature at Madame Bouvet's. I had not loved her then. My feeling rather had been a mysterious sympathy with the admiration for this brilliant lady whose sphere was so far removed from mine. This was sufficiently strange. Again, in the years of my struggle for livelihood which followed, I dreamed of her. I pictured her often in the midst of the darkness of the Revolution. Then I had the miniature again, which had travelled to her, as it were, and come back to me. Even then it was not love I felt, but an unnamed sentiment for one whom I clothed with gifts and attributes I admired. constancy, an ability to suffer and to hide, decision, wit, refuge for the weak, scorn for the false. So I named them at random and cherished them, knowing that these things were not what other men longed for in women. Nay, there was another quality which I believed was there, which I knew was there, a supreme tenderness that was hidden like a treasure too sacred to be seen. I did not seek to explain the mystery which had brought her across the sea into that little garden of Mrs. Temple's and into my heart. There she was now enthroned, deified. That she would always be there I accepted, that I would never say or do anything not in consonance with her standards I knew, that I would suffer much I was sure, but the lees of that suffering I should hoard because they came from her. What might have been I tried to put away. There was the moment, I thought, when our souls had met in the little parlor in the Rue Bourbon. I should never know. This I knew, that we had labored together to bring happiness into other lives. Then came another thought to appall me. Unmindful of her own safety, she had nursed me back to life through all the horrors of the fever. The doctor had despaired, and I knew by the very force that was in her she had saved me. She was here now, in this house, and presently she would be coming back to my bedside. Painfully I turned my face to the wall in a torment of humiliation. I had called her by her name. I would see her again, but I knew not whence the strength for that ordeal was to come. End of chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, A Mystery. I knew by the light that it was evening when I awoke. So prisoners mark the passing of the days by a bar of sunlight. And as I looked at the green trees in the courtyard, vaguely troubled by I knew not what, someone came and stood in the doorway. It was Nick. "You don't seem very cheerful," said he. "A man ought to be who has been snatched out of the fire." "You seem to be rather too sure of my future," I said, trying to smile. "That's more like you," said Nick. "Egad, you ought to be happy. We all ought to be happy. She's gone." "She?" I cried. "Who's gone?" "Madame la Vicomtesse," he replied, rubbing his hands as he stood over me. "But she's left instructions with me for Lindy as long as Monsieur de Carondelet's Bando de Buen Gobierno. You're not to do this, you're not to do that. You're to eat such and such things. You're to be made to sleep at such and such times. She came in here about an hour ago and took a long look at you before she left." "She was not ill?" I said faintly. "Faith, I don't know why she was not," he said. "She's done enough to tire out an army. But she seems well and fairly happy. She had her joke at my expense as she went through the courtyard, and she reminded me that we were to send a report by André every day." Chagrin, depression, relief, bewilderment, all were struggling within me. "Where did she go?" I asked at last. "To Les Îles," he said. "You're to be brought there as soon as you're strong enough." "Do you happen to know why she went?" I said. "Now how the deuce should I know?" he answered. "I've done everything with blind civility since I came into this house. I never asked for any reason. It never would have done any good. I suppose she thought you were well on the road to recovery, and she knew that Lindy was an old hand, and then the doctor is to come in." "Why didn't you go?" I demanded, with a sudden remembrance that he was staying away from happiness. "It was because I longed for another taste of liberty, Davy," he laughed. "You and I will have an old-fashioned time here together, a deal of talk and perhaps a little piquet. Who knows?" My strength came back bit by bit, and listening to his happiness did much to ease the soreness of my heart, while the light lasted. It was in the night watches that my struggles came, though often some unwitting speech of his would bring back the pain. He took delight in telling me, for example, how for hours at a time I had been in a fearful delirium. "The Lord knows what foolishness you talk, Davy," said he. "It would have done me good to hear you had you been in your right mind." "But you did hear me," I said, full of apprehensions. "Some of it," said he. "You were after Wilkinson once, in a burrow, I believe, and you swore dreadfully because he got out the other end. I can't remember all the things you said. Oh, yes, once you were talking to Auguste de St. Gré about money." "Money?" I repeated in a sinking voice. "Oh, a lot of jargon. The Vicomtesse pushed me out of the room, and after that I was never allowed to be there when you had those flights." "Curse the mosquitoes!" He seized a fan and began to ply it vigorously. "I remember you were giving Auguste a lecture. Then I had to go." These and other remembrances gave me sufficient food for reflection, and many a shudder over the possibilities of my ravings. She had put him out. No wonder. After a while I was carried to the gallery, and there I would talk to the little doctor about the yellow fever which had swept the city. Monsieur Perrin was not much of a doctor, to be sure, and he had a heartier dread of the American invasion than of the scourge. He worshipped the Vicomtesse, and was so devoid of professional pride as to give her freely all credit for my recovery. He, too, clothed her with the qualities of statesmanship. "Ah, Monsieur," he said, "if that lady had been King of France, do you think there would have been any States General, any red bonnets, any Jacobins or Cordeliers? Parbleu, she would have swept the vicemongers and traitors out of the Palais Royal itself. There would have been a house cleaning there. I who speak to you know it." Every day Nick wrote a bulletin to be sent to the Vicomtesse, and he took a fiendish delight in the composition of these. He would come out on the gallery with ink and a blank sheet of paper and try to enlist my help. He would insert the most ridiculous statements, as for instance, "Davy is worse to day, having bribed Lindy to give him a pint of Madeira against my orders," or "Davy feigns to be sinking rapidly because he wishes to have you back." Indeed, I was always in a torture of doubt to know what the rascal had sent. His company was most agreeable when he was recounting the many adventures he had had during the 5 years after he had left New Orleans and been lost to me. These would fill a book, and a most readable book it would be if written in his own speech. His love for the excitement of the frontier had finally drawn him back to the Cumberland country near Nashville, and he had actually gone so far as to raise a house and till some of the land which he had won from Darnley. It was perhaps characteristic of him that he had named the place Rattle and Snap in honor of the game which had put him in possession of it, and Rattle and Snap it remains to this day. He was going back there with Antoinette, so he said, to build a brick mansion and to live a respectable life the rest of his days. There was one question which had been in my mind to ask him concerning the attitude of Monsieur de St. Gré. That gentleman, with Madame, had hurried back from Point Coupé at a message from the Vicomtesse, and had gone first to Les Îles to see Antoinette. Then he had come, in spite of the fever, to his own house in New Orleans to see Nick himself. What their talk had been I never knew, for the subject was too painful to be dwelt upon, and the conversation had been marked by frankness on both sides. Monsieur de St. Gré was a just man. His love for his daughter was his chief passion, and despite all that had happened, he liked Nick. I believe he could not wholly blame the younger man, and he forgave him. Mrs. Temple, poor lady, had died on that first night of my illness, and it was her punishment that she had not known her son or her son's happiness. Whatever sins she had committed in her wayward life were atoned for, and by her death I firmly believe that she redeemed him. She lies now among the temples in Charleston, and on the stone which marks her grave is cut no line that hints of the story of these pages. One bright morning, when Nick and I were playing cards, we heard some one mounting the stairs, and to my surprise and embarrassment I beheld Monsieur de St. Gré emerging on the gallery. He was in white linen and wore a broad hat, which he took from his head as he advanced. He had aged somewhat, his hair was a little gray, but otherwise he was the firm, dignified personage I had admired on this gallery 5 years before. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said in English. "Ah, do not rise, sir," to me. He patted Nick's shoulder kindly, but not familiarly, as he passed him, and extended his hand. "Mr. Ritchie, it gives me more pleasure than I can express to see you so much recovered." "I am again thrown on your hospitality, sir," I said, flushing with pleasure at this friendliness, for I admired and respected the man greatly. "And I fear I have been a burden and trouble to you and your family." He took my hand and pressed it. Characteristically, he did not answer this, and I remember he was always careful not to say anything which might smack of insincerity. "I had a glimpse of you some weeks ago," he said, thus making light of the risk he had run. "You are a different man now. You may thank your Scotch blood and your strong constitution." "His good habits have done him some good, after all," put in my irrepressible cousin. Monsieur de St. Gré smiled. "Nick," he said. He pronounced the name quaintly, like Antoinette. "His good habits have turned out to be some advantage to you, Mr. Ritchie. You have a faithful friend, at least." He patted Nick's shoulder again. "And he has promised me to settle down." "I have every inducement, sir," said Nick. Monsieur de St. Gré became grave. "You have indeed, monsieur," he answered. "I have just come from Dr. Perrin's, David," he added. "May I call you so? Well, then, I have just come from Dr. Perrin's, and he says you may be moved to Les Îles this very afternoon." "Why, upon my word," he exclaimed, staring at me, "you don't look pleased. One would think you were going to the calabozo." "Ah," said Nick, slyly, "I know. He has tasted freedom, monsieur, and Madame la Vicomtesse will be in command again." I flushed. Nick could be very exasperating. "You must not mind him, monsieur," I said. "I do not mind him," answered Monsieur de St. Gré, laughing in spite of himself. "He is a sad rogue. As for Hélène—" "I shall not know how to thank the Vicomtesse," I said. "She has done me the greatest service one person can do another." "Hélène is a good woman," answered Monsieur de St. Gré simply. "She is more than that. She is a wonderful woman. I remember telling you of her once. I little thought then that she would ever come to us." He turned to me. "Dr. Perrin will be here this afternoon, David, and he will have you dressed. Between 5 and 6, if all goes well, we shall start for Les Îles. And in the meantime, gentlemen," he added with a stateliness that was natural to him, "I have business which takes me to day to my brother-in-law's, Monsieur de Beauséjour's." Nick leaned over the gallery and watched meditatively his prospective father-in-law leaving the courtyard. "He got me out of a devilish bad scrape," he said. "How was that?" I asked listlessly. "That fat little Baron, the Governor, was for deporting me for running past the sentry and giving him all the trouble I did. It seems that the Vicomtesse promised to explain matters in a note which she wrote and never did explain. She was here with you, and lots she cared about anything else. Lucky that Monsieur de St. Gré came back. Now his Excellency graciously allows me to stay here, if I behave myself, until I get married." I do not know how I spent the rest of the day. It passed somehow. If I had had the strength then, I believe I should have fled. I was to see her again, to feel her near me, to hear her voice. During the weeks that had gone by I had schooled myself, in a sense, to the inevitable. I had not let my mind dwell upon my visit to Les Îles, and now I was face to face with the struggle for which I felt I had not the strength. I had fought one battle. I knew that a fiercer battle was to come. In due time the doctor arrived, and while he prepared me for my departure, the little man sought, with misplaced kindness, to raise my spirits. Was not Monsieur going to the country, to a paradise? Monsieur, so Dr. Perrin had noticed, had a turn for philosophy. Could two more able and brilliant conversationalists be found than Philippe de St. Gré and Madame la Vicomtesse? And there was the happiness of that strange but lovable young man, Monsieur Temple, to contemplate. He was in luck, sable gargon, for he was getting an angel for his wife. Did Monsieur know that Mademoiselle Antoinette was an angel? At last I was ready, arrayed in my best, on the gallery when Monsieur de St. Gré came. André and another servant carried me down into the court, and there stood a painted sedan chair with the St. Gré's arms on the panels. "My father imported it, David," said Monsieur de St. Gré. "It has not been used for many years. You are to be carried in it to the levee, and there I have a boat for you." Overwhelmed by this kindness, I could not find the words to thank him as I got into the chair. My legs were too long for it, I remember. I had a quaint feeling of unreality as I sank back on the red satin cushions and was borne out of the gate between the lions. Monsieur de St. Gré and Nick walked in front, the faithful Lindy followed, and people paused to stare at us as we passed. We crossed the Place d'Armes, the Royal Road, gained the willow-bordered promenade on the levee's crown, and a wide barge was waiting, manned by 6 negro oarsmen. They lifted me into its stern under the awning, the barge was cast off, the oars dipped, and we were gliding silently past the line of keel boats on the swift current of the Mississippi. The spars of the shipping were inky black, and the setting sun had struck a red band across the waters. For a while the three of us sat gazing at the green shore, each wrapped in his own reflections, Philippe de St. Gré thinking, perchance, of the wayward son he had lost, Nick of the woman who awaited him, and I of one whom fate had set beyond me. It was Monsieur de St. Gré who broke the silence at last. "You feel no ill effects from your moving, David?" he asked, with an anxious glance at me. "None, sir," I said. "The country air will do you good," he said kindly. "And Madame la Vicomtesse will put him on a diet," added Nick, rousing himself. "Hélène will take care of him," answered Monsieur de St. Gré. He fell to musing again. "Madame la Vicomtesse has seen more in 7 years than most of us in a lifetime," he said. "She has beheld the glory of France and the dishonor and pollution of her country. Had the old order lasted, her salon would have been famous, and she would have been a power in politics." "I've thought that the Vicomtesse must have had a queer marriage," Nick remarked. Monsieur de St. Gré smiled. "Such marriages were the rule amongst our nobility," he said. "It was arranged while Hélène was still in the convent, though it was not celebrated until 3 years after she had been in the world. There was a romantic affair, I believe, with a young gentleman of the English embassy, though I do not know the details. He is said to be the only man she ever cared for. He was a younger son of an impoverished earl." I started, remembering what the Vicomtesse had said, but Monsieur de St. Gré did not appear to see my perturbation. "Be that as it may, if Hélène suffered, she never gave a sign of it. The marriage was celebrated with great pomp, and the world could only conjecture what she thought of the Vicomte. It was deemed to be both sides a brilliant match. He had inherited vast estates, Ivry-le-Tour, Montméry, Les Ceylantes, I know not what else. She was heiress to the Château de St. Gré with its wide lands, to the château and the lands of the Côte Rouge in Normandy, to the Hôtel St. Gré in Paris. Monsieur le Vicomte was between 40 and 50 at his marriage, and from what I have heard of him, he had many of the virtues and many of the faults of his order. He was a bachelor, which does not mean that he lacked consolations. He was reserved with his equals and distant with others. He had served in the Guards and did not lack courage. He dressed exquisitely, was inclined to the Polignac party, took his ease everywhere, had the knowledge of cards and courts, and little else. He was cheated by his stewards, refused to believe that the Revolution was serious, and would undoubtedly have been guillotined had the Vicomtesse not contrived to get him out of France in spite of himself. They went first to the Duc de Ligne at Belle Isle, and thence to Coblentz. He accepted a commission in the Austrian service, which is much to his credit, and Hélène went with some friends to England. There my letter reached her, and rather than be beholden to strangers or accept my money there, she came to us. That is her story in brief, Messieurs. As for Monsieur le Comte, he admired his wife, as well he might, respected her for the way she served the gallants, but he made no pretence of loving her. One affair, a girl in the village of Montméry, had lasted. Hélène was destined for higher things than may be found in Louisiana," said Monsieur de St. Gré, turning to Nick. "But now that you are to carry away my treasure, Monsieur, I do not know what I should have done without her. And has there been any news of the Vicomte of late?" It was Nick who asked the question after a little. Monsieur de St. Gré looked at him in surprise. Mon Dieu, have you not heard?" he said. "C'est vrai, you have been with David. Did not the Vicomtesse mention it? But why should she? Monsieur le Vicomte died in Vienna. He had lived too well." "The Vicomte is dead?" I said. They both looked at me. Indeed, I should not have recognized my own voice. What my face betrayed, what my feelings were, I cannot say. My heart beat no faster, there was no tumult in my brain, and yet my breath caught strangely. Something grew within me which is beyond the measure of speech. And so it was meant to be. "I did not know this myself until Hélène returned to Les Îles," Monsieur de St. Gré was saying to me. "The letter came to her the day after you were taken ill. It was from the Baron von Suckenbrook, at whose house the Vicomte died. She took it very calmly, but Hélène is not a woman to pretend. How much better, after all, if she had married her Englishman for love. And she is much troubled now, because, as she declares, she is dependent upon my bounty. That is my happiness, my consolation," the good man added simply. "And her father, the Marquis, was kind to me when I was a young provincial and a stranger. God rest his soul." We were drawing near to Les Îles. The rains had come during my illness, and in the level evening light the forest of the shore was the tender green of spring. At length we saw the white wooden steps in the levee at the landing, and near them were three figures waiting. We glided nearer. One was Madame de St. Gré, another was Antoinette. These I saw indeed. The other was Hélène, and it seemed to me that her eyes met mine across the waters and drew them. Then we were at the landing. I heard Madame de St. Gré's voice and Antoinette's in welcome. I listened for another. I saw Nick running up the steps. In the impetuosity of his love he had seized Antoinette's hand in his, and she was the color of a red rose. Creole decorum forbade further advances. André and another lifted me out, and they gathered around me, these kind people and devoted friends, Antoinette calling me with exquisite shyness by name, Madame de St. Gré giving me a grave but gentle welcome, and asking anxiously how I stood the journey. Another took my hand, held it for the briefest space that had been marked out of time, and for that instant I looked into her eyes. Life flowed back into me, and strength, and a joy not to be fathomed. I could have walked, but they bore me through the well-remembered vista, and the white gallery at the end of it was like the sight of home. The evening air was laden with the scent of the sweetest of all shrubs and flowers. End of chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Unpathed Waters, Undreamed Shores. Monsieur and Madame de St. Gré themselves came with me to my chamber off the gallery, where everything was prepared for my arrival with the most loving care.
Monsieur de St. Gré supplying many things from his wardrobe which I lacked, and when I tried to thank them for their kindness, he laid his hand upon my shoulder. "Tenez, mon ami," he said, "you got your illness by doing things for other people. It is time other people did something for you." Lindy brought me the daintiest of suppers, and I was left to my meditations. Nick looked in at the door and hinted darkly that I had to thank a certain tyrant for my abandonment. I called to him, but he paid no heed, and I heard him chuckling as he retreated along the gallery. The journey, the excitement into which I had been plunged by the news I had heard, brought on a languor, and I was between sleeping and waking half the night. I slept to dream of her, of the Vicomte, her husband, walking in his park or playing cards amidst a brilliant company in a great candle-lit room like the drawing-room at Temple Bow. Doubt grew, and sleep left me. She was free now, indeed, but was she any nearer to me? Hope grew again. Why had she left me in New Orleans? She had received a letter, and if she had cared, she would not have remained. But there was a detestable argument to fit that likewise, and in the light of this argument it was most natural that she should return to Les Îles. And who was I, David Ritchie, a lawyer of the little town of Louisville, to aspire to the love of such a creature? Was it likely that Hélène, Vicomte d'Ivry le Tour, would think twice of me? The powers of the world were making ready to crush the presumptuous France of the Jacobins, and the France of king and aristocracy would be restored. Châteaux and lands would be hers again, and she would go back again to that brilliant life among the great to which she was born, for which nature had fitted her. Last of all was the thought of the Englishman whom I resembled. She would go back to him. Nick was the first in my room the next morning. He had risen early, so he ingenuously informed me, because Antoinette had a habit of getting up with the birds, and as I drank my coffee he was emphatic in his denunciations of the customs of the country. "It's a wonderful day, Davy," he cried. "You must hurry and get out. Monsieur de St. Gré sends his compliments, and wishes to know if you will pardon his absence this morning. He is going to escort Antoinette and me over to see some of my prospective cousins, the Bertrands." He made a face and bent nearer to my ear. "I swear to you I have not had one moment alone with her. We've been for a walk, but Madame la Vicomtesse must needs intrude herself upon us. Egad, I told her plainly what I thought of her tyranny." "And what did she say?" I asked, trying to smile. "She laughed, and said that I belonged to a young nation which had done much harm in the world to everybody but themselves. Faith, if I wasn't in love with Antoinette, I believe I'd be in love with her." "I have no doubt of it," I answered. "The Vicomtesse is as handsome as a queen this morning," he continued, paying no heed to this remark. "She has on a linen dress that puzzles me. It was made to walk among the trees and flowers. It is as simple as you please. And yet it has a distinction that makes you stare." "You seem to have stared," I answered. "Since when did you take such interest in gowns?" "Bless you, it was Antoinette. I never should have known," said he. "Antoinette has never before seen the gown, and she asked the Vicomtesse where she got the pattern. The Vicomtesse said that the gown had been made by Léonard, a court dressmaker, and it was of the fashion the Queen had set to wear in the gardens of the Trianon when simplicity became the craze. Antoinette is to have it copied, so she says." Which proved that Antoinette was human, after all, and happy once more. "Hang it," said Nick, "she paid more attention to that gown than to me. Good by, Davy. Obey the Colonel. Is not the Vicomtesse going with you?" I asked. "No, I'm sorry for you," he called back from the gallery. He had need to be, for I fell into as great a fright as ever I had had in my life. Monsieur de St. Gré knocked at the door and startled me out of my wits. Hearing that I was awake, he had come in person to make his excuses for leaving me that morning. "Mon Dieu," he said, looking at me, "the country has done you good already.
Behold a marvel. Au revoir, David." I heard the horses being brought around, and laughter and voices. How easily I distinguished hers! Then I heard the hoof beats on the soft dirt of the drive. Then silence, the silence of a summer morning, which is all myriad sweet sounds. Then Lindy appeared, starched and turbaned. "Marse Dave, how you feel dis mawnin'? Yo' 'pears mighty peart, solely. Marse Dave, yo' chair is sot on de gallery. Is you ready? I'll fetch dat yaller nigger, André." "You needn't fetch André," I said. "I can walk." "Land sakes, Marse Dave, but you is bunctious." I rose and walked out on the gallery with surprising steadiness. A great cushioned chair had been placed there, and beside it a table with books, and another chair. I sat down. Lindy looked at me sharply, but I did not heed her, and presently she retired. The day, still in its early golden glory, seemed big with prescience. Above, the saffron haze was lifted, and there was the blue sky. The breeze held its breath, the fragrance of grass and fruit and flowers, of the shrub that vied with all, languished on the air. Out of these things she came. I knew that she was coming, but I saw her first at the gallery's end, the roses she held red against the white linen of her gown. Then I felt a great yearning and a great dread. I have seen many of her kind since, and none reflected so truly as she the life of the old regime. Her dress, her carriage, her air, all suggested it, and she might, as Nick said, have been walking in the gardens of the Trianon. Titles I cared nothing for. Hers alone seemed real, to put her far above me. Had all who bore them been as worthy, titles would have meant much to mankind. She was coming swiftly. I rose to my feet before her. I believe I should have risen in death. And then she was standing beside me, looking up into my face. "You must not do that," she said, "or I will go away." I sat down again. She went to the door and called, I following her with my eyes. Lindy came with a bowl of water. "Put it on the table," said the Vicomtesse. Lindy put the bowl on the table, gave us a glance, and departed silently. The Vicomtesse began to arrange the flowers in the bowl, and I watched her, fascinated by her movements. She did everything quickly, deftly, but this matter took an unconscionable time. She did not so much as glance at me. She seemed to have forgotten my presence. "There," she said at last, giving them a final touch. "You are less talkative, if anything, than usual this morning, Mr. Ritchie. You have not said good morning. You have not told me how you were. You have not even thanked me for the roses. One might almost believe that you are sorry to come to Les Îles. One might believe anything who didn't know Madame la Vicomtesse." She put her hand to the flowers again. "It seems a pity to pick them, even in a good cause," she said. She was so near me that I could have touched her. A weakness seized me, and speech was farther away than ever. She moved, she sat down and looked at me, and the kind of mocking smile came into her eyes that I knew was the forerunner of raillery. "There is a statue in the gardens of Versailles which seems always about to speak, and then to think better of it. You remind me of that statue, Mr. Ritchie. It is the statue of wisdom." What did she mean? "Wisdom knows the limitations of its own worth, Madame," I replied. "It is the one particular in which I should have thought wisdom was lacking," she said. "You have a tongue, if you will deign to use it. Or shall I read to you?" she added quickly, picking up a book. "I have read to the Queen when Madame Campan was tired. Her Majesty, poor dear lady, did me the honor to say she liked my English." "You have done everything, Madame," I said. "I have read to the Queen, to a King's sister, but never yet to a king," she said, opening the book and giving me the briefest of glances. "You are all kings in America, are you not? What shall I read?" "I would rather have you talk to me." "Very well. I will tell you how the Queen spoke English. No, I will not do that." she said, a swift expression of sadness passing over her face. "I will never mock her again. She was a good sovereign and a brave woman, and I loved her." She was silent a moment, and I thought there was a great weariness in her voice when she spoke again. "I have every reason to thank God when I think of the terrors I escaped, of the friends I have found. And yet I am an unhappy woman, Mr. Ritchie." "You are unhappy when you are not doing things for others, Madame," I suggested. "I am a discontented woman," she said, "and I always have been. And I am unhappy when I think of all those who were dear to me and whom I loved. Many are dead, and many are scattered and homeless." "I've often thought of your sorrows, Madame," I said. "Which reminds me that I should not burden you with them, my good friend, when you are recovering. Do you know that you have been very near to death?" "I know, Madame," I faltered. "I know that it had not been for you I should not be alive today. I know that you risked your life to save my own." She did not answer at once, and when I looked at her she was gazing out over the flowers on the lawn. "My life did not matter," she said. "Let us not talk of that." I might have answered, but I dared not speak for fear of saying what was in my heart, and while I trembled with the repression of it, she was changed. She turned her face towards me and smiled a little. "If you had obeyed me, you would not have been so ill," she said. "Then I am glad that I did not obey you." "Your cousin, the irrepressible Mr. Temple, says I am a tyrant. Come now, do you think me a tyrant?" "He has also said other things of you." "What other things?" I blushed at my own boldness. "He said that if he were not in love with Antoinette, he would be in love with you." "A very safe compliment," said the Vicomtesse. "Indeed, it sounds too cautious for Mr. Temple." "You must have tampered with it, Mr. Ritchie," she flashed. "Mr. Temple is a boy. He needs discipline. He will have too easy a time with Antoinette." "He's not the sort of man you should marry," I said, and sat amazed at it. She looked at me strangely. "No, he is not," she answered. "He is more or less the sort of man I've been thrown with all my life. They toil not, neither do they spin. I know you will not misunderstand me, for I am very fond of him. Mr. Temple is honest, fearless, lovable, and of good instincts. One cannot say as much for the rest of his type. They go through life fighting, gaming, horse racing, riding to hounds. I've often thought that it was no wonder our privilege came to an end. So many of us were steeped in selfishness and vice, were a burden on the world. The early nobles, with all their crimes, were men who carved their way. Of such were the lords of the marches. We toyed with politics, with simplicity. We wasted the land, we played cards as our coaches passed through famine-stricken villages. The reckoning came. Our punishment was not given into the hands of the bourgeois, who would have dealt justly, but to the scum, the canaille, the demons of the earth. Had our king, had our nobility been men with the old fire, they would not have stood it. They were worn out with centuries of catering to themselves. Give me a man who will shape his life and live it with all his strength. I am tired of sham and pretense, of cynical wit, of mocking at the real things of life, of pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy. Give me a man whose existence means something. Was she thinking of the Englishman of whom she had spoken? Delicacy forbade my asking the question. He had been a man, according to her own testimony. Where was he now? Her voice had a ring of earnestness in it I had never heard before, and this arraignment of her own life and of her old friends surprised me. Now she seemed lost in a reverie from which I forbore to arouse her. "I've often tried to picture your life," I said at last. "You?" she answered, turning her head quickly. "Often? Ever since I first saw the miniature," I said. "Monsieur de St. Gré told me some things, and afterwards I read Le Mariage de Figaro and some novels, and some memoirs of the old courts which I got in Philadelphia last winter. I used to think of you as I rode over the mountains, as I sat reading in my room of an evening. I used to picture you in the palaces amusing the Queen and making the cardinals laugh. And then I used to wonder what became of you, and whether— I hesitated, overwhelmed by a sudden confusion, for she was gazing at me fixedly with a look I did not understand. "You used to think of that?" she said. "I never thought to see you," I answered. Laughter came into her eyes, and I knew that I had not vexed her. But I had spoken stupidly, and I reddened. "I had a quick tongue," she said, as though to cover my confusion. "I have it yet. In those days misfortune had not curbed it. I had not learned to be charitable. When I was a child I used to ride with my father to the hunts at St. Gris, and I was too ready to pick out the weaknesses of my guests. If one of the company had a trick or a mannerism, I never failed to catch it. People used to ask me what I thought of such and such a person, and that was bad for me. I saw their failings and pretensions, but I ignored my own. It was the same at Abbey Aubos, the convent where I was taught. When I was presented to Her Majesty, I saw why people hated her. They did not understand her. She was a woman with a large heart, with charity. Some did not suspect this, others forgot it because they beheld a brilliant personage with keen perceptions who would not submit to being bored. Her Majesty made many enemies at court of persons who believed she was making fun of them. There was a dressmaker at the French court called Mademoiselle Bertin, who became ridiculously pretentious because the Queen allowed the woman to dress her hair in private. Bertin used to put on airs with the nobility when they came to order gowns, and she was very rude to me when I went for my court dress. There was a ball at Versailles the day I was presented, and my father told me that Her Majesty wished to speak with me. I was very much frightened. The Queen was standing with her back to the mirror, the Duchesse de Polignac and some other ladies beside her, when my father brought me up, and Her Majesty was smiling. "What did you say to Bertin, Mademoiselle?" she asked. I was more frightened than ever, but the remembrance of the woman's impudence got the better of me. "I told her that in dressing your Majesty's hair she had acquired all the court accomplishments but one." "I'll warrant that Bertin was curious," said the Queen. "She was, your Majesty." "What is the accomplishment she lacks?" the Queen demanded. "I should like to know it myself." "It is discrimination, your Majesty. I told the woman there were some people she could be rude to with impunity. I was not one of them." "She'll never be rude to you again, Mademoiselle," said the Queen. "I am sure of it, your Majesty," I said. The Queen laughed and bade the Duchesse de Polignac invite me to supper that evening. My father was delighted. I was more frightened than ever. But the party was small, Her Majesty was very gracious and spoke to me often, and I saw that above all things she liked to be amused. Poor lady! It was the year after that terrible affair of the necklace, and she wished to be distracted from thinking of the calumnies which had been heaped upon her. She used to send for me often during the years that followed, and I might have had a place in court near her person. But my father was sensible enough to advise me not to accept, if I could refuse without offending Her Majesty. The Queen was not offended. She was good enough to say that I was wise in my request. She had indeed abolished most of the ridiculous etiquette of the court. She would not eat in public, she would not be followed around the palace by ladies in court gowns, she would not have her ladies in the room when she was dressing. If she wished a mirror, she would not wait for it to be passed through half a dozen hands and handed her by a princess of the blood. Sometimes she used to summon me to amuse her, and walk with me by the water in the beautiful gardens of the Petit Trianon. I used to imitate the people she disliked. I disliked them too. I have seen her laugh until the tears came into her eyes when I talked to Monsieur Necker. As the dark days drew nearer, I loved more and more to be in the seclusion of the country at Montméry, at the St. Gris of my childhood. I can see St. Gris now,
said the Vicomtesse. The thatched houses of the little village on either side of the high road, the honest, red-faced peasants curtsying in their doorways at our berline, the brick wall of the park, the iron gates beside the lodge, the long avenue of poplars, the deer feeding in the beech wood, the bridge over the shining stream, and the long, weather-beaten château beyond it. Paris and the muttering of the storm were far away. The mornings of the sunny terrace, looking across the valley to the blue hills, the walks in the village, grew very dear to me. We do not know the value of things, Mr. Ritchie, until we are about to lose them. You did not go back to court? I asked. She sighed. Yes, I went back. I thought it my duty. I was at Versailles that terrible summer when the States General met, when the National Assembly grew out of it, when the Bastille was stormed, when the King was throwing away his prerogatives like confetti. Never did the gardens of the Trianon seem more beautiful or more sad. Sometimes the Queen would laugh even then when I mimicked Bailey, Desmoulins, Mirabeau. I was with Her Majesty in the gardens on that dark, rainy day when the fishwomen came to Versailles. The memory of that night will haunt me as long as I live. The wind howled, the rain lashed with fury against the windows, the mob tore through the streets of the town, sacked the wine shops, built great fires at the corners. Before the day dawned again, the Furies had broken into the palace and murdered what was left of the guard. You have heard how they carried off the King and Queen to Paris, how they bore the heads of the soldiers on their pikes. I saw it from a window, and I shall never forget it. Her voice faltered, and there were tears on her lashes. Some quality in her narration brought before me so vividly the scenes of which she spoke that I started when she had finished. There was much more I would have known, but I could not press her to speak longer on a subject that gave her pain. At that moment she seemed more distant to me than ever before. She rose, went into the house, and left me thinking of the presumptions of the hopes I had dared to entertain, left me picturing sadly the existence of which she had spoken. Why had she told me of it? Perchance she had thought to do me a kindness. She came back to me. I had not thought she would. She sat down with her embroidery in her lap, and for some moments busied herself with it in silence. Then she said, without looking up, I do not know why I have tired you with this, why I have saddened myself. It is past and gone. I was not tired, Madame. It is very difficult to live in the present when the past has been so brilliant, I answered. So brilliant, she sighed, so thoughtless. I think that is the sharpest regret. I watched her fingers as they stitched, wondering how they could work so rapidly. At last she said in a low voice, Antoinette and Mr. Temple have told me something of your life, Mr. Ritchie. I laughed. It has been very humble, I replied. What I heard was interesting to me, she said, turning over her frame. Will you not tell me something of it? Gladly, Madame, if that is the case, I answered. Well, then, she said, why don't you? I do not know which part you would like, Madame. Shall I tell you about Colonel Clark? I do not know when to begin. She dropped her sewing in her lap and looked up at me quickly. I told you that you were a strange man, she said. I almost lost patience with you. No, don't tell me about Colonel Clark, at least not until you come to him. Begin at the beginning, at the cabin in the mountains. You want the whole of it? I exclaimed. She picked up her embroidery again and bent over it with a smile. Yes, I want the whole of it. So I began at the cabin in the mountains. I cannot say that I ever forgot she was listening, but I lost myself in the narrative. It presented to me for the first time many aspects that I had not thought of. For instance, that I should be here now in Louisiana telling it to one who had been the companion and friend of the Queen of France. Once in a while the Vicomtesse would look up at me swiftly when I paused, and then go on with her work again.
I told her of Temple Bow, and how I had run away, of Polly Ann and Tom, of the Wilderness Trail, and how I shot Cutcheon, of the fight at Crab Orchard, of the life in Kentucky, of Clark and his campaign, of my doings since, how I had found Nick and how he had come to New Orleans with me, of my life as a lawyer in Louisville, of the conventions I had been to. The morning wore on to midday, and I told her more than I believed it possible to tell any one. When at last I had finished, a fear grew upon me that I had told her too much. Her fingers still stitched, her head was bent, and I could not see her face, only the knot of her hair coiled with an art that struck me suddenly. Then she spoke, and her voice was very low. "I love Polly Ann," she said. "I should like to know her." "I wish that you could know her," I answered, quickening. She raised her head and looked at me with an expression that was not a smile. I could not say what it was or what it meant. "I do not think you are stupid," she said in the same tone, "but I do not believe you know how remarkable your life has been. I can scarcely realize that you have seen all this, have done all this, have felt all this. You are a lawyer, a man of affairs, and yet you could guide me over the hidden paths of half a continent. You know the mountain ranges, the passes, the rivers, the fords, the forest trails, the towns, and the men who made them." She picked up her sewing and bent over it once more. "And yet you did not think that this would interest me." Perchance it was a subtle summons in her voice I heard that bade me open the floodgates of my heart. I know not. I know only that no power on earth could have held me silent then. "Hélène," I said, and stopped. My heart beat so wildly that I could hear it. "I do not know why I should dare to think of you, to look up to you. Hélène, I love you. I shall love you till I die. I love you with all the strength that is in me, with all my soul. You know it, and if you did not, I could hide it no more. As long as I live, there will never be another woman in the world for me. I love you. You will forgive me because of the torture I have suffered, because of the pain I shall suffer when I think of you in the years to come." Her sewing dropped to her lap, to the floor. She looked at me, and the light which I saw in her eyes flooded my soul with a joy beyond my belief. I trembled with a wonder that benumbed me. I would have got to my feet had she not come to me swiftly, that I might not rise. She stood above me. I lifted up my arms. She bent to me with a movement that conferred a priceless thing. "David," she said, "could you not tell that I loved you, that you were he who has been in my mind for so many years, and in my heart since I saw you?" "I could not tell," I said. "I dared not think it. I thought there was another." She was seated on the arm of my chair. She drew back her head with a smile trembling on her lips, with a lustre burning in her eyes like a vigil for me. "He reminded me of you," she answered. I was lost in sheer bewildering happiness, and she who created it, who herself was that happiness, roused me from it. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "I was thinking that a star has fallen, that I may have a jewel beyond other men," I said. "And a star has risen for me," she said, "that I may have a guide beyond other women." "Then it is you who have raised it, Hélène." I was silent a moment, trying again to bring the matter within my grasp. "Do you mean that you love me, that you will marry me, that you will come back to Kentucky with me and will be content, you who have been the companion of a queen?" There came an archness into her look that inflamed me the more. "I who have been the companion of a queen love you, will marry you, and will go back to Kentucky with you and be content," she repeated. "And yet not I, David, but another woman, a happy woman. You shall be my refuge, my strength, my guide. You will lead me over the mountains and through the wilderness by the paths you know. You will bring me to Polly Ann that I may thank her for the gift of you, above all other gifts in the world. I was silent again. "Hélène," I said at last, "will you give me the miniature?" "On one condition," she replied. "Yes," I said, "yes, and again yes. What is it?" "That you will obey me sometimes." "It is a privilege I long for," I answered. "You did not begin with promise," she said. I released her hand, and she drew the ivory from her gown and gave it me. I kissed it. "I will go to Monsieur Isidore's and get the frame," I said. "When I give you permission," said Hélène gently. I have written this story for her eyes. End of chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. An Episode in the Life of a Man. Out of the blood and ashes of France a man had arisen who moved real kings and queens on his chessboard, which was a large part of the world. The man was Napoleon Bonaparte, at present, for lack of a better name, First Consul of the French Republic. The man's eyes, sweeping the world for a new plaything, had rested upon one which had excited the fancy of lesser adventurers, of one John Law, for instance. It was a large, unwieldy plaything indeed, and remote. It was nothing less than that vast and mysterious country which lay between the monster yellow river of the Wilderness, the country bordered on the south by the Gulf swamps, on the north by no man knew what forests, as dark as those the Romans found in Gaul, on the west by a line which other generations might be left to settle. This land was Louisiana. A future king of France, while an émigré, had been to Louisiana. This is merely an interesting fact worth noting. It was not interesting to Napoleon. Napoleon, by dint of certain screws which he tightened on his Catholic Majesty, King Charles of Spain, in the Treaty of San Ildefonso on the 1st of October, 1800, got his plaything. Louisiana was French again, whatever French was in those days. The treaty was a profound secret. But secrets leak out, even the profoundest, and this was wafted across the English Channel to the ears of Mr. Rufus King, American minister at London, who wrote of it to one Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Mr. Jefferson was interested, not to say alarmed. Mr. Robert Livingston was about to depart on his mission from the little Republic of America to the great Republic of France. Mr. Livingston was told not to make himself disagreeable, but to protest. If Spain was to give up the plaything, the youngest child among the nations ought to have it. It lay at her doors. It was necessary for her growth. Mr. Livingston arrived in France to find that Louisiana was a mere pawn on the chessboard. The Republic he represented little more. He protested, and the great Talleyrand shrugged his shoulders. What was Monsieur talking about? A treaty? What treaty? A treaty with Spain, ceding back Louisiana to France after 40 years. Who said there was such a treaty? Did Monsieur take snuff? Would Monsieur call again when the minister was less busy? Monsieur did call again, taking care not to make himself disagreeable. He was offered snuff. He called again, pleasantly. He was offered snuff. He called again. The great Talleyrand laughed. He was always so happy to see Monsieur when he, Talleyrand, was not busy. He would give Monsieur a certificate of importunity. He had quite forgotten what Monsieur was talking about on former occasions. Oh, yes, a treaty. Well, suppose there was such a treaty. What then? What then? Mr. Livingston, the agreeable but importunate, went home and wrote a memorial, and was presently assured that the inaccessible man who was called First Consul had read it with interest, great interest. Mr. Livingston did not cease to indulge in his enjoyable visits to Talleyrand, not he, but in the intervals he sat down to think. What did the inaccessible man himself have in his mind? The man had been considering the Anglo Saxon race, and in particular that portion of it which inhabited the Western Hemisphere. He perceived that they were quarrelsome people, which possessed the lust for land and conquest like the rest of their blood. He saw with astonishment something that had happened, something that they had done. Unperceived by the world, in 25 years they had swept across 1,000 miles of mountain and forest wilderness in ever-increasing thousands, had beaten the fiercest of savage tribes before them, stolidly unmindful of their dead. They had come at length to the great Yellow River, and, finding it closed, had cried aloud in their anger. What was beyond it to stop them? Spain, with a handful of subjects inherited from the France of Louis XV. Could Spain stop them? No. But he, the man, would stop them. He would raise up in Louisiana as a monument to himself a daughter of France to curb their ambition. America should not be all Anglo-Saxon. Already the Americans had compelled Spain to open the river. How long before they would overrun Louisiana itself, until a Frenchman or a Spaniard could scarce be found in the land? Sadly, in accordance with the treaty which Monsieur Talleyrand had known nothing about, His Catholic Majesty instructed his intendant at New Orleans to make ready to deliver Louisiana to the French Commission. That was in July, 1802. This was not exactly an order to close the river again. In fact, his Majesty said nothing about closing the river. Mark the reasoning of the Spanish mind. The Intendant closed the river as his plain duty, and Kentucky and Tennessee, wayward, belligerent infants who had outgrown their swaddling clothes, were heard from again. The nation had learned to listen to them. The nation was very angry. Mr. Hamilton and the Federalists and many others would have gone to war and seized the Floridas. Mr. Jefferson said, "Wait and see what His Catholic Majesty has to say." Mr. Jefferson was a man of great wisdom, albeit he had mistaken Jacobinism for something else when he was younger, and he knew that Napoleon could not play chess in the wind. The wind was rising. Mr. Livingston was a patriot, able, importunate, but getting on in years and a little hard of hearing. Importunity without an army and a navy behind it is not effective, especially when there is no wind. But Mr. Jefferson heard the wind rising, and he sent Mr. Monroe to Mr. Livingston's aid. Mr. Monroe was young, witty, lively, popular with people he met. He, too, heard the wind rising, and so now did Mr. Livingston. The ships containing the advance guard of the colonists destined for the new Louisiana lay in the roads at Dunkirk, their anchors ready to weigh. 3,000 men, 3,000 horses, for the man did things on a large scale. The anchors were not weighed. His Catholic Majesty sent word from Spain to Mr. Jefferson that he was sorry his intendant had been so foolish. The river was opened again. The Treaty of Amiens was a poor windshield. It blew down, and the chessmen began to totter. One George of England, noted for his frugal table and his quarrelsome disposition, who had previously fought with France, began to call the man names. The man called George names, and sat down to think quickly. George could not be said to be on the best of terms with his American relations, but the Anglo-Saxon is unsentimental, phlegmatic, setting money and trade and lands above ideals. George meant to go to war again. Napoleon also meant to go to war again. But George meant to go to war again right away, which was inconvenient and inconsiderate, for Napoleon had not finished his game of chess. The obvious outcome of the situation was that George with his navy would get Louisiana, or else help his relations to get it. In either case, Louisiana would become Anglo-Saxon. This was the wind which Mr. Jefferson had heard. The man, being a genius who let go gracefully when he had to, decided between two bad bargains. He would sell Louisiana to the Americans as a favor. They would be very, very grateful, and they would go on hating George. Moreover, he would have all the more money with which to fight George. The inaccessible man suddenly became accessible. Nay, he became gracious, smiling, full of loving kindness, charitable. Certain dickerings, followed by a bargain, passed between the American minister and Monsieur Barbé Marbois. Then Mr. Livingston and Mr. Monroe dined with the hitherto inaccessible, and the man, after the manner of continental personages, asked questions. Frederick the Great has started this fashion, and many have imitated it. Louisiana became American at last. Whether by destiny or chance, whether by the wisdom of Jefferson or the necessity of Napoleon, who can say? It seems to me, David Ritchie, writing many years after the closing words of the last chapter were penned, that it was ours inevitably. For I have seen and known and loved the people with all their crudities and faults, whose inheritance it was by right of toil and suffering and blood. And I, David Ritchie, saw the flags of 3 nations waving over it in the space of 2 days. And it came to pass in this wise. Rumors of these things which I have told above had filled Kentucky from time to time, and in November of 1803 there came across the mountains the news that the Senate of the United States had ratified the treaty between our ministers and Napoleon. I will not mention here what my life had become, what my fortune, save to say that both had been far beyond my expectations. In worldly goods and honors, in the respect and esteem of my fellow men, I had been happy indeed. But I had been blessed above other men by one whose power it was to lift me above the mean and sordid things of this world. Many times in the pursuit of my affairs I journeyed over that country which I had known when it belonged to the Indians and the deer and the elk and the wolf and the buffalo. Often did she ride by my side, making light of the hardships which, indeed, were no hardships to her, wondering at the settlements which had sprung up like magic in the wilderness, which were the heralds of the greatness of the Republic, her country now. So in the bright and boisterous March weather of the year 1804, we found ourselves riding together along the way made memorable by the footsteps of Clark and his backwoodsmen. For I had an errand in St. Louis with Colonel Chouteau. A subtle change had come upon Kaskaskia with the new blood which was flowing into it. We passed Cahokia, full of memories to the drummer boy whom she loved. There was the church, the garrison, the stream, and the little house where my Colonel and I had lived together. She must see them all. She must hear the story from my lips again, and the telling of it to her gave it a new fire and a new life. At evening, when the March wind had torn the cotton clouds to shreds, we stood on the Mississippi's bank, gazing at the western shore at Louisiana. The low, forest-clad hills made a black band against the sky, and above the band hung the sun, a red ball. He was setting, and a man might look upon his face without fear. The sight of the waters of that river stirred me to think of many things. What had God in store for the vast land out of which the waters flowed? Had He indeed saved it for a people to be drawn from all nations, from all classes? Was the principle of the Republic to prevail and spread and change the complexion of the world? Or were the lusts of greed and power to increase until in the end they had swallowed the leaven? Who could say? What man of those who soberly had put his hand to the paper which declared the opportunities of generations to come could measure the force which he had helped to set in motion?
We crossed the river to the village where I had been so kindly received many years ago to St. Louis. The place was little changed. The wind was stilled, the blue wood smoke curled lazily from the wide stone chimneys of the houses nestling against the hill. The afterglow was fading into night. Lights twinkled in the windows. Followed by our servants, we climbed the bank, Hélène and I, and walked the quiet streets bordered by palings. The evening was chill. We passed a bright cabaret from which came the sound of many voices. In the blacksmith shop another group was gathered, and we saw faces in the red light. They were talking of the session. We passed that place where Nick had stopped Suzanne in the cart and laughed at the remembrance. We came to Monsieur Gratiot's, for he had bidden us to stay with him, and with Madame he gave us a welcome to warm our hearts after our journey. "David," he said, "I have seen many strange things happen in my life, but the strangest of all is that Clark's drummer boy should have married a Vicomtesse of the old regime." And she was ever Madame la Vicomtesse to our good friends in St. Louis, for she was a woman to whom a title came as by nature's right. "And you are about to behold another strange thing, David," Monsieur Gratiot continued. "To day you are on French territory." "French territory!" I exclaimed. "To day Upper Louisiana is French," he answered. "To morrow it will be American forever. This morning Captain Stoddard of the United States Army, empowered to act as a commissioner of the French Republic, arrived with Captain Lewis and a guard of American troops. To day at noon the flag of Spain was lowered from the staff at the headquarters. To night a guard of honor watches with the French tricolor, and we are French for the last time. To morrow we shall be Americans." I saw that simple ceremony. The little company of soldiers was drawn up before the low stone headquarters. The villagers with heads uncovered gathered round about. I saw the stars and stripes rising, the tricolor setting. They met midway on the staff, hung together for a space, and a salute to the two nations echoed among the hills across the waters of the great river that rolled impassive by. End of chapter 15. Book 3, Afterward, of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Afterward. This book has been named The Crossing because I have tried to express in it the beginnings of that great movement across the mountains which swept resistless over the continent until at last it saw the Pacific itself. The crossing was the first instinctive reaching out of an infant nation which was one day to become a giant. No annals in the world's history are more wonderful than the story of the conquest of Kentucky and Tennessee by the pioneers. This name, the crossing, is likewise typical in another sense. The political faith of our forefathers, of which the Constitution is the creed, was made to fit a more or less homogeneous body of people who proved that they knew the meaning of the word liberty. By liberty our forefathers meant the duty as well as the right of man to govern himself. The Constitution amply attests the greatness of its authors, but it was a compromise. It was an attempt to satisfy 13 colonies, each of which clung tenaciously to its identity. It suited the 18th century conditions of a little English-speaking confederacy along the seaboard, far removed from the world's strife and jealousy. It scarcely contemplated that the harassed millions of Europe would flock to its fold, and it did not foresee that in less than 100 years its own citizens would sweep across the 3,000 miles of forest and plain and mountain to the Western Ocean, absorb French and Spanish Louisiana, Spanish Texas, Mexico, and California, fill this land with broad farmsteads and populous cities, cover it with a network of railroads.
Would the Constitution, made to meet the needs of the little confederacy of the seaboard, stretch over the continent and an empire? We are fighting out that question today. But the crossing was in Daniel Boone's time, in George Rogers Clark's. Would the Constitution stand the strain? And will it stand the strain now that the once remote haven of the oppressed has become a world power? It was a difficult task in a novel to gather the elements necessary to picture this movement. The territory was vast, the types bewildering. The lonely mountain cabin, the signatorial life of the tidewater, the foothills and mountains which the Scotch-Irish have marked for their own to this day, the wilderness trail, the wonderland of Kentucky, and the cruel fighting in the border forts there against the most relentless of foes, George Rogers Clark, and his momentous campaign which gave to the Republic Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. The transition period, the coming of the settler after the pioneer, Louisiana, St. Louis, and New Orleans. To cover this ground, to picture the passions and politics of the time, to bring the counter-influence of the French Revolution as near as possible to reality, has been a 3 years' task. The autobiography of David Ritchie is as near as I can get to its solution, and I have a great sense of its incompleteness. I had hoped when I planned the series to bring down this novel through the stirring period which ended, by a chance, when a steamboat brought supplies to Jackson's army in New Orleans, the beginning of the era of steam commerce on our western waters. This work will have to be reserved for a future time. I have tried to give a true history of Clark's campaign as seen by an eyewitness, trammelled as little as possible by romance. Elsewhere, as I look back through these pages, I feel as though the soil has only been scraped. What principality in the world has the story to rival that of John Sevier in the State of Franklin? I have tried to tell the truth as I went along. General Jackson was a boy at the Waxhaws and dug his toes in the red mud. He was a man at Jonesboro, and tradition says that he fought with a fence rail. Sevier was captured as narrated. Monsieur Gratiot, Monsieur Vigo, and Father Gibault lost the money which they gave to Clark and their country. Monsieur Vigo actually travelled in the state which Davy describes when he went down the river with him. Monsieur Gratiot and Colonel Auguste Chouteau and Madame Chouteau are names so well known in St. Louis that it is superfluous to say that such persons existed and were the foremost citizens of the community. Among the many to whom my apologies and thanks are due is Mr. Pierre Chouteau of St. Louis, whose unremitting labors have preserved and perpetuated the history and traditions of the country of his ancestors. I would that I had been better able to picture the character, the courage, the ability, and patriotism of the French who settled Louisiana. The Republic owes them much, and their descendants are today among the staunchest preservers of her ideals. Winston Churchill, Boston, April 11, 1904. End of The Crossing by Winston Churchill. Recording by Bob Rollins in Augusta, Georgia.